Good morning, good morning. Good morning, please take seats. Welcome to day 2. I hope you had a wonderful evening after a day full of discussions with Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, ministers, secretaries general of NATO. Lots of news yesterday coming both from the forum and from our colleagues at the summit. We have the NATO statement with the irreversible path for Ukraine to join NATO. We have clear announcements about F-16s flying over Ukraine's sky later this year. There is much, much more that will be previewed in our first panels. But let me remind you also of some housekeeping notes, which I actually wrote down to make sure that I have it all. Today we'll have a number of panels that will take questions. We hope to do a better job than yesterday on taking your questions. For those in the audience, please line up behind the mics, or actually behind the, on the outside of the far side of the room. For those joining us online, you can do it on the website. For Twitterati in the group, please use the hashtag @NatoSummit on Twitter and Facebook. We have lots of good things happening on the website, behind the scenes, YouTube interviews, so on and so forth. I'm just going to skip through it. Before we start, I also wanted to thank our co-organizers, our hosts, of course, the NATO Public Diplomacy Division, US government, as well as our partners and co-organizers, Atlantic Council, CNAS, GlobeSec, Hudson Institute, and my organization, German Marshall Fund of the United States. And with that, now let me turn to our scene-setting conversation run by Marie Doha Besancenot, Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy, conversation with Julie Smith, US Ambassador to NATO, a good old friend, and frankly, a former GMFer as well. Marie, the stage is yours.
Good morning, dear guests, colleagues, and friends. I hope you have enjoyed last night's reception, and I would like to begin by thanking General Lavigne and his whole team at Aligned Command Transformation for making this possible and for offering a truly wonderful reception. Yes. As we open day 2 of our public forum, I would like to thank the United States government for the incredible support and making this forum possible for 2 days. I would also like to extend our thanks to you, dear Julie, for the excellent cooperation between our teams in Brussels, which made this possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But I have to return the thanks right to you, Marie Doha. I mean, you and your team in Brussels, it's just been a wonderful partnership. And forums like this are just so important to always have next to, almost attached to the summit itself, because everything that NATO does cannot be done in isolation. We need to hear from outside experts. We need to, first and foremost, celebrate the first 75 years of this alliance's history. But we also need everyone in this room to help us think about the next 75 years. Where should NATO go? What types of initiatives and policies should we look at? And help getting the message out about why NATO at 75 still matters and why we believe that it serves U.S. interests and serves the interests of our allies.
Thank you, and I have to confess, you've been one of the great inspirers of our outreach efforts this year, so thank you very much. We had a very great first day here at the forum, a full house throughout the day, with tremendous leaders who provided their reading of NATO's key priorities right now. What struck me personally is how strong their vision was, and how determined they were, and also how aligned they were, the profound convergence between all of their views. Is this also something that you felt, because you were in the Council for way longer than I was yesterday, is this also something that you felt yesterday?
I did feel it in the Council yesterday. So we had a 3-hour, our first session. The North Atlantic Council met at the leaders level. And what was really interesting about that session was to, first and foremost, watch the unity around the table on maintaining our support for Ukraine, first and foremost, keeping an eye on Russia and fortifying ourselves to be prepared to deter, prevent, respond to a variety of hybrid attacks that the Russians are using on a regular basis, either just on the margins or in NATO territory. But above and beyond Ukraine and Russia, what was fascinating about that session yesterday was to hear multiple allies raise issues in their neighborhood. Obviously, those allies towards the south are focused on instability in that region. We had some of our Nordic friends talking about the Arctic and the North Atlantic. Obviously, it depends on where you sit, what your priority list looks like. But there were multiple times during the session yesterday where a Nordic ally would comment on the importance of focusing on the South, and a Southern ally would talk about the North Atlantic. And so, you know, you hear allies talking a lot about this 360-degree approach. Sometimes it might feel like a nice slogan, but it's not a slogan. It's actually the reality of how we operate across the alliance. Day in and day out, we are focused on, first and foremost, Russia's unprovoked war of aggression in Ukraine, but we are able to maintain focus 360 degrees around the alliance and tune in to the challenges that exist across the continent.
I think this resonates very well with what we experienced yesterday. What struck me also was the geographical diversity and simply the broad ground that we cover because we are so many. So yesterday we heard from the Spanish Prime Minister about the importance of the southern neighborhoods. We heard from the Slovak Prime Minister, who engaged us to be really firm with our eastern neighbors. And then we also heard from American voices, Senator Shaheen of New Hampshire, Senator Wicker of Mississippi. Each one of them is really bringing their own views on why NATO matters to their own citizens. So I think it resonates very well. This was also felt in the NAC, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You heard one leader after the next talk about the importance of the alliance, the importance of messaging their own publics on its value and utility, and combating the narrative that NATO's time has come and gone. I think sometimes Russia and other actors are putting out these false narratives either about what NATO's doing, or, for example, Russia likes to often talk about NATO is on the ground in Ukraine, which of course is not true, but they're also trying to undermine societies and our public's kind of overarching perspective of whether or not we need NATO going forward. They're trying to sow divisions across our societies. So we heard leaders talk yesterday about the importance of pushing back against those counter-narratives, and I think we'll hear more from leaders on that subject, particularly on the subject of disinformation later today.
That is very dear to my heart, and thank you for mentioning this, and we will have a panel on hybrid this afternoon. So what's in store for us today? So maybe a few words about what we will have here on the public forum. We will be starting with Ukraine. We will continue with new threats and also new partnerships. So we will cover climate change, digital challenges, terrorism, hybrid, emerging tech, working with the industry, and resilience. We will hear from the President of South Korea, from National Security Advisor to President Biden, from our Deputy Secretary General, Myrta Jonah, and from the most senior military voices in NATO. And how about your day? What will be covered in the NAC today?
So there are actually two NACs today. It's a doubleheader, and the first NAC will be focused on the Indo-Pacific, and we are excited for the third summit in a row to welcome the 4 Indo-Pacific partners of Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and South Korea. We'll also have the European Union join us for that session. And I think what that that does is continue to remind us that many of the challenges that we face, such as disinformation, but I would add malicious cyber attacks, I mean, the list is long of the hybrid toolkit, these are challenges and threats that no longer have any borders. And so we at NATO find great utility and value in sitting with our Indo-Pacific partners and the European Union to talk about ways in which we can strengthen our policies, either individually at the national level or collectively through the NATO alliance, to bring the Indo-Pacific and Europe together to talk about how do you roll out a new cybersecurity policy? How is your country coping with artificial intelligence and other emerging and disruptive tech? How are we all coping with the challenges of defense production? There are lessons to learn kind of across the alliance and with our partners on all of these subjects. So that particular session is one I'm looking forward to because I think, first of all, our partners enjoy it, and I know NATO allies enjoy having them in the room and learning from their collective experience. Second part of the NAC, the second NAC of the day, will be this new format that we created last year, which is the NATO-Ukraine Council. So we'll have President Zelensky at the table with us this afternoon. And this is just a fantastic way to bring Ukraine into the conversation, to have them, in essence, sit at the table as an equal. We will be eager to hear from them about what the immediate requirements look like, what more we can do for Ukraine, and we will be keen to project unity and get the message out on everything we're doing to build that bridge to membership. You've heard the announcements on the F-16s flying this summer. You heard the air defense announcement at Mellon Auditorium when the president spoke. We are rolling out a new command for Ukraine to help them with modernization and interoperability, and we're working on this new financial pledge that we rolled out yesterday as well. So taken together, plus the language in the declaration on Ukraine, that is in essence a bridge to membership. We're bringing Ukraine closer to the alliance, and today's afternoon session will just be a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to again sit down with President Zelensky and talk about what Russia is doing in Ukraine.
So very important deliverables today. Yesterday we also saw the statement. Fewer paragraphs than last year.
Yes, deliberately, yes.
That was a challenge, and you made it. So maybe a personal question, how was it working as allies on that text?
Well, negotiating text at 32 is always a challenge, and let me commend all of the negotiators that down to the last minute were negotiating up until about midnight, night before last. So it's an enormous undertaking, and look, everything that happens at NATO has to happen through consensus, and so you've got to go through every sentence of that declaration. This year it is shorter. Last year I think we had 90 paragraphs. This year I think it's about 39, which felt much more reasonable. But actually, I really encourage folks to take a look at the declaration, read it carefully. There's a lot of very interesting and fascinating parts to the declaration, particularly the nexus between Russia and China, this ever-deepening and evolving relationship, and what these two countries are now doing together, the fact that China is providing these dual-use components to Russia to be used in the war in Ukraine. I would also offer that the paragraphs on resilience, in particular protecting critical infrastructure, and all the good work we're doing on cybersecurity are really worth a read as well. We're proud of this declaration. I think it really leans in. It says a lot about how far this alliance has come just in the last 2 years. And of course, you don't want to miss the section on Ukraine, that irreversible path to NATO membership.
Absolutely. It's online since last night, so you may all read it. So because we care about outreach, I would like to highlight 2 projects in this respect. One is about science. Thanks to our chief scientist, who must be somewhere in the room with us. There he is, Brian Wells. Thank you for being here. And because this day is very much about the future, about tomorrow, I would like to recognize 3 young women who are the finalists of NATO's Science and Technology Women and Girls in Science Initiative. I know they're here with us too. So Sandra from Spain, Jillian from the UK, and Liana from the Netherlands. Congratulations, Julie. I know you also care about young female leaders. So congratulations to you. And finally, we believe in arts too. So there will be a physical legacy here in DC, as we did after the Vilnius summit, a big mural. There has been a competition that we have launched. Many artists have actually competed to share with us how they would design and draw peace, freedom, and security. So the artworks can be seen downstairs. Please check them out. And please vote for your favorite one today on the app. And with this, I know you have to head back to the NAC, but if you have a final word.
Yes, no, but thanks to everybody who came out to the public forum. Again, many thanks to all of the think tanks that came together, working hand in glove with NATO PDD. This is going to be a great day. I wish I could stay all day, but I'll try to come in and out around the margins of the two NACs. But thanks to everybody for joining us so early this morning, and look forward to hearing how it goes today. Many, many thanks.
Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you.
Not the program. Okay. The program is different. Okay, fine.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you, and welcome to this session. A very quick session, a conversation with Andriy Yermak, the head of the office of President Zelensky. Welcome here, and welcome in
Thank
Washington.
you, conversation. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Is that all right?
When we first met more than 2 years ago in Kiev, it was, I think, May 2022, so a few months after the full-scale attack on Ukraine, in your office, and we've been discussing about the security guarantees and how Ukraine should sustain. I have to say I was really impressed by the leadership and bravery of the Ukraine people, of President Zelensky and yourself. And thanks to President Zelensky and his team, Ukraine 2 years on is still standing. Thank you for your leadership. Andriy, this is your second summit in person. You've been in Vilnius last year. You are here in Washington. What's your assessment? How did the attitude change? What's your assessment of the summit so far?
That you remember our meetings. Yes, of course, it's a lot of things happened. Unfortunately, the terrible war, Russia against Ukraine, it's continue, and everybody, all the world, I'm sure, see the tragedy of the 2 days ago. Then the Russian rockets, it hit directly to the children's hospital. And this is the one more evidence that Russia, it's terrorist states, and continue this genocide against our people, against our nations. If you ask me, are I happy of the results? And I can answer that not just me. Ukrainians will be happy, then we win this war. And then we withdraw the last terrorist from Russia, from our lands. This will be real when I can say that we are happy. But I can say that we are satisfied for the results of the Washington summit, because the languages of the documents, it's really strong. We can see that the alliance made the real steps forward. I think that the next stop, it's Ukraine need to receive the invitation. But it's good what now we can see the unity of the alliance for the irreversible path for the membership, full membership of Ukraine in the NATO. Of course, it's very good that the new systems of the air defense will be delivered to Ukraine. It's critically important to secure our cities, secure our people. It's necessary. We need more. We need more to protect and to prevent that such tragedy which happened 2 days ago never happened, and our children never will be killed by Russian aggressors. Unfortunately, just yesterday, one more child died in the hospital after this tragedy. We are looking for some strong decisions as well today. The summit is continue. Today will be the meetings, the special meetings of the NATO Ukraine, and the work is continue, but unfortunately, and war is continue. And Ukraine showed during this more than 2 years that we're able to win. And our partners, our friends exactly understand what we need for this.
So if I may ask you, there are a lot of talks about getting Ukraine closer to NATO and offering the membership. Well, in Vilnius, you were not offered the membership, but the perspective of the membership. It was said that once you will become the member of NATO, here we are talking about the bridge to the membership. Does the bridge bring you closer?
You know, Robert, when you living in the war, you have little bit different feelings. And we are looking for the, okay, it's a very good that we have so strong languages. It's a very good that NATO demonstrated strong unity. It's one of the very important things. But of course, it's for our people who is make the decisions. It's a very high support of the Ukrainian society of the future membership. And of course, it's as I said, is a step forward. It's a strong step forward, and the world irreversible. It's demonstrated that it's not now the questions if, it's only questions when. But we still think that the membership of Ukraine in NATO, it's our national interest of our security, but as well is the interest of NATO. Because Ukraine fighting is not just for Ukraine. Ukraine fighting for all Europe, Ukraine fighting for all free world. And I think this long period and heroic fightings of our people, it's demonstrated that with Ukraine, NATO will be more strong.
Absolutely. I can't agree more, and I'm sure that there will be a time soon where you will train NATO troops about how to fight Russians. But when we talk about the period until you become the member of NATO and you have the highest guarantees of the NATO membership, the security guarantees, in the meantime, you have been leading the work of Yermak Razmussen initiative on bilateral security guarantees, and you have signed a number of those. How can NATO countries and NATO as such help you in the meantime for the real security guarantees that you need?
Yes, thank you very much. And practically 1 year ago, it was in the Vilnius was agreed historical Vilnius declarations of the security guarantees for Ukraine. And during this year, we have really very good results. We have a lot of very strong bilateral agreements. We have the agreements with all the G7 countries. And we will continue, and just yesterday, our president signed one more agreement with Luxembourg, and we will continue this work. And a lot of countries joined the Vilnius declarations, and thank you very much that you recall how it started. It really started from the documents of our group with Rasmussen and from the Kyiv Security Compact. And during 1 year, once again, it's, I think, very good results. Of course, we always mentioned that these bilateral agreements, it's the security guarantee in the way of the membership of NATO. Because definitely the most strong security, it's a membership of NATO. But in the way, of course, we are working, and we very appreciated that we have these documents, and of course the circle of the countries who is committed to be with Ukraine, to help Ukraine to be prepared for the, not just to finish this war, but to be prepared for any potential aggressions in the future. It's very important. And of course, and plus, it's helped us to make a necessary step to be closer, because most of this country, it's members of NATO. And of course, I think it's logically works for the main goal, full membership. Andriy,
the allies have announced a lot of pledges during these days. We've heard here on the stage ministers saying that F-16s, the first F-16s will arrive by summer this year, that you will receive very quickly new Patriots from US and anti-missile defense systems from European allies, that NATO has agreed that next year they will support Ukraine minimum with $40 billion US dollars, so the same level as this year, minimum. But my question is, this all helps you to sustain the country. But the question is, if you would wish one thing which would change the dynamics in the conflict, what would it be to change the dynamics and to help you to win this war?
I'm sure that the partners have to take off any restrictions to use these weapons, not just by Ukrainian territory, but have the possibility to answer, including the territory of Russia. Because it's impossible to fight then enemies have any restrictions. Enemy can directly attack to our civilians, children hospitals, schools, and we have these restrictions. I think that it will be a really game changer, and I hope that our partners understand it and agree these decisions as soon as possible. Thank you.
So there is a clear call to put down all the restrictions, because now the war is asymmetric. They are able to attack everything in Ukraine, but you are not able to protect yourself by preempting that. Andriy, we are running out of time, and I have plenty of questions, but let me ask you two questions now. June and July was very important for Ukraine, because you had the recovery conference, peace summit, you had the Normandy, NATO summit. Next week you have EPC in London. What's next? What's next in your strategy and in this international diplomacy?
Robert, again, we are a little bit living in different understanding of reality, because we in the war. For us, it's not next something. We are 24 hours, 7 days, working, living, fighting, because we have war. Every day, our heroes in front line fightings. Every day, our people under attack of the Russian terrorists. Thank you that you have mentioned, yes, of course, the last couple of months, it was really, I think, successful for Ukraine, and the recovery conference, and then G7 with very strong decisions, bilateral agreement with United States, historical documents, and historical first inaugurated peace summit in which we was able to have more than 100 countries and international organizations. And this is the first step. We don't stop to work to realize the peace formula of President Zelensky. We're looking just for the next weeks for the thematic conference by each points of the formula. This is on the way of the preparation of the second summit, in which I hope we will be able to have the joint plan of responsible country in the world, how to stop this war, how to back just peace, which is very important. Ukraine needs just peace. How to settle all the crises which created this war. And I'm very optimistic that we will be able to do it. And for us, we're not stopping for any, just not day, just for minutes, because all of us, all Ukrainians, we living in the war. And this can stop when we win this war.
Andrei, last question. There will be some very important elections in US and Europe. And there is a lot of conversation that if the elections how the elections in US can change the support to Ukraine. Are you in touch with Trump people? Are you talking to them? What's your assessment?
Look, first of all, all the period of time then President Zelensky in his positions, we have very important things. We have bipartisan support in the United States. And of course, we have and continue to have a lot of meetings, especially in Ukraine, and we are very appreciate that the representative of both parties visited to Ukraine and personally to see what happened, personally to feel what happened in Bucha, in Izum, in Irpin. And after this, it's not necessary to explain for what Ukrainians fighting and why we are so strong and why we are so strongly sure that we're able not just to defend but to win. And very important that just during this couple of the days, once again, we feel how strong support of American people. And we very much appreciate it because it's historical moment that our two nations very close, and ordinary Americans very clearly understand for which values we are fighting. It's really very understandable here in the United States because we are fighting for democracy, we are fighting for freedom, we are fighting for our independence. It means that the election in the United States, it's choice of American people. And we very much respected it. But our goal to keep the support of American people, American society in high level, and to work with our friends, colleagues, and partners in the different levels. And I can say that we really have historical level of the cooperation between administration of President Biden, the president who is made for Ukraine. I can say that what never made another president of United States. And Ukrainian people have very much gratitude and of course it's cooperation between our military, it's cooperation between Congress and Parliament of Ukraine, and we will continue to this work. Election is the domestic case here, and Ukraine very respect any choice of American people.
Thank you very much, Andrei, and thank you for fighting not only for your freedom, but for the future of rule-based order and for the future of the West. I'm sure that, and I can see it on you, that the burden that Ukrainian people and the leadership is taking on its shoulders, because the future of the West is being decided in Ukraine and in the East. Thank you for fighting.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Thank you.
Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yermak. Thank you, Robert, for a fascinating conversation. So far, we talked a lot about Ukraine, so it was particularly important to hear directly from Ukraine, from Mr. Yermak. We heard very clearly what Ukraine needs. Among the key issues to go toward victory is ability to target Russia and not fight with hand behind their back. Now we're going to switch gears and we'll talk about NATO leadership on climate and energy security. The conversation will be led by Beth Senner, my colleague at the German Marshall Fund. Beth, the stage is yours.
Well, thanks everybody for being here this morning. It was a fantastic day yesterday. We only have 20 minutes, so I'm going to make the intros really short, and then we're just going to dive right in. And I just want to thank our two guests for joining us today on this panel. We have Mr. Podesta, which I think that John Podesta is well known in capitals around the world, including the United States, probably first as Chief of Staff for President Clinton. He joins us today as Senior Advisor to President Biden for international international environmental policy, and during his day job is overseeing the IRA, which is the historic legislation to bring clean energy and technologies to America. And Foreign Minister Bart Eide. The minister is a two-time foreign minister and a defense minister, but he's here with us today because he brings unique perspective as also having been Norway's environment minister up until last year. So let me just kick this off with Mr. Podesta and review for everyone. Not everybody in the room probably follows environmental issues, but NATO has really stepped it up in the last 2 years since the strategic concept in 2022, making the environment a centerpiece of strategic and operational planning. NATO has set up the Center of Excellence on the environment. Thank you, Canada. And just this week, released a study, a very good study, actually, worth a read on climate and security. So why do you think, John, that NATO should be focusing on climate change? And what do you think are maybe the first, second, third order effects, something here that we're not focused on as much as we should be as a security community?
Well, thanks. And I want to start by calling attention to Secretary General Stoltenberg's effect on this space, particularly the Climate Change and Security Action Plan that was developed by NATO, now the third assessment in light of that plan, looking at a range of issues and how climate change is in fact affecting security. If I could take a moment, you noted I was here with President Clinton, and I was here at the 50th anniversary of NATO. At that time, our senior director on the National Security Staff for Africa, Gail Smith, went into the White House briefing room and said that transnational effects like pandemics, like HIV/AIDS, and climate change were indeed the security effects that needed to be taken into account by the security establishment. She literally was laughed out of the briefing room. By 2014, the National Defense Strategy documents recognized climate change as a threat multiplier. Now I'm fond of saying it is now the threat. Why? Because of its profound effect on human security, the ability to affect everything from water and food systems, drought, floods, extreme weather, displacing people, pushing them into conflict, pushing them across borders. Clearly, both from the perspective of what the security environment looks like, climate change is very much a real security issue, and that's why NATO has embraced as a concept the idea that you have to plan for it, you have to train for it, you have to purpose your mission to anticipate extreme weather events. And U.S. is sort of kind of what's next, what's kind of missing. And I think in that regard, we're continuously learning and need to build both intelligence systems and early warning systems that help us plan for stronger responses, but build more resilience into societies, into our militaries, into our domains, to ensure that we can react to a rapidly changing environment.
Thanks for that. You know, I'm convinced, but I don't know if everybody at this conference is convinced. This room isn't as full today as it was for some of our other sessions. And so I want to kind of turn it to this question of competing priorities. There are voices here in the United States who have publicly said, and I think also in Europe, who have said, you know, look, the focus of militaries on climate is coming at a cost to our focus on our core challenges, particularly going toe-to-toe with China and Russia. What would you say to that?
I would say that those voices are wrong, and that what NATO is doing is right. People live in the physical world, and the physical world is changing massively because of climate change and biodiversity loss. You know, we have two crises, the climate crisis, the NATO crisis. That undermines directly the ability to live in certain parts of the world. You know, it undermines the ability, as John said, to produce food, to have clean water. That can displace people. That will bring groups of people into more tension over increasingly scarce remaining resources. And we have many examples of how the peace dividend in post-conflict situation is also undermined by accelerating climate change. And the militaries of NATO and the intelligence services, for instance, in this country, the National Intelligence Estimate has for several years now said that the effects of climate change is one of the biggest security challenges in the long run, because it's on several levels. The first level is it changes the security landscape that we relate to as security policymakers or militaries or people trying to analyze the situation. But it also affects the ability to conduct military operations. So you know that naval bases are obviously located close to water. Now we have sea rise, and we also have much more frequent extreme weather, particularly affecting shores. There's already thinking about that you might have to move entire massive installations to other places. In my country, and I know it's true for, you can see it even in the war in Ukraine, that the period of the year where you can move heavy equipment, tanks and artillery, in my country, if it's sort of full winter, no problem, steady, good ground. If it is full summer, no problem. But these sort of muddy spring and autumns are getting much longer. So you have also these practical effects. And then, of course, you have the effect of the rest of the world gradually moving into new fuels and new technologies. Shouldn't the military also be part of that? Because who will produce the classical fuel that you need for your tanks if everything has been electrified elsewhere? So there is a lot of challenges on the security level. There are challenges to the military themselves, and there are opportunities for the military themselves in this. So I would say if NATO did not look into this, it would not be doing our job. Because, and I say that not only as a former climate minister, but also as a former defense minister, you always need to think about the current, but also the future. If you only focus on the current crisis, you may overlook the trends that will take us to the next crisis. Just as much as if you only look at the next crisis, you'll not be able to dealing with the current. So you need to do both. And that's why NATO officially launched a few days ago the center in Canada, which is a NATO center of excellence on the relationship between climate and security. It's already been running for some months, but it was officially launched at the great ceremony at the Canadian Mission. It's placed in Montreal, which is also the home of the recent Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, by the way.
And thanks for mentioning the National Intelligence Council. I oversaw the last two of those, and we have the new global trends will be coming out in the next couple months.
Well done.
So I'm going to switch gears and ask Mr. Podesta, in your role as as overseeing the IRA. It is no news to you that some Europeans have chafed at this legislation and seen it as too protectionist, and that it was maybe a symbol. Maybe people on both sides of the Atlantic see both Europeans and the United States approaching climate issues in a way of competition rather than collaboration. What can you tell us practically, instead of just some of the talk, but practically, what are the things that we can do to really emphasize collaboration between allies to advance this goal?
Well, I think, particularly when we're talking about our European allies, I think the biggest response to the Inflation Reduction Act and the other actions that President Biden, Vice President Harris took at the beginning of this administration, like rejoining Paris, was thank God. Thank God they're back in the game. They're actually made a commitment to reduce our emissions by 50%. They're making the investments that are necessary to do that. They're creating whole new industries. And I would say, and as I have said to others, and particularly our European colleagues, what we're doing here is also driving change, innovation, cost reductions. BCG estimates that the effect of the investments on Inflation Reduction Act, now $410 billion since the President came into office, in clean energy, will reduce particularly these newer technologies like green hydrogen and others by as much as 25%. That's good for the world. It's in a sense, it's a global public good. But we do that in the context of encouraging others to go along with us. If anything, we have to speed up this transition. We have to go faster. We have to go firmer into a zero carbon world, and we welcome our European partnership in doing that. That's why we're in discussions, for example, with Norway to do a memorandum of understanding on how we develop high standard critical mineral agreement between our two countries, doing the same thing with the EU, with the UK. We signed an agreement with Japan. We have Australia, South Korea that can take advantage of some of the provisions of the law. So I think we also have to recognize that we're in a dangerous security posture with respect to some of these clean technologies.
Yeah.
Very over-dependent on a single source of supply for critical minerals, for batteries, for upstream solar technologies, trying to control the entire supply chain in that space. And particularly to my European colleagues, I now can say, look what happens when you're dependent on a single source of supply for your energy needs. We need to work together to develop secure, market-based and responsive supply chains.
Yeah.
Can I totally agree with John. And industrial policy is back very big time in Western countries. It never left Asia. You know, China is the name of the game, but even our allies in Asia always had a strong public-private partnership. We, for some decades, thought the market would do well on its own. It didn't really, and now we see both in Europe and in North America a massive return to the idea that if you need real, serious, long-term innovation, if you need to change things fundamentally, you need more of a in the market, we need a strong support from the state. That's why many of the innovations we have and which we use, everyone is looking on a cell phone now, are using the internet. The internet only exists because the United States government invested in DARPA, and the innovations that led to the internet is thanks to very solid state innovation. And there's so many examples of that. There are two drivers that make this particularly important right now, and they both begin with C. It's climate and China. And China is representing not only China, but the other non-democratic, non-Western countries. We need to be able to compete in the new technologies of the 21st century. We dominated many of those of the 20th, but the jury is out for the 21st century technologies. But also because we need these fundamental complex changes on climate. We need, not only to produce new energy sources and new energy carriers like hydrogen and ammonia, we also need to have technology to use it and to distribute it, and that will not, you can just not do that by leaving it alone to the market. So the security, climate, and economic policy is coming together in ways that, in a certain sense, resembles the early post-Second World War years, actually, but now for a new set of purposes. And yes, we have, the Europeans and Americans have exactly the same goal, which is to reduce more than 50% in this decade and then eventually go to net zero. We in Europe are more leaning towards carbon pricing and these kind of issues. There's more direct support in the IRA, but the goal is the same. So if we just sort out the nuances between us, we can sort of collectively strengthen the West, but also taking the lead in moving to a more climate-friendly economy.
So it feels like, NATO's making all the right steps here, but it is nascent. And just this discussion is very overwhelming. There's so much to do. Having everything being a priority means nothing's a priority. In the last couple seconds, what do you both think are the key priorities that NATO should focus on in this area in the next few years? I'll start with you.
Well, number one, we started, it's nascent, understand the depth of the influence of these trends on security landscape, both globally but also in specific context. Number two, find out what NATO itself can do to contribute to climate mitigation, sort of reducing impact of its own operations. I mean, here, for instance, new technologies like simulators means that you can learn more without spending, burning so much fuel as we're waiting for the new fuels. And thirdly, adapt to climate change for NATO's own operations, own missions. That, recognize that the world in 20, 30 years will look fundamentally different, the physical world, and we can start to predict what it will look like. So don't build stuff today that will be irrelevant in 20, 30 years, because all major military investments are supposed to be there for at least 30 years. So make sure that you're adapted to the physical world that you will have in 30 years already now.
John, last.
Yeah, I would say analysis, threat assessment, planning, training, operating together in an environment that's rapidly changing, understanding those mission needs, using the transformation command to basically resource those. And then I would put a big emphasis on early warning, building the systems that will give people the ability, and both our own countries and countries across the globe, the ability to respond early enough that the most extensive damage can be mitigated at the front end, which is a lot cheaper than doing it after the fact.
Thanks to both of you. I think we covered a lot of territory in 20 minutes. And thanks to the audience. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you, panelists, for enlarging scope of our discussion. Climate is certainly impacting the way our militaries train, fight. It impacts the context in which our threats develop and the way we innovate. So one area that is most impacted by climate change is the Arctic. So I would now invite you to watch a short video with a view from the Arctic, featuring leaders from Finland, Northwest Territories in Canada, and North Slope of Alaska. Take a look.
NATO complements Finland's unique concept for comprehensive security in the sparsely populated north. It also brings safety and stability for the northern residents by balancing military powers in a broader Arctic region.
The Rangers play a huge role in defense and security, but they must receive financial and capacity support to be competent defenders. Community businesses and entrepreneurs are well positioned to build up infrastructure systems and security workforces.
Rovaniemi is the home of Lapland Air Wing and the Jaeger Brigade's anti-aircraft unit. Finland's first F-35 fighters will be stationed at Lapland Air Wing. Additionally, Rovaniemi hosts Western Europe's largest shooting range and military training area.
we still have so much to learn about the Arctic. The moon is better mapped than the Arctic Ocean floor. NATO has had a very good record of supporting science over its history. Arctic research is something that is still very, very important for the security of all of our nations.
The uncertainty of climate change in the Arctic needs a holistic, Indigenous and Western science approach and understanding of the land and climate devastation.
As climate change progresses, natural resources and maritime routes in the Arctic region become more easily accessible, increasing tension in the area.
We have to realize that the Bering Strait is really the Bering Gate.
Global impacts on the Arctic need global solutions and speedy collaborative efforts to defend and secure Arctic homelands and protect the human rights of Indigenous peoples and Northerners that make the Arctic their home.
Thank you for joining us for this video. For our virtual participants, you can now tune in for conversation with youth voices from Ukraine and a conversation with General Philippe Lavin, Supreme Allied Commander Transformation. And for guests here, please feel free to join us for a coffee break, get caffeinated, get some conversation going, and meet us here in 30 minutes. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jim Townsend, and I'm with the Center for a New American Security, or CNAS. And I spent about 35 years of my life working on NATO and Europe in the Pentagon. So it is a great pleasure for me personally to be here for the 75th anniversary of NATO, and a real personal feeling for me to be here with my good friend and the Supreme Allied Commander of Transformation, General Philippe Lavin. It's great to see you. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you very much to be here, and it's so important to have this 75th anniversary in Washington, where the treaty was signed.
Absolutely, and the weather is pretty hot here, and I'm wondering, back in the day, was it as hot for them as it is for us today?
Oh, I don't know, but it's the same weather I've got in Norfolk, Virginia, where I'm living. So it's and I've got no jet lag. So I'm the local man of this summit.
Well, that's a great position to be in.
Yeah.
And just based on what you said about being in Norfolk, you've been there for 3 years as the SAC-T, as the Supreme Allied Commander Transformation. And a lot of you probably know SAC-T, or ACT, Allied Command Transformation in Norfolk, is in charge of keeping the alliance looking forward and keeping the alliance in a state of transformation to make sure we don't get mired in the past and that we're always alert for the threat coming in the future and how to handle it. So, General, my first question for you is, you've been there 3 years. What's your takeaway from that posting there in Norfolk? Besides eating fried food and Southern cuisine, what's your takeaway from your time as ACT?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question, very important question. But back to what is ACT, what we are doing is, you know, we love acronyms in NATO. It's Allied Command Transformation, but I pitch ACT with the A for anticipation. What is the new reality? What are the drivers of change for tomorrow? And of course, then we have to propose to the nations and to NATO how to keep the edge. Because the aim of transformation, the aim of all this is to keep the edge in order to protect our 1 billion people, in order to preserve peace and stability. So anticipation and then concept to capabilities. We can talk about cognitive warfare, multi-domain operation, digital transformation, to capabilities, because at the end we need capabilities for our war fighters. And of course, 95% of the capabilities are developed by the nations. So it's why I'm sort of chef d'orchestre, manager of the team, in order to say to each nation, hey, you have to produce this effect. And so then they have to deliver the capabilities. I'm building 5% of the capabilities, which is the glue of it. And the T of ACT is super important, and is the most important, is the talents. because we need skills, we need the right skill, we need the right people, we need the people to be trained in and exercised to be able to keep the edge. So 3 years, wow, it has gone so fast. But 3 years, my perception is when I jump into this job, NATO was strong to have this team, strong to have this type of processes, exercising. But today, NATO is stronger. And tomorrow, NATO will be even stronger than today. Why? Because we have refocused. We have refocused on collective defense, which means more able to deter, be stronger in our defense. Of course, we can talk about, and I'm sure that Chris Cavalier has talked already about operational plan, C2, command and control, and forces. But we are also, we've got plans to tackle the future of the challenge of the future. So we will be stronger, and we are stronger with 2 new allies. When I arrived in these 3 years, I've made 3 military integration: North Macedonia, Finland, and then Sweden.
It's fabulous.
It's fabulous. It's fabulous. And we are stronger because our nations, our political authorities are committed on defense and deterrence. They are, and it was said, committed with more defense spending, 23 nations above 2%. So that's what I'm taking from these 3 years. But the big thing is, it's good to have 75th anniversary, but we need to protect our future. We need to continue to keep the edge. And the new reality is what I say, it's more faster everywhere, interconnected. So how to deter in this new world? How to keep the edge? We need to produce more, not only capabilities, but more training, more interoperability. And the way we are going to do that is through a multi-domain operation alliance enabled by this necessary digital transformation.
Well, that's a lot. I think I have 1,000 questions, and I'm sure you all do out there in the audience as well. But let me ask you something about industry, because I know that's a very important part of what you do. It's something that a lot of people think about when they think about NATO, but it's become really important now for the U.S. defense industry and those industries in Europe as well to work together to try to help you deliver on the future, develop those capabilities. So as you leave now at the end of your 3 years, do you see the relationships between NATO and industry and the transatlantic industrial relationship? Is that now more cooperative, helping out to try to help us face the future? Are you seeing progress?
Yes, I've seen progress, but it's not only this community of interest. We are working with other community of interest, academia, young people, research lab. We've got MOU with different labs, either in Europe or in US, Johns Hopkins University, MIT, etc., etc. So I think it's all this world has to work more and more collaboratively in order to propose, to help us to get at the pace, but also at the scale what we need. Because, as I say, we need more and faster. And and of course there are. If I'm taking the example of space. Space is, and especially the new space. We need the civilian, the private sector in order to help us to build either our situation, our space domain awareness. We need it for high connectivity, low latency for autonomous system. We need for the new command and control we are going to deliver. We need to work. But how to do that? It's by opening our military exercises, training, experimentation, brainstorming. We have to be all of us around the table. And yes, we have done some progress, but there are so much things to do again. So I'm very confident. There is a way, there is a will, so we will succeed.
Well, let me ask you a question about the future. Based on what you just said, you've got a pretty good idea of what NATO still needs to do and the work ahead. As you look at turning over your command to your successor, what would you advise your command about your vision of the future and your vision of what NATO needs to be doing to handle the future? Where should the priorities be? What are the characteristics that your successor needs to take into consideration?
So I think that we've got already a lot of things on the table, and we, after this, the political guidance we received in 2023 with my brother in arms, General Chris Cavoli, we put on the table what do we need. So it's on the table. And so nations know what we have to do. But the question is how to do it. For example, when I'm talking about digital transformation, data centricity, data is the fuel of tomorrow. I will tell him, well, military, we have to continue to do a lot of things, training, exercising, thinking about the future and translating in requirement. But we have also to work with our political authorities to share more the data in order to be stronger together, for example. I will say him, continue to work with the civilian society because, for example, resilience is, we've got a huge interdependency between military resilience and civilian resilience. If I'm talking about cognitive warfare and misinformation and disinformation, it's an all society approach. So I will say to him, work and be sure that everybody is working together because it's not only a military solution, it's an all society approach we need to have.
Well, General, we're running out of time, but I just want to say that what you just said makes me very much want to come back into government and work for you at ACT. But you're going to be moving on, and we're going to miss you very much. I know ACT will, and I know NATO headquarters will. And I look forward to hearing more from you in the future as you go on to your next assignment and take on the future from wherever you end up within the French military.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. It was a great honor, but also, as you see in my face, a great pleasure. And I will keep going to serve and to protect our future.
Well, I'll send you some fried seafood next year because I know you'll miss it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Great to see you.
Thank you.
Kept in brutal conditions for 2.5 years because they defended your family. Beaten every day, slept standing up, weighted 45 kilograms. That's the reality of my brother. As a prisoner, as a war prisoner. To be heartbroken 4 times because Russians said that your son dead. To lose all your property 4 times because a missile hit your house. But to stay and continue to fight. That's the reality of my family. Everyone has their own reality in the world right now, everywhere, but fighting and staying true to ourselves. That's only what we have right now.
Every day, millions of Ukrainians perform a heroic feat by defending Ukraine with arms in hands. Despite air raids and blackouts, we continue to work, study, and help others. Volunteer and raise funds for those who are on the battlefield and those who have been injured in the shelling, to protect our freedom and independence. It's a heroic feat of being brave, strong, and unbreakable. Today, each of you can perform the same feat, to save the lives of those who are saving yours in this very second. But there's only one way to save the life, one simple thing, to close the sky. The time has come for a common feat, for the common dreams to come true. It is time to make a final decision and not back down on it, because together we can change the course of history and ensure a future of peace and justice.
Everyone, thank you very much for tuning in. I'm very excited for the discussion that will follow. We are the TV studio, the NATO Public Forum. My name is Max. I'm from Ukraine. I make educational videos online. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves to our audience?
Yeah, sure. My name is Mariam Goblashvili. I'm a vice president of Youth Atlantic Treaty Association. Hi, my name is Josie Bloom. I'm the NATO research team lead at the Center for Warfare Analysis and Evaluation.
Okay, amazing. Let's kick it off with the first question.
Sure.
It's going to be a hard one. How has the Russian invasion of Ukraine changed the lives of youth in Ukraine?
Yeah, exactly. We are observing that it has happened. And actually, the Ukrainians, young Ukrainians, they should work and study in Ukraine, in a peaceful Ukraine, are facing this kind of war and try to survive. I can tell you a story. We as YATA have many chapters, like 40 chapters, and one of them are YATA Ukraine, or is YATA Ukraine. Mm-hmm. And after we got elected in 2022, we tried to contact YATA Ukraine. It was very difficult. And after a long time, we got an answer that the president of YATA Ukraine is on the battlefield mm-hmm. and fighting. Mm-hmm. And this is the reality young generation is facing. And we as Europeans, we as member of NATO should do everything to support these great people. They try to be helpful for their country and they're fighting for Ukraine against Russian aggression.
I think for me, the biggest takeaway was that it really can happen to anyone. And I think while that's scary, I think it's an important thing to understand. I don't know, I grew up at the height of the global war on terror. Mm-hmm. And I think while I knew things were going on, I wasn't fully old enough to understand all that. And all of a sudden, I'm 18, 19 years old. Even just at home, scrolling through TikTok, I'm seeing videos of Ukrainians making things like get ready with me to go to the bomb shelter, or they're doing days in their life mm-hmm. where they get attacked halfway through. And it really honed into me that this can happen to anyone, and that for many people over in Ukraine, that is an unfortunate reality. And I think that while we've seen the resiliency of them demonstrated countless times, I think it's important to understand that this is an absolutely real threat that does happen, and we need to be taking steps to address it.
Mm-hmm. I was actually on the way here, I was on the call with my grandma, I call my grandma every day. And then the connection just cut off because the lights were cut because of the Russian strikes, and she had to go to the bomb shelter. She actually finds it very comfortable. She set up a whole thing for herself there of all her favorite things. As a Ukrainian, I think sometimes it's tough to find a balance between asking for more help, but also being grateful for the support that we get. But if I can address this question to you, the question is, what more can NATO and other international organizations do to help the Ukrainian effort in our fight for freedom?
Yeah, sure. I would say that the support of NATO is essential. And I would like to underline that NATO supports Ukraine greatly. But, of course, we should support Ukraine more mm-hmm. and greatly. That means that I would wish more financial support, more military support, faster support for Ukraine. Of course, I would also underline that we should support young generation, because the young generation is one who will build the future of Ukraine. From this point of view, I can tell you that I saw during the public forum some Ukrainian friends of mine, and I was very happy that I could meet them here. And this is the right way to have these people here, to talk with them, to involve young generation of Ukrainians with these processes, and to enable them to be active and engaged in this kind of processes. And a friend of mine was also here, and I can tell you that here T-shirt has the title, the sentence like, be brave like Ukraine is. Mm-hmm. And I think that is the message we should take also for us, we as NATO and as European Union and also as individuals.
First and foremost, I echo everything Mariam said, but I think something that we kind of forget sometimes, although it may seem obvious, I think that one of the most important things truly is to be listening and hearing what they're saying and really taking it in. I think that while we have the luxury of not being in that situation, that's not a situation that everyone's in, and unfortunately not everyone has that luxury. I just think that it's important that they know, the people of Ukraine know what's going to help. And while it's important that we're giving them things, we've heard talks of F-16s being sent and munitions and logistics support. That's all important, but at the end of the day, I think it's more not we can help you with this and how can we help you.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I mean, yeah, I think this kind of, because I remember, just if I think about my own experience in my own hometown, at the very, very early in the beginning of the full-scale invasion, you know, how our air defense system was not able to deal with the Russian strikes. Now, of course, it's much better thanks to the support of international community, everybody watching the work that you guys are doing. But of course, we do need more, and thank you very much for saying this. I'd like to move to maybe a slightly positive, optimistic conversation. I think, you know, Ukrainians as a nation, I think we are optimistic at our core. I think we always think about the future, think that the future will be bright, which I believe it will be. You know, from your perspectives, given your fields and your expertise, what does the don't even want to say post-war, post-victory future look like for Ukraine?
Yeah, that was actually very nice that you said post-war, post-victory. This is essential. So we should often mention this kind of words, not what will happen after the war, no, what will happen when Ukraine will win. And this is essential. There must be no another scenario than victory of Ukraine. And this is essential for us, for young generation, for Europe, for freedom, liberty, and democracy of Europe and transatlantic, etc. Because Ukrainians are not fighting not only for their own country, but for all of us. So after Ukraine wins this war, I see the bright future of Ukraine. I think that after this terrible war, Ukraine can gain the strength, and afterwards we will see Ukraine with better infrastructure, with more European institutions, with brighter success in every field, and I'm looking forward for this day. And I want like to mention also that many people lost their lives during this terrible war, and we all should help Ukraine and support Ukraine in name of these people who lost their lives. And we as youth, we as young organization, Youth Atlantic Treaty Association, are happy to help in this process to rebuild Ukraine and to support Ukraine and young generation of Ukraine.
I think that post-victory, I see a Ukraine where the people don't have this looming threat of Russian aggression over their heads. And I think that without that looming threat, Ukraine can begin to work on meeting those benchmarks to join NATO. And joining NATO, as much as, you know, Ukraine needs NATO, we need Ukraine. I think it's important, Ukraine, we can help strengthen democracy and really help protect stability and political democracy within that region. And I think that's something that we often forget. I think it's super important to defend that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, you know, you mentioned the sacrifices that people in Ukraine have made. You know, for the audience watching, I'm sure you guys are aware, there is, I don't know, a Ukrainian family that hasn't had a loss in the family or close to the family, including mine. And, you know, I think it's really great to see at this summit a lot of really positive, strong, bold support for Ukraine. But as you have mentioned, what we're looking for are also actions, but also not just today, on the day of the summit, but also most importantly on the other 364, yeah. Right? 364 days in the year. I wonder maybe if we could finish with a slightly different question. So I'm from the south of Ukraine, the northern coast of Black Sea. I wonder if there is a part of Ukraine that you would like to visit post-victory.
Yes, sure. That would be Odessa.
Good choice.
Okay, great.
I have a friend who just last week visited Kyiv, and it honestly looked amazing. I think seeing everything, even seeing it now with everything going on, it just seemed incredible. I think post-victory, I would love to visit it, not only for the history, but just to see here's what a post-war Ukraine looks like, and here's what, you know, Ukraine should look like.
Okay, both of those places, highly recommended. If you do get a chance and you want something maybe Hopefully that will be less busy. It would be Mykolaiv, that is my hometown. We have loads of bridges, loads of rivers, loads of good snacks.
I'm looking forward.
Yes, I would like to maybe close, because we are at time. For the people watching, thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much for support, and your support means a lot to us in Ukraine and to the international community. And I, really appreciate the NATO Public Forum and everything that's happening here. And yes, I think for me, I've seen a lot of positive things, but I think to summarize what we've been saying here, we are looking for more bold action and bold steps by NATO and the international community. For also all the Ukrainians watching, дякую вам дуже, and Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini.
Hello, everyone. We are now resuming our programming with a session on NATO in a digital world. It is my great pleasure to invite to the stage Ambassador Kornblue, Distinguished Fellow at the German Marshall Fund, to moderate this panel. They will be delving into the ways that NATO and its commercial partners are deepening collaboration in order to combat disinformation and safeguard the alliance's technological edge. Please join me in welcoming Ambassador Kornblue to the stage.
Welcome everyone to this panel on NATO in a digital world. We have the perfect panel to discuss this topic. Starting to my right, we have Karan Bhatia, who's the Google Head of Public Policy and Government Relations, Robert Blair, Microsoft General Manager, National Security and Emerging Technology, and Ludwig de Camp, General Manager, NATO Communications and Information Agency. This topic is underscored by the fact that in the declaration yesterday, hybrid threats were mentioned. We know that NATO's adversaries are intent on using disinformation, cyber attacks, ransomware to not only supplement military activities, but to attempt to undermine our democratic societies as a whole. So we'll get into all of those topics. I wanted to start first, Karan, and ask you about the digital transformation of NATO, and then I'll ask our whole panel to start off and just give us some thoughts about that. What are your perspectives on that? Why do you feel that that's important at this time?
Well, look, I think we're seeing digital transformation reshaping institutions, governments, companies around the world. So it stands to reason, I think, that NATO, both as an institution and in terms of member countries, is focused on it rightfully as well. I think four things really jump to mind in terms of why it's so important, Karen. I think the first is just simply the operational efficiencies that are being derived from digital transformation, from moving into a cloud operating environment, from the application of artificial intelligence to solutions. These are palpable gains in terms of efficiencies, in terms of cost savings, in terms of being able to provide better services. So I'd first of all point to operational efficiency. Secondly, very close to NATO's missions itself, digital transformation enables greater interoperability and enables sharing of information, of intelligence, of threat information. Look, third, closely related is cybersecurity. I mean, it's been a recurring theme over the last day, how critical that entire threat vector is, and digital transformation, what we see going on, is going to be absolutely key to addressing that. And then lastly, maybe most excitingly, optimistically, is the innovation that is being released by what we're seeing globally. The ecosystems of innovation that are happening, often in partnership with entities like NATO, that are creating these test beds of new technologies that are going to be really the differentiator, we think, for NATO and for the NATO member countries going forward. So altogether, we think there's a broad set of reasons, but I all counsel in favor of leaning into the digital transformation process that's underway.
Thank you. Robert? What are your thoughts on the digital transformation and why it's important at this time?
Well, I think before I should add just a couple of things to what Kron had to say. First, thank you for having us up here today. This is an incredibly important topic, and I think that you've really got at least two extraordinarily well-qualified people up here to talk about it. So I think it's important to talk a little bit about the threat environment that NATO's facing, both currently and then potentially in the future. Currently, in the cyberspace, it's an active area of operations. We're seeing nation-state actors operate across the world in cyberspace, and we don't see that threat vector going down anytime soon. And just in terms of cyber attacks, we're facing roughly 345 million cyber attacks, Microsoft and our users every day. 345 million every day. And these attacks are not just prolific, they're becoming more advanced. That shows us that the actors that are behind them are seeing significant value, or at least not seeing a lot of cost in implementing these against people like Microsoft and other nation states. Not only that, they're becoming more consequential if they're going to actually succeed. More and more, in fact, we're tracking at this point of roughly 40% of nation-state cyber attacks are against critical infrastructure targets, and we've revealed some in the recent past. These are targeted largely toward civilian infrastructure, not necessarily military infrastructure. So it's incredibly important that NATO begins to occupy this space in order to ensure that we don't cede it to potential adversaries. I think the other one builds upon major lessons learned from the Ukraine crisis. The main reason that the Ukrainian government was able to sustain its control, its services to its people, is that it digitized its economy. It digitized its government. It digitized its services to its people so that when the Russians combined cyber and kinetic attacks in what we're calling a new sort of hybrid warfare, they're able to move those services outside of areas of harm into areas where they could continue. So this is the time for NATO to take a look at these threat vectors. This is the time for NATO to digitize, and we're really proud to be a partner for that effort.
And Ludwig, you're living it every day, so tell us how it's going, but also why you think it's important to be doing this at this time.
Thank you, Karen. I believe the composition of this panel is already part of the message, because digital transformation is very much about NATO partnering with industry and making concrete advances in digital transformation. But the centerpiece really is for NATO to be able to work across multi-domain and conduct multi-domain operations. What does that mean? Everybody's familiar with land, maritime, air. We added to that as domains of operations cyber, which is not just cybersecurity, it's a cyberspace domain, so the information domain, if you wish, and in addition to that also space. And so digital transformation is really an enabler. It's not just about technology, it's also the human dimension, it's also how we adapt as an organization. So that bottom line is these new technologies and emerging and disruptive technologies pose a lot of risk and challenges upon NATO, but they also offer a lot of opportunities. And so it would be a significant handicap if we just were focusing on dealing with the challenges of new technology and not reaping the benefits of that new technology. So that's why digital transformation is so important for NATO.
Terrific. Let's get a little more specific. And maybe I'll start with Robert, because you bring up some of the cybersecurity challenges. Can you dig in a little bit deeper? As you said, Microsoft is often on the front lines, as is Google, of these attacks. Tell us a little bit about the specific challenges in terms of deterrence and attribution especially.
I'm glad you're bringing up deterrence, because I've been having a lot of conversations along these lines in the last several weeks. We seem to be entering into a new narrative, a new time of policy formation between industry and governments around how to really wrestle with cyber deterrence. It's a really hard problem, and it starts with attribution. Historically, it's been difficult to always provide solid attribution for nation-state and non-nation-state actors. There still is tremendous challenge in that, but as their TTPs have changed, our ability to actually figure out who's doing what and from where have also evolved. So the attribution challenge now, I think, lies less in can we do it technologically, more in how do we do the attribution? How do we
combine forces between government and industry, and civil society for that matter, outside of industry, in order to provide a common voice, not just on specific cyber attacks, but on the potential consequences of those attacks. And not just on the potential consequences of those attacks, but on the cumulative effect of any, what we call an advanced persistent threat actor, somebody who continues to do this sort of thing over and over and over again. We believe it's important for everyone to have a better idea of who's doing these things, what they're doing, how they're doing it, and how we can protect ourselves against it. So first and foremost, I think it's incredibly important that we all within industry, which we're already doing, strengthen our relationships with governments and multilateral organizations and civil society to provide that common voice. I think once that attribution challenge has been addressed, it's important for governments to begin to lean very hard into a conversation on red lines, the sorts of cyber attacks that cross those red lines, and then the consequences that need to come about. And those consequences need to be applied, and they need to be applied across all government actors. There are certain things that industry can't do. We are limited to defensive actions. And the quote that I said earlier, 345 million attacks a day, I mean, if you look at it, we talk about 5 nines, right? 5 nines as being the epitome of reliability in any critical system. So that's 1 in every 100,000 events. We can stop everything besides 1 in 100,000 events. If there's 345 million attacks, that's still 3,450, if I did my math right, 3,450 attacks that make it through every day. That is an unacceptable level of penetration. And we think it's much lower than that based upon our stats. But still, as the number of attacks go up, it's important that we move away from an attempted deterrence by denial, which is where we are today, to deterrence by consequences. And that's something that only governments and multilateral organizations can step into and achieve in cooperation with industry and civil society.
Okay, great. We'll turn back to Ludwig in a second. But Karan, you have released a video and a white paper that I've seen on cyber defense, how to support cyber defenders. Can you talk a little bit about
I mean, look, what Rob describes, we're certainly seeing as well. We have, long been, by virtue of our significant consumer set of products as well, intensely aware of this set of threats. We're defending, the personal information of billions of people every day at Google around the world. So it's a threat that we've been acutely focused on for a long time, and certainly see a lot of what Rob is describing, but the paper that you're referring to looks at the potentially very exciting new opportunities that artificial intelligence presents. And it certainly can be AI, I think we've discussed previously in forums like these, presents threats, but it can also be an incredible enabler for the defender in this scenario, and really for a number of reasons. I think the first is in detecting, identifying the threat, the challenges that is faced through the sheer volume of information that people on the front lines are forced to deal with is a task that AI is perfectly made for. And we are already seeing, as Google's deploying its technology, that being one of the biggest advantages that AI presents. So taking that massive volume of data and turning it into really actionable insights for the defender. I think the second thing, not just in the threat detection category, but in the response category, AI has got this extraordinary capability of helping people writing code, doing it better, doing it more securely, doing it faster. And that has allowed the systems to become more robust in a way that's really a bit of a game changer. And then lastly, it's simply a question of the time savings, the focus that AI allows, the alleviation of repetitive, tedious tasks to allow for the defender to really be at the forefront of, strategically acting against what the biggest challenges are. And so the combination of those things are one of the reasons why at Google we've been investing in AI for cybersecurity in a way that we think is going to be, in partnership with entities like NATO, a game changer.
Terrific. Ludwig, I want to also put on the table disinformation, because I know that's part of, as you've said, part of cyberspace and the challenges of cyberspace. You know, in the U.S., just in the last days, the Department of Justice deterred or dismantled a bot network that was Russia was using, powered by AI, to try to sow discord in the U.S. So this challenge of disinformation is not going away, and China, Iran, you know, others are learning all too quickly how to sow discord in our democratic societies. How does NATO think about this topic, and tell us what you're doing about it?
Yeah, okay, AI was mentioned, and of course it poses threats, as was mentioned, also in terms of coding and cybersecurity and so on. But we also want to see how it can help us with our situational awareness in cyberspace, and that includes misinformation, disinformation campaigns. And so NATO has adopted a strategy with regard to AI. First, as part of that strategy, and we're working very closely together with industry on this, is responsible use of AI. So we have agreed on a number of principles for responsible use. But also we said we want to do AI in a step-by-step approach on concrete use cases. And one use case is exactly that, Karen, is created an analytical tool with industry so that we have a better insight into information domain, public media, and so on, social media, and so on. And also we can identify misinformation and disinformation campaigns, that then we pass on that information to our colleagues from public diplomacy so that they can take counteraction. And that is an AI-enabled platform that we have developed together with industry that provides that level of insight. That's just one example. I have several other examples where NATO is step-by-step implementing in real terms through these use cases, AI.
Give us one more use case.
Well, we have a...
I just think it's important for people to really understand what's happening every day. Yeah.
Well, part of the challenge is also because AI is very much a learning environment that learns from data, widespread and data available. And that's why the computing power and so on is so important, and also cloud is so important. But also we have in NATO classified information, operational classified information, and what we have done is a use case on creating a NATO-owned environment where we can upload up to NATO secret data that allows us then to run AI tools on that data. And there's a broad application of that. For instance, better understanding the situation in Ukraine is one case in point where we are sitting together with military commanders. You can do trend analysis, you can visualize what's happening. That's another use case that I thought is quite interesting.
So, as you said, one of the things that's unique about this space is that it is, unlike traditional military endeavors, it's not run by governments. The private sector is where all of this defense and offense is located. So maybe you could, not all of it, obviously, but a great deal of it. So maybe we can start with the private sector with Karan, and then Robert. Talk to us a little bit about some of the obstacles to government and the private sector working together, and what kinds of things can be done to overcome those challenges. How should the private sector and governments, and especially NATO, be working more closely together?
I mean, a couple of thoughts, Karen, and you're exactly right. I mean, look, the days of 40, 50 years ago where much of the innovation resided in government or is not the world we live in anymore. This is an imperative that there be good coordination and collaboration between the public and private sectors. I mean, a couple of thoughts. One is cloud. The reality is that much of the innovation, particularly the AI-related innovation that we're talking about, needs to happen in a cloud environment. It's just simply implausible that it would happen in a sort of on-prem...
Say one more sentence about that for those who don't understand why.
Well, I mean, historically, many entities, private sector companies have run their own computer systems, and the belief in the past had been that that is safer or more economical, we know today now that it is none of the above. It is, moving into a cloud with the redundancy, the resiliency, and the efficiencies and the security that it provides is better. But it is also core to enabling the AI applications to be designed and run. So I do think that as we're seeing part of this digital transformation, our government's moving in that journey to being a cloud hosted sort of organizations. And look, from Google's perspective, we're excited by that. We're a cloud native company. We, basically all of our services from the inception have been in the cloud. And we think that that set of skills is something that would enable us to be able to serve NATO members, NATO institutions, and others. But it is going to require companies coming to the table with governments and getting that confidence and making that step forward. So I'd say cloud is a big area. The other area that I'd flag that I think there does need to be good collaboration, coordination, is regulation. I mean, a lot of the entities that you're talking about here are private sector companies that may or may not be familiar with working in a governmental environment. We want to see those companies succeed. We want to see those companies grow. We want to see the ecosystem get built. That's going to require thinking about sort of the broader regulatory and policy environment in which those companies are coming up. Is there the right set of policies around a whole host of things? How data is dealt with, privacy, a tax law, I mean, you name it, and there needs to be thought provided, which is not a traditional space, I think, that the national security community necessarily goes to. But when you start thinking about the private sector as really being a new form of partner, and particularly, look, it's one thing for the big companies, the Microsofts, the Googles, we've got plenty of lawyers that can sort of work our way through these things. But some of the more innovative solutions are going to be found by smaller companies that are going to be determined by, well, does the regulation allow us to start innovating in this space or not? So I think that's another area that, look, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to discussion and dialogue and having public and private sector work more closely together. But those are two areas that I'd flag.
And Robert, are you finding challenges that you can identify between private sector and the public sector working together, and what opportunities do you see for knitting those two together to address these grave challenges that we have ahead of us?
Well, first of all, I think that what Karan just laid out is really a masterclass in some of the challenges that we in industry, and I spent 22 years in the government, so I saw it on both sides of that particular aisle. I think taking a second to look at the cloud conversation is very important. Sitting down and realizing there are multiple ways to get services through the cloud to the cloud for both classified and unclassified data. And to the extent that governments, especially the militaries, are more comfortable moving some of those workloads, keeping them on classified on commercial cloud rather than hiving them off onto an on-premises solution, that allows them to get access to the best innovation. Industry innovates on the cloud. That's where we are. We put our best, because of the way AI works and the data training process works, the best AI models will always be native to the cloud. The best cybersecurity will always be on the cloud. When quantum becomes available, it will be mostly available through the cloud. I am a little worried that within NATO, there's been a bifurcation of investment across different NATO countries, and there are some countries that risk being left behind from this innovation cybersecurity revolution, and that needs to be taken a look at holistically, and that's something that we are more than happy to have a conversation with NATO about and with the partner states. But once you get past those larger macro issues, sometimes it's just a matter of trust. And the best way that we've found to get through some of these trust issues is to put everybody into the same room, give them a common mission, and then have them work through it. And I think the NATO Integrated Cyber Center is really a fantastic example of how that can and will work well. One of the things that we were doing with the US government is helping them set up sandboxes for AI. Folks, my family included, still have a lot of trepidation. I understand why around AI and its application, especially in the national security space. So one of the best things we can do is sit down in a safe environment, learn about the needs from the military, put our best engineers toward it, and then play with those ideas in a secure environment where nothing's going to get hurt. That builds up trust in the defense side of that house, that builds up trust in the industrial side of the house, and we begin to think through longer-term investment processes that incorporate both your need for longer-term planning and our need to make sure that we take care of our shareholders.
Ludwig, you tell your side of the story. Where do you see obstacles with working with the private sector, and what do you think are the opportunities for both sides improving to do more innovation together, more defense together?
Yeah, perhaps highlighting one point. A few weeks before the wholesale invasion by Russia of Ukraine, so it was in January 22, I signed a memorandum of agreement with Ukraine on technical cooperation between the agency that I lead and Ukraine. And initially, the focus was very much helping Ukraine in terms of interoperability, what does it mean, and so on. But this has really been a two-way street, because we learn a lot of how Ukraine collaborates with industry, and clouds is one example, clear example of that. So, and when it comes to collaboration with industry, clearly there is always the contractual part of it. But we need to look really at how we can build longer-term partnerships, in the sense that we need to make sure that the contracts and the partnerships are also fit for Article 5, fit for collective defense. And I believe that is easier said than done, and that's more than just...
Can you unpack that a little bit? Tell us about what that would mean and why it's difficult.
What it means in concrete terms is actually in the digital space, we have gone extremely far in our reliance on industry for providing cloud-based solutions, for providing software, for helping us with cybersecurity. As we speak, my team is now defending the NATO networks. They don't do it alone, they do it together with industry. But that creates a dependency, a critical dependency that we need to solidify across the full spectrum of threats, including collective defense. And so there's no way back, and I think it's a good thing, that dependency, but it needs to be managed, because there's a lot of innovation that comes from industry, a lot of capacity that comes from industry. For instance, just in this cybersecurity space, I'm aware of the number of people you have on a day-by-day basis monitoring the cyber threat landscape. NATO, as an intergovernmental organization, would never be able to do that. Have so many, that big capacity permanently monitored. So we want to reap the benefits from it, but we also want to make sure that in times of crisis and war, you will still be there to support us. And that, I believe, requires a new set of contracts, but also a new set of partnerships longer term with industry.
Okay, that's terrific. This is such a short panel, and there's so much to say, but we only have 3 minutes left. So what I'd like to ask you is, there is a discussion of hybrid threats in the declaration that came out yesterday. I'd like you to think going forward a year from now at the next summit. What would you like to see as an agreement among the countries of NATO, but also with industry partners a year hence? And should I start with you? Why don't I start with you, Ludwig, and we can finish up with Karan.
Well, we started with digital transformation, and we have identified a number of beacon projects that will enable digital transformation, and one of them is cloud adoption at scale. And that is really what we're working on together with industry, to reap the benefits from cloud computing across the full scope of the information domain that NATO is covering. So that is going to be definitely a main line of effort that we will take forward, and hopefully we'll be able to report some good progress on that. NATO wasn't among the first adopters of cloud computing, but now we are accelerating it, and we also are learning from perhaps the mistakes that others have made and not make those same mistakes. So, but that is definitely something on which I believe we will move forward, again with the help of nations, because a lot of nations have gone through that experience already, and they can inform us about the do's and don'ts.
So Robert, it sounds like NATO is taking your advice on the cloud.
Same question, but I guess I didn't put enough urgency behind it. I mean, there's a lot happening. So a year from now does not mean, you know, we're all going to be sitting around thinking big thoughts, and then a year from now we'll come out with a new statement. You know, Russia's very busy in Europe. China's out there. You know, what would you like to see NATO urgently work on over the next year, so that a year hence we're in a different spot?
I'm going to have to repeat myself a little bit. I think cyber deterrence is urgent. It's an immediate threat. There are many much smarter than I who are looking at what's going on in cyberspace as really phase 0 activities, so pre-kinetic activities. And whether those triggers are actually pulled tomorrow or in several years is somewhat irrelevant. If we, as a group of industry and nations, don't take steps to secure cyberspace now, we could find ourselves in a very bad place and a very bad day. So that common pact on cybersecurity, both on attribution and on cyber deterrence.
Great. Karan, why don't you bring us home?
You know, I'd certainly +1 to what both Ludwig and Rob said, but in the goal of trying to say something different, let me throw out 2 other things that I'd put as challenges. One is to work, and this may not be a 6-month or 1-year thing, but the reality is that human resources and skilling is a significant challenge to all of the economies here being effective. And also there is a political dynamic to this. You know, as the technology changes people's lives, if people are not part of that equation, they are going to feel more and more alienated from it and from the institutions that are adopting it. So I think one challenge is to think about how do we collectively, public and private sector, work on that. It's a space that Google's been working intensively on with a number of governments, including Ukraine, on trying to raise the skilling level of people, particularly in areas like cybersecurity, where there's a huge need. And then the other area that I would just flag is global governance structures, particularly around artificial intelligence, but other regulatory areas writ large. We are at a moment of equipoise as to whether we are going to move towards a unified transatlantic kind of vision of how to regulate these technologies, or whether we will, and I fear, thus far we've not seen signals that that's necessarily happening, so I fear the alternative is we have a very balkanized approach, which is really going to be to the detriment and open up the playing field to our adversaries. So those would be 2 spaces that I would challenge NATO and the member governments to focus on.
This has been fantastic, a master class, and I think we all have our marching orders, so thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Ambassador, thank you for facilitating an interesting discussion, and panelists, thank you for bringing in both the private sector perspective and NATO's. I personally have been covering hacking, disinformation, and influence operations for years, and as I'm sure many of us in the audience know, disinformation, influence, and information operations, along with hacking, have changed and transformed through the years, and so has the private sector response to them. So what a timely and relevant conversation for us today as NATO is adapting to a changing information space. Now we are thrilled to feature today's political scene setter up next. Please welcome to the stage Frederick Kemp, the President and CEO of the Atlantic Council, for the introduction. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody in the room. Good afternoon in Europe and all around the world joining us virtually. Throughout its history, NATO has stood as a major force for good, advancing peace, prosperity, and freedom across the Euro-Atlantic and beyond. U.S. leadership has always been a central pillar in strengthening NATO's collective defense, maintaining stability and security, and promoting peace since the alliance's inception in 1949. What we've learned the last 2 days, and what we all know, is that the alliance faces new challenges, and we face a host of new challenges to the global order, maybe the biggest threat to the global system since the 1930s. President Biden has called this an inflection point. The Atlantic Council has been using that language for some years, seeing it as the 4th inflection point, the period after World War I, period after World War II, period after the Cold War, and the 4th now will be the period after Ukraine prevails in its war, in Putin's war of aggression against Ukraine. What all those inflection points have in common is they've been shaped by U.S. leadership alongside partners and allies in a less favorable way at the end of World War I, more favorable way at the end of World War II, and this is history in motion. The post-Cold War world is over, and we're entering a new era that our next speaker, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, has defined as an era of strategic competition in an age of interdependence. Navigating this new era will again require U.S. leadership, principled U.S. leadership alongside partners and allies. It's in that spirit that it's my distinct honor to introduce a U.S. strategic thinker and actor whose insights and vision are crucial as we navigate the complex challenges of this century. His dedication to safeguarding international cooperation and advancing collective security has been unwavering. Jake Sullivan's career is marked by high integrity, intellectual rigor, a deep commitment to diplomacy, strategic thinking, and the pursuit of peace and stability. His leadership has been instrumental in strengthening our alliances, addressing global threats, and promoting a world order based on mutual respect and cooperation. He, like all of us, is navigating wars in Europe, the Middle East, tensions with China. Seldom has a national security advisor dealt with so many challenges simultaneously as has the Biden administration. Earlier this year at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Jake rightly contextualized this inflection point in which we find ourselves today. He said, and I quote, "Nothing in world politics is inevitable. We are in command of our own choices to shape the future for the benefit of our fellow citizens and future generations to come." And that's why we're here today. That's why we're here all week, to make the right choices that shape that future. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the 28th Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, Jake Sullivan.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with all of you, and I really want to thank Fred for that unduly generous introduction. But I especially want to thank the entire team who made this forum possible, because this forum is a critical pillar of the summit. Every think tank, every sponsor, every NATO leader, every partner, every participant, and frankly, every citizen who has participated in this forum, either live or virtually, over the course of this summit. I'm honored to have the chance to be here to just say a few words to such an impressive group. I know that one thing that has been on all of our minds throughout this summit and in the lead up to it is Russia's brutal war of conquest against Ukraine. Where are we and where are we headed? Just a few months ago, the situation looked extremely grim. Security funding for Ukraine was held up in our Congress here in Washington, and we all saw the consequences. Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines running out of artillery shells, literally rationing ammo. Ukrainian families worried that Russian forces would take town after town. And we did indeed see the Russians try to press their advantage, seizing that window of opportunity to take additional territory. And back in April, just a few months ago, there were voices predicting that by the time of this summit here in Washington today, Ukraine's lines would crack, Russia would be making a major breakthrough, and the backdrop of this summit would be Russia surging forward across the front. And to be frank, I imagine that many of the people actually in this room today thought that might be the case as well. But Ukrainian forces stood strong, and President Biden, with bipartisan support in Congress, moved heaven and earth to get the national security funding for Ukraine passed. And since then, the picture has changed considerably. Russia's Kharkiv offensive stalled out. Russia is continuing to throw wave after wave of men into the fight, taking little increments of territory, but at astonishing cost. By and large, the front lines have stabilized. Ukrainian mobilization efforts have improved. Ukrainian units are building stronger fortifications and defensive lines, and day by day they're pushing back. This is due to the people of Ukraine, to their sheer courage and commitment to their country and its freedom. But it's also due to the support of the United States and nations around the world, including NATO allies here gathered at this summit.
So this morning, I want to speak a little bit about the picture as we see it in Ukraine and the steps that we are taking to ensure that this war is a failure for Russia and a success for Ukraine. I'll start on the military side of things. The fundamentals of this conflict are artillery and air defense. And over the last few months, we've surged both to Ukraine with the new resources authorized by the Congress. Hundreds of thousands of rounds of 155 ammunition to the front lines to help Ukraine repel Russian attacks. And we've now provided Ukraine with long-range capabilities, ATACMS missiles, which the Ukrainians are employing with good effect in Russian-occupied areas of Ukraine, including in Crimea. And at this summit, we've continued to make major moves. First, allies have committed to collectively provide Ukraine with at least 40 billion euros worth of security assistance over the next year. And that's not just a dollar sign. That is equipment, tanks, armored fighting vehicles, artillery, missiles, the whole range of capabilities that Ukraine needs to be able to effectively fight and win. Next, in partnership with our allies, we will provide Ukraine with 5 strategic air defense systems and dozens of tactical systems that are especially relevant to help protect Ukrainian forces on the front lines. The strategic air systems will help Ukraine as it endures a continued pounding by Russia of its energy grid with Russian missiles and drones, and a continued assault on its front lines by Russian planes. And we saw the horrific reality of Russia's brutality with the attack on the Children's Hospital in Kyiv just a few days ago, and we are working with the Ukrainians to deal with that attack and to respond with force and vigor. From our own production, we'll deliver hundreds of critical air defense missiles to Ukraine over the next year as well. There was a point earlier this year when it looked like Ukraine might run out of interceptors. But thanks to decisions President Biden has taken, working with allies and partners, we will ensure that Ukraine remains supplied with the air defense missiles it needs for all of the batteries that we and our allies are now providing. And together, the United States, Denmark, and the Netherlands have begun the transfer of F-16s to Ukrainian forces, and Ukrainian pilots will be operating in theater with those F-16s this summer. Like I said, major moves. And we're also steeled for the struggle ahead. President Putin thinks he can outlast Ukraine and its supporters, and he's taken steps to put Russia's war industry, its defense industry, in fact, its entire economy on a wartime footing. And with help from Iran, from North Korea, and from the People's Republic of China, he's attempting to undertake Russia's most significant defense expansion since the height of the Cold War. But make no mistake, this unsustainable war spending masks underlying weakness and fragility, and the economic costs for Russia are mounting and will compound over time. Meanwhile, NATO allies have been making historic investments in our own defense industrial bases without distorting our national economies the way Russia has. Yesterday, for the first time ever, every ally pledged to develop plans to strengthen their defense industrial capacities at home. And like our defense spending commitment, these individual pledges are critical to our collective security. They're going to help enable the alliance to prioritize production of the most vital defense equipment we need in the event of conflict and to produce the capabilities Ukraine needs as we speak to fight Russia on the battlefield. These pledges will also help forge new industry partnerships across the alliance, create jobs, and strengthen our economic competitiveness. And they will spur greater investment in NATO's most significant advantage, our technology and innovation. As the folks in this room know very well, Russia's brutal war of conquest in Ukraine is evolving rapidly. The very shape of warfare is transforming before our eyes because of innovations, often deadly innovations, in technology and techniques and tactics. Ukraine's continued success in this fight and our success in any future fight will depend on innovation, on creativity, on entrepreneurship, on adaptability. Ukraine and the Ukrainian people have that in spades, and they've demonstrated that since the war began. But Ukraine will also have help from the collective innovation and entrepreneurship of its Western partners, and no one should bet against our collective advantage in this area. Already, we're working with Ukraine to solve some of the key technological challenges of an evolving battlefield: electronic warfare, drones, demining, and more where that came from as the weeks and months unfold. Now, taken all together, the steps that I've laid out have put Ukraine in a stronger position on the battlefield. But the military side of this equation is only one part of the progress that we have seen over the course of 2024. Ukraine, with the support of the United States and other allies and partners, has made really remarkable diplomatic progress as well. Just look at the last month alone. At the G7 summit in Italy, the United States and our partners reached a historic decision to make Russia pay for the damage they've caused by unlocking $50 billion from the Russian sovereign assets that we froze together. In Switzerland, just a couple of days after that G7 summit, Vice President Harris and I had the honor to attend Ukraine's peace conference to support President Zelensky's vision for a just and lasting peace in line with the UN Charter. That peace summit, attended by more than 100 countries and international organizations, was a remarkable sign of Ukraine's diplomatic strength and staying power, both because of the broad range of countries represented and because those countries spoke with a single voice to say that any peace must be based on the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the basic maxim that we cannot allow one nation to take another nation's territory by force. In this same time frame, around the G7 summit, President Biden and President Zelensky signed a bilateral security agreement, reflecting a long-term commitment from the United States of America to provide Ukraine the means to ensure its future security. It was genuinely historic. And in a few hours, we're going to make history again. President Biden will convene more than 20 world leaders who've also signed their own bilateral security agreements with Ukraine to launch the Ukraine Compact. This compact knits all of these countries together, and it makes clear that we will continue to support Ukraine in this fight, and we will also help build its force so it can credibly deter and defend against future aggression as well. And after this war is over, all of the countries in the compact will continue to have Ukraine's back, just like we have it now. Over the last couple of days, NATO has come together to announce new measures of long-term support for Ukraine. And the session this afternoon of the NATO-Ukraine Council will put these on full display. This includes a new NATO military command in Germany, led by a 3-star general, who will launch a training, equipping, and force development program for Ukrainian troops. Secretary General Stoltenberg will appoint a new NATO senior representative in Kyiv to deepen Ukraine's institutional relationship with the alliance and engage with senior Ukrainian officials. The alliance reaffirmed in its communiqué yesterday that Ukraine's future is in NATO. This summit, the Washington summit, is about building a bridge to NATO for Ukraine as they continue to implement important reforms. And the steps I've just laid out are the building blocks of that bridge. Together, they make clear Putin cannot divide us, he cannot outlast us, he cannot weaken us, and Ukraine, not Russia, will prevail in this war. The landscape of this conflict today is far different than it was in April, when Ukraine was running out of supplies and equipment and Russia was on the move. Today, on the battlefield, Russia is grinding away, but not breaking through. And Ukraine is exacting massive costs and attriting Russian strategic capabilities. Diplomatically, Ukraine has concluded a successful peace summit and signed new bilateral security agreements with more than 20 countries, as I mentioned before. And at this summit, Ukraine has secured a historic set of deliverables: air defense, F-16s, additional security assistance, a compact of nations committed to supporting Ukraine for the long term, and the concrete elements of a bridge to NATO. Doesn't mean the days ahead, the weeks ahead, the months ahead are not going to be difficult. They will be difficult. No one knows that better than the people fighting on the front lines. None of the progress that we've seen so far was inevitable. None of it happened by accident. It took the Ukrainians stepping up first and foremost. It also took NATO allies coming together to choose again and again to stand with them, to defend the values that have always united us as democracies: freedom, security, sovereignty, territorial integrity. This is what our predecessors did for 75 years. And this is what we all must do in the years ahead, even when it's tough, in fact, especially when it's tough. So yes, the road ahead will be challenging. President Putin is determined to keep trying to take over Ukraine, and countries like Iran, North Korea, and China are cheerleading him. We're clear-eyed about all of that, but we are also clear-eyed about Ukraine's strengths and resilience and courage and commitment and effectiveness and capabilities. And we're clear-eyed about our own, too. And we have confidence in Ukraine and confidence in ourselves, and with that, and with the actual work, the spade work that has gone into the results produced at the summit these last 2 days, we are demonstrating our commitment to stand with Ukraine in their current fight and into the future. And what I would ask in closing is that as we look at the picture before us, and as we think about what we need to do to succeed and to help Ukraine succeed, that we recognize this war has been unpredictable from the start. People thought Kyiv would fall in less than a week. Kyiv still stands today. People thought earlier this year we'd be looking at a much different picture than we're looking at today. The future, the history of Europe, of Ukraine, of the world order is not yet written. As Fred said in his opening comments, nothing is inevitable. It comes down to the choices that we make and the choices that we make together. I believe we've taken some bold steps in the last few days and weeks. We will take more bold steps in the days and weeks to come. President Biden will have the chance to sit down with President Zelensky in a couple of hours to review all of this, and not to rest on our laurels by any stretch, but to say, now that we've come this far, what more do we have to do to get the job done? And we will together get the job done. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. And thank you for everything you do every day in service of our common vision for the transatlantic community and a better world for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, for that lay of the land at this crucial time for Ukraine. Next, we will turn to a session on addressing the evolving threat of terrorism. Please join me in welcoming our next moderator to the stage, Elena Kuzko, the Vice President for Policy and Programming at GlobeSec. Elena Kuzko.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for staying with us for this conversation. We all remember that the first and so far the only time when Article 5 of NATO was invoked was in response to 9/11 terrorist attacks against the United States. Today, national security frameworks, but also NATO, are prioritizing great power competition in their thinking about addressing security threats. Yet we saw also in the communique that was adopted yesterday that fight against terrorism remains a high priority. It definitely contributes to all three core tasks of the alliance. NATO also endorsed yesterday some of the new updated guidelines and frameworks on how we can better fight terrorism. We're very fortunate today to have two people who are very well positioned to help us understand it all. We have Tom Goffus, who is Assistant Secretary General for Operations and also NATO Secretary General's Special Coordinator for Counterterrorism. Welcome, Tom. And we also have Nick Rasmussen, who is Counterterrorism Coordinator at the Department of Homeland Security at the United States. Welcome, Nick. Thank you. I want to start us off by having a bit of an assessment of the global threat environment and how terrorism features into it. Tom, I'm going to go straight to you. Can you share your thoughts on how you see the threat environments? Who are the actors, maybe activities and means of perpetrating or preparing the attacks that we should all be most worried about now?
Thank you, and thanks for having me on the panel. As you've indicated, NATO looks at terrorism and takes it very seriously. And so we've been looking at the threat environment for a while. And I'd say in general 3 big trends that we see. The first one is a more aggressive misuse of technology, especially emerging disruptive technology. Think 3D printing, drones, social media, the use of online to recruit, all of those kinds of things, which mean we need to keep up with that and use those same technologies to counter terrorism. So the first one is more aggressive misuse of technology. The second trend, I would say, is that the big attacks still happen, but it's moved towards smaller lone wolf attacks, if you will, where they share ideology and inspiration, but they're not directed to by or part of these larger networks. And that increases the challenge in some ways because it's harder to collect intelligence on individuals, and it's harder for law enforcement to have conclusive evidence in order to intervene before an attack happens. So I think this move towards smaller, and we've had big ones, and we continue to have big ones. 9/11, we had Paris in 2015, Brussels in 2016, and Istanbul in 2017 that were all larger. But we need to get our minds around these smaller attacks and how we do that. One of the key pieces on that is simply law enforcement, military, and intelligence need to talk more. And then the third and last thing that I'd point out is the move south of the center of gravity. For example, the global terrorism deaths in 2023, 48% of them were in the Sahel. In 2007, it was 1%. So that tells us that things are moving south. They follow chaos, they follow disruption, and we've had the most number of coups in North Africa in probably the last 6 decades. So those are the 3 big trends that we're looking at and trying to get ahead of and get our arms around. So that's
Thanks so much. Nick, do you share this assessment?
Sure. If you were talking to an American counterterrorism official, one of my colleagues across our counterterrorism community at present, you'd hear words like heightened threat environment, elevated threat environment, a more acute threat environment, a more challenging threat environment. And it goes to all of the issues that Tom just highlighted, but it also goes to the diverse array of different extremist ideologies that we're confronting in the terrorism world at present. So not only do we continue to face challenges from our foreign terrorist organization adversaries, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the global enterprise that is represented by each of those organizations, but we also, in many of our nations, perhaps even most of our nations across the alliance, have a set of actors that we would probably describe, using our terminology, describe as being motivated by racially or ethnically motivated violent extremism, something aimed at targeting some community based on the race or ethnic origin. And so the terrorism landscape gets wider and wider. And it's a bit of a contradiction or a conundrum, because I think we could certainly all point with pride to tremendous success that we've had, both as individual nations and as an alliance, in degrading some of our terrorist adversaries like ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and taking some of the sting out of the threat that those organizations represented for most or much of the period since 9/11. And yet here we are still facing those same sets of challenges. And I'd particularly point to ISIS-K, the ISIS branch located in the Central Asia region, to include Afghanistan, as being a particularly acute and elevated threat concern at present. We've seen that group prove its ability to carry out lethal attacks in places like Russia and in Iran. And certainly there have been disrupted plots across Europe that have had an ISIS-K footprint or fingerprint attached to them. So all of that, if you talk to counterterrorism professionals, leaves us in the place we always are, worried, watching, and trying to do everything we can to manage and mitigate risk.
Tom, can you help us understand a little bit the interconnection between the great power competition and the terrorism threats? The communique emphasizes once again that, of course, all the threats are interconnected. How are you thinking about the big conflicts that happen in either in Europe, in Ukraine, or in the Middle East? How do they fuel motivations or maybe means of actors to commit acts of terror?
Great question. And part of it, and we've seen this in places like the Western Balkans, where some of the actors think that we're distracted by Ukraine. Those are exact words that some leaders in the region have told me. And what I do is try to refocus them on what are the biggest threats to NATO. Our number 2 document after the Washington Treaty is called the Strategic Concept, came out in 2022, and for the first time, terrorism was named as one of the primary threats. It's the most direct asymmetric threat to the alliance. And we now have defense plans, both for Russia and for terrorism. We have the most detailed plans against Russia in 30 years and the most detailed plans ever for terrorism. So we see it, if it's not straight inspiration, it's distraction. And we need to keep our eye on that and what's going on. And I think Nick put it well, the potential for ethnic or racial targeting, terrorism, if you will, goes up whenever they feel like great powers are invested in other places like Ukraine. But trust me, we're paying close attention to it.
Nick, do you want to jump in?
Sure. I think our intelligence community has began to kind of speak more openly and publicly about what we see in the intelligence world, which is some of our great power adversaries or competitors actively engaged in efforts that have the effect of undermining social fabric and social cohesion across our societies. And those are, of course, the very factors that contribute to extremism and that bring people into extremist narratives and extremist mindsets that lead them down a pathway towards potentially being an operational actor in the terrorism space. So I think that's done in both subtle and unsubtle ways, and I don't need to explain that to most of this audience. We see that playing out across many domains, not just the terrorism domain. The other thing I should circle back to just to touch on, because we didn't talk about it in the very first question you asked, was the impact of the conflict in Gaza on the global terrorism landscape, I think, is hard to understate. One of my colleagues in our intelligence community has used the words, it's been kind of a supercharging of the global terrorism enterprise, and it certainly came at a time when we didn't need that. And I say that, the global terrorism enterprise, because even terrorist organizations which are not directly tied or connected to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict or the ways in which that conflict might ultimately be settled, are still finding ways to take advantage of that narrative, the narrative that has sprung from events in Gaza since last October, and use it to animate, recruit, expand their reach to certain populations that were beyond their reach previously. And so it's just become an exacerbating factor, something that we didn't need on top of an already complicated threat picture.
That's a very wide array of challenges. And Tom, going back to you, of course, NATO cannot address them all by themselves. You already mentioned that there is a family of plans, including a plan for the South, that's specifically connected to the threat of terrorism. Can you give us more insight what NATO is doing about terrorism, what it can do, and maybe a few words about your role to coordinate it all?
Yeah, thank you. The NATO, the 2 documents that you referenced, we have a new policy guidelines and action plan that reflect what Nick has been talking about, the change in the threat landscape. And the idea that NATO looks for as an international organization is, how can we add value? How can we best do that? And these documents help us circle in on 3 main areas. The first main area is shared awareness. And we do that through many different mechanisms, one of which just met in Croatia. It's called the CT panel, and with sub-working groups. And we share information on the terrorism threat. The latest attacks in Russia, allies got together, shared the information, so that we're on the same playing field in terms of knowing what's going on out there. The second area that we work on, as I talked about the misuse of technology, is our use of technology to counter terrorism. So we're working on counter-drone technology, biometrics, shared battlefield evidence, and technical exploitation. And then the last category, and this is one where we're very active, is capacity building. Specifically, we're focusing, as things moved south into the Sahel, on some of our southern neighbors and partners like Mauritania, Tunisia, Jordan, all have lines of effort that work on capacity building for counterterrorism. With Mauritania, this is what they've asked for and what we can provide, which is maritime domain awareness and the ability to conduct intercepts in the maritime domain if needed. So capacity building is one of the big things NATO does. It's our outreach. We also reach out and engage the EU, the UN. We actually have a capacity building package with the UN to help them train peacekeepers on counter-IED, for example. So those are the three areas: awareness, shared awareness, capacity building, and then capability development.
Nick, two things that Tom said, and I want to follow up in depth with you. First one, intelligence sharing. That's a famous, maybe blind spot that we have in the alliance. We have so much of it, and yet we're not that good at sharing it, both between the countries, but also within the countries. Can you give us assessment? Are we making progress? Have we gone better at that? And maybe where do you still see challenges?
Sure, it's a great question, and I think let me put that also in the context of a resource environment that looks different today from a counterterrorism perspective than it has looked for most of the post-9/11 period. If you think of most of the post-9/11 period, terrorism or counterterrorism resource requirements would have been at the front of most any line to be met across our various systems, certainly here in the United States. Now, of course, there are a wide array of pressures on the resource pie. Great power competition foremost among them, but other national security challenges we face. So in the counterterrorism domain, we're having to either hold steady or in some cases even make do with less. And I'm getting to the point here because that puts a premium on cooperation and engagement with partners even more so than ever more so. We are not in a position globally in every place, in every country, at every time to gather the kind of intelligence we would need as Americans to carry out to meet our counterterrorism objectives. We need to be partnered with not only longtime friends and partners like we have in the alliance, but also sometimes non-traditional partners that we work with in specific regions around the world out of shared interest in preventing terrorist attacks. So I guess I would say a lot of the intelligence sharing that we do will still happen most effectively in slightly narrower bilateral channels than it will happen in large-scale multinational fora or settings like NATO. That said, establishing that common shared understanding, that shared intelligence picture that allows us all to resource appropriately, identify priorities appropriately, the way Tom was describing, that's an essential pillar of cooperation in a context like NATO's.
You're in a very tough spot. It seems like you have a broader set of challenges in front of you, very different ones, but fewer resources to address them. So thank you for the work you're doing. And I'll stick with you for another point that Tom was mentioning earlier, and you alluded to it as well. It's the impact of emerging technologies on the terrorism. We talked about that there's things like 3D printing, social media, that all affect the ability of terrorists to perpetrate attacks, plan for them, recruit people. What's your take on that? But also, can you tell us a little bit how we can be using technology to address the very same threats?
Again, great set of questions, great set of, important set of challenges. I think one of the things that we as the United States and we as Western partners have long enjoyed is a technological advantage over our adversaries, to include terrorist organizations. I would argue that that gap is narrowing, not in our favor at present. And you just simply need to look at some of the modern technologies that are available to you on your cell phones as evidence of that. If you can communicate with your loved ones in an encrypted application that is outside of a government intelligence organization's reach, so can fellow or conspirators looking to carry out a potential terrorist act. And you've certainly heard our FBI Director, Chris Wray, and other members of our intelligence community speak to the challenge that encryption places on us in terms of getting ahead of terrorist plotting, being able to gather the kind of anticipatory warning and intelligence that would allow us to disrupt plots before they take shape. That's not to say or argue that we shouldn't be looking, or that we shouldn't be embracing these modern technologies to include encryption. They enable a wide array of very positive things as well. I'm just pointing out they come with challenge as well. And I guess the way I look at the technological challenge right now is a bit of cat and mouse, or a bit of a race to try to stay one step ahead of our terrorist adversaries, so that that technological edge that we've enjoyed for most of the last 20 years in the post-9/11 period does not get narrowed too significantly. And then lastly, some of these tools are also tools we can put to use in our own defense and to enhance our own counterterrorism capabilities. Artificial intelligence is now being put in service of efforts to look at large data sets that will help us assess patterns of terrorist movement and migration across the globe, for example. Help us understand what populations of concern might be worthy of greater intelligence focus. We can use these modern technologies to help us be more effective and more efficient in our intelligence work as well.
Tom, back to you. We just actually had a great panel on digitalization of NATO and how the private sector can contribute to that, what role it plays. And of course, here we're talking about the tools that's primarily now being developed by the private companies. And so as we have the challenge to stay ahead of our terrorist adversaries, we also need to work closer within ourselves to make sure that we have the capabilities to do that. In your work, how closely are you trying to bring in the private sector into your counterterrorism activities? Maybe what are some of the challenges that you see doing that, and where do you think you can do better?
Another great question, and part of the operations division at NATO headquarters is something called a situational awareness center, and we are actually licensing some of the AI tools for data mining in order to keep track of the information space, what's going on in the media space. The challenge is it's not just one hat that does this, and I know Nick runs into this as well, is you find yourself continually crossing lines, bureaucratic lines, in order to get the information and take the appropriate action. So at NATO headquarters, we're working between the public diplomacy piece, because they're trying to track disinformation and counter narratives, with our Situation Center, and then with intelligence. And it's not always natural to cross those bureaucratic lines. And we see the same thing in national governments, as Nick said. Within a government can sometimes be harder than going between governments, frankly. And one of the big areas of emphasis on our CT capacity building work is how to get law enforcement and military/intelligence to share information in order to take the right actions, hopefully to prevent or foil plots. And that's kind of where we're going. Primarily right now, we license the tools that are AI driven and developed, especially in the information sphere.
Nick, we mentioned several times the importance of cooperation between different states who are trying to fight terrorism. And we referred also that we went as far as trying to share the intelligence information with Russia ahead of the terrorist attacks that we saw are being planned. What is your way going forward? How much scope we can to cooperate with our adversaries like Russia or Iran on countering terrorism, and what form and shape this cooperation can take, if at all?
So it's been publicly reported, as you suggest, that information was shared by the United States with Russia in advance of the Crocus attack in Moscow. And that may have been surprising to some observers, but from my perspective, having served in senior roles in government, that was a simple policy matter. It was, we have an obligation when we are in possession of information that will prevent loss of life in a country, even a country with whom we have very difficult or even adversarial relations. And I can think of numerous occasions over the last 20 years where we've been in a similar position, where we've shared, sometimes directly, sometimes through third parties, information that was designed to save lives or prevent a terrorist attack from happening in a country with whom we had very difficult relations. That does not automatically translate into a cooperative relationship. Sometimes it can be just as bare bones and as simple as just sharing a de minimis amount of information as a duty to warn. And the duty to warn principle is something that's fundamental in our system here. Beyond that, though, there are countries around the world with whom we have shared interest in confronting certain terrorism challenges, even if we don't have a broad array of shared interest. And there, developing working partnerships is a challenge, because while there is that shared interest, we have to make sure that our cooperation remains within a framework that accords with our values and law as well. We cannot enable a partner to, for example, take certain steps to prevent terrorist attacks from happening if they would do so in a way that would cross our own lines in terms of the way individuals are treated, or that would result in violation of what we would consider fundamental human rights. So this is one of the challenges that kind of has we've dealt with through the entire post 9/11 period, how to develop a framework of partnerships where you can receive the positive output of those shared partnerships without necessarily contributing to conditions in those difficult countries or difficult partners that may actually make the situation on the ground even more challenging.
Tom, is that a shared approach between allies?
I'm sorry, say again?
Is that a shared approach that the entire NATO would endorse?
I think the way that Nick put it was excellent. There's a duty to warn, and then there's also the left and right limits of making sure that we're not providing information that somebody's going to use to violate human rights, for example. So I think it's a tough road to plow, but I think Nick parameterized it very well.
We're running out of time, so I'll sneak in one more question to both of you. There's a lot of ways how terrorism can be done today. Going forward and looking into the future, what do you think is the next big thing? What is a blind spot that we might be not paying enough attention to right now? What do you think we should be thinking about more that would be more important in the future but might be not visible that much right now? And Nick, I'm going to go to you first.
Sure. I wouldn't necessarily think of it as a blind spot, but there's something I worry about quite a bit looking into the future is the non-kinetic attempts by terrorist actors to have impact on our societies. We all worry about the kinds of attacks we see today, bombings, shootings, stabbings of individuals or in highly public settings. But of course, we also know that terrorist actors have broader ambition than that. They seek to engage in activities that would target our critical infrastructure, whether that's through cyber means or some other means. And so while they have, to date been less than completely successful at widening their skill set to the point where they can threaten our collective critical infrastructure in that way, that is one of the asymmetries I worry about the gap closing over time.
Tom, what are you worried about?
I agree some of the non-kinetic pieces, specifically the undermining of our democratic institutions. I really worry about that, and there are a lot of elections coming up. Safeguarding that process is critically important, and the credibility of that process. The second thing I would probably highlight is geographic. Central Asia has the potential, given what's going on in Afghanistan right now, to be a net importer of a potential terrorist activity. And so capacity building with Central Asia might be a spot that I'd look for in terms of what we should do. And then Nick highlighted this earlier, and the Houthis in the Red Sea really point at how disruptive they can be now that they've adopted and have technology that threatens air and missile defense really hardcore. I think that's the third area that we're becoming aware of, partly because of Ukraine, but these kind of weapons in those kinds of hands make it tough.
Thank you so much both for taking your time and for sharing your insights with us. Fighting terrorism is the definitely whole of society approach, so we'll do our part to help you do your job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for this ever-evolving discussion on addressing counterterrorism. We've seen the conversation about counterterrorism evolve from the post-9/11 era to a shifting conversation about great power competition. But as our esteemed panelists noted, we still know that terrorism is an ever-present threat, from the shooting attack in Moscow recently to a number of ISIS-K plots disrupted in Europe, to evolving goals and targets, as our panelists mentioned. So thank you to the panelists. Our next session will be moderated by Martin Sklenar, a distinguished fellow at GlobeSec. Please join me in welcoming Martin to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Martin Sklenar from GlobeSec, and it's my great pleasure to be moderating the next panel today on the public forum. And we will be talking a lot about industry, which seems to be appropriate. We've heard a lot about industry so far in the 2 days that we've been here in Washington during this summit. I'm joined today by three very good panelists, and I hope to have good discussion with them. please welcome with me Stacey Cummings, the General Manager of the NATO Support and Procurement Agency, Max Peterson, Vice President of Sovereign Cloud at Amazon Web Services, and Stephen O'Brien, Corporate Vice President and Global Business Development Officer at Northrop Grumman. Very happy to have you here, Stacey, Max, and Stephen. Great to have you. Thank you for coming. And we have a lot to talk about. We just heard also from Jake Sullivan, there's a lot of equipment actually rolling from the west to the east somehow, you know, to ending up in Ukraine. So the equipment has to come from somewhere. And let's discuss where it's coming from and how's the capacity that we want to have to produce it. So let's focus first on where we are and what has been done so far. We have seen NATO allies, but also the EU putting more and more attention on the industry. Following Russia's illegitimate aggression against Ukraine. We have seen defense budget rise. We have, as part of NATO's defense investment pledge, including the commitment to spending 20% of that. And this is, you know, some large amounts of money that are going into modernization of the equipment. And we have seen orders. We have seen actually orders being placed, significant ones, and we have seen political statements from NATO allies and NATO officials on the need to expand industrial capacity. And as recently as yesterday, NATO adopted the next level of the pledge, which is called now the NATO the Defense Industry Expansion Pledge, with 9 specific lines of effort. So that's the situation where we are. We will see allies developing their individual plans. And let's start there. Allies will let us know what is actually the demand. How do we set this what do we do with the demand now? How do we define it? What is the situation, Stacey? If you want to share with us how did the role of the industry change after the aggression in Ukraine? How is it connected to deterrence and defense that we talk about so much at this summit?
Well, thank you for that question. So the Secretary General has said that without industry, there is no deterrence, there is no defense, there is no security. And so collectively, we of course look at the defense industry as a key partner to be able to enable deterrence and defense. When we look at the changing demand signal, you mentioned increased defense spending and that focus on not just buying to replace the stocks that have been diminished through donations to Ukraine, but also looking at how do we ensure that allies are buying the next generation, the most modern defense equipment that they can, and also with a focus on moving beyond interoperability to interchangeability and commonality. And so as this creates an opportunity for nations to actually work together to buy common equipment so that when they're operating together, they're operating the same equipment, but also designing commonality and interoperability in from the very beginning of the life cycle of a weapon system. And that's where my agency, NSPA, can play a very strong role in aggregating demand, but also in bringing together common requirements and sending that demand signal to industry in terms of a contract, a funded contract, which allows industry to make the investments that they need to increase capacity, and it allows nations to buy together and get economies of scale at the same time, and I'll repeat myself, a common solution that has the benefit of commonality in operations, but also from a supply chain perspective.
Great, thank you very much. And we'll speak about the signals. They seem to be important in this discussion. But first, Stephen, we do need capacity. I mean, this is about how do we get to more capacity, and we need it quickly. How do we do that? How much has the industry already done? Please share with us.
Well, we've invested quite a bit, and I think you've got to be innovative beyond that. For instance, I was at the Ukrainian embassy yesterday, where we have an agreement now for the first U.S. company with co-production in Ukraine. Signed for the first time, will we be producing it in Ukraine by Ukrainians with the cooperation of a U.S. company, in this case, Northrop Grumman. And those kind of innovative approaches not only help Ukraine meet its desire to be part of the arsenal of democracy, but it also expands capacity that we need desperately across the world. So it's not just the capacity we're looking for in the United States, it's those co-productions, co-development, and partnerships that are going to expand capacity across the whole region in the arsenal of democracy, because it's no longer in one particular country, it's worldwide.
Great, thank you very much. And well, Max, how do tech companies come into the picture? And how do you add to deterrence and defense in this sense?
Well, the kinetic effect is no doubt important, but in today's world, and in particular, as we talk about modernizing, the digital battle space is going to be incredibly important. It proved out in Ukraine in terms of the ability to rapidly collect information, synthesize it, and then get that information to the battlefield. I think what's really important from a tech perspective is that you have technology partners that have worked in the defense and national security space for a good bit of time. And they don't just bring tech, they bring mission experience. AWS, for example, has delivered top secret and secret cloud computing capabilities for well over a decade. And so we understand how to help integrate those different systems to be able to deliver the digital effect. And in fact, just last week, the Australian government announced that they are partnering with AWS to build their top secret cloud capability. So I think that mission understanding is really important, and I think partnership is really important. It's got to be an enduring, a sustained, and a mission-driven sort of response. And I think in terms of capability, I mean, just take one quick example from space. The average satellite's dumping about 20,000, the equivalent of 20,000 high-def pictures a day. And when you multiply that across all of the collection capabilities that we're talking about here, you've got to have a substantial, a sustained, and a highly capable digital fabric to be able to process and store all of that, but importantly, to be able to share it across all of the NATO member community.
But also, at the same time, protect it from,
Security has always been job one.
Great. Let's talk on signals then. Stephen, what signals is it that the industry expects from Stacey and, the governments? What are you looking for?
Well, we're looking for contracts, as Stacey will tell you right off the bat. That's the best signal that you're ever going to get.
I'm shocked, I have to say.
Yeah. What Stacey's doing is incredibly important. It's not just the contracts. It's the predictability that allows us to have a stable supply chain, if you will, a stable workforce where we're not having peaks and troughs in our production line that makes it impossible to keep the people employed and that talented workforce with us the entire time. And also that contracting mechanism that Stacey has is now streamlined. So no longer are we doing many different contracts with many different countries and many different languages. You have a single contract that Stacey's able to do. Obviously, that reduces the cost to the players, but also reduces the time. You get a stable workforce, and we get investment that industry is able to make by doing that. And it's all made possible by Stacey's team. And I think everyone's a winner for it, Stacey.
Thank you.
Yep.
So, there is one demand signal to industry, and that is a funded contract. And what we would recommend is that nations come together to bring I already talked about commonality and the benefits of commonality, but buying together increases quantities, and this is a commonly known, the more you buy, the more you're going to save. And so if we can bring together multinational, large quantities with multi-year commitments, with assured quantities, then we can get the best possible price from our industry partners, because they can optimize not just their production line, they can optimize their workforce, they can also optimize their supply chains. And just a great example of this is where we entered into a contract late last year for Patriot GEM-T missiles. And we bought at a quantity that allowed industry to invest in not just new capacity, but an entirely redundant supply chain. But you have to have the quantities in order to create the right incentives for industry to be able to make that investment. And we can't be entering into contracts with assured access for 1 or 2 years. We really have to be able to give that assured access in years 3 through 7, 3 through 10, because that way, again, not only are we giving the right incentives, but we're going to get the better prices that way. And when you get better prices for things like Patriot missiles or Stingers, that means you can buy more, That means that you can fill up your stockpiles, and it means that nations have the confidence to be able to make those donations that we've been talking about to Ukraine.
Can you share with us an estimate how much more the agency is now actually procuring from the industry than before the Ukraine happened?
Sure. In 2021, we executed 3.6 billion euro in funded contracts. In last year, we executed 10.6 billion euro in funded contracts. So that's significant increase.
That's significant. So the signals are there. They're being picked up. The money is on the table. But to make it happen, to fill the contracts, you still need investment. I mean, you have to invest in producing the capacity. And that's where, with every investment, some risks come into play. Let's discuss. Who's willing to take the risks? It seems that it is pretty straightforward, right? I mean, the situation is bad. It's not going to get better very soon. So who's going to be taking what kind of risk? Stacey, do you have you're like in the intermediary position between the governments, the most customers, you being a customer as well, but still, how does it look from your desk? Who should take the risk?
So there has to be a balance in risk. One side or the other can't take all of the risk. We have to understand the dynamics of the defense industry. That's different than the dynamics of a commercial industry. And so risk is measured in a different way for a commercial company than it is for a defense company. Defense companies have one customer, and that is the government. And so the type of risk that we expect industry to take is different than the type of risk we would expect a company that has a new technology or that is delivering something where you can have the entirety of the market is available to you as a customer. So that risk has to be balanced, but there are tools available. So we can take, for example, a tool in the United States called the Defense Production Act. So the U.S. has specific tools that allow them to make investments, and I see the European Union making those same types of investments in industrial production, creating those incentives to reduce the risk for industry to make those investments in capacity. There are other things we can do around contracts. So we can have contracts with incentives in them. We can have contracts that have pricing based on quantity bands, again, to create those incentives. So the more you buy, the lower your price is. And we can also create contracts with innovations in cash flow. So that way, we're sharing the risk, but we're also creating the environment where the defense industry has the confidence to make investments while the governments are making those purchases to get the products that they need at the right price.
Okay.
Yeah.
Max, Stephen, what's the industry's take on this? How much risk are you willing to take on?
Well, we actually pioneered a slightly different model where what we do is we work on understanding deeply what customer demand is, and then we build in advance to that demand signal. So we just announced a 7.8 billion euro investment in Europe to build a European sovereign cloud. And that's based upon our understanding of the work that we've done across highly regulated industries and defense and national security space in the EU, and an understanding that we believe we have to work, again, in partnership on things like standards, on things like compliance, on things like security, so that we can actually get the platform capability from a tech perspective that we're going to need for defense across NATO. And that includes, in particularly, the ability to interoperate with the U.S., with Canada, and with all of the member partners. So we make those investments in advance, and we anticipate customer demand. That's the only way to really get hyperscale cloud capability. Slightly different than some other industry partners.
Yeah, the more traditional ones. Stephen, are you okay with the traditional industry denomination?
It is. It's for us, it's about partnership. Stacey will tell you that whether the prior items we were talking about with contracting, or as we put demand in, there is no way we succeed without one another. And governments and industry on that partnership and bringing the business cases that are sometimes difficult for governments to see, whether it's the other companies that are going to invest in with us, other countries that are going to invest on this, all to meet the demand that we foresee it. and lay it in. But we can't have excess demand without a partnership to absorb that extra cost for surge capacity. So the traditional commercial model of build it and they will come, we really have one customer, and the build it and will come is a partnership that we look forward to the demand signal together, and then we put innovative business cases and investments in there to build toward that demand.
I understand that, and it seems that this is the time now for building it because they will come. I mean, it looks like everybody is coming this way. What is it what is it that you need in like more detail to be able to plan out that investment? Because it's not just to find the customer, but is it time? Is it amount, or what is it that you would be looking for if you could choose?
Well, it's the investment that we need, and it's the government cooperation to make it possible, both for our company on the U.S. side as well as the international governments to do that. There are environmental concerns. There are obviously licensing concerns. The only way this becomes reality in that is a partnership between government and industry to make it happen, whether it's international governments and U.S. government, in this case with our company. That's the path to success.
I'd add on to what Stephen just said by saying I think we need aggressive tops-down leadership as well, because we are at a place where speed matters, and in fact, speed matters disproportionately if we're going to continue to defend. And that goes to the kinetic effect, and it also goes to the digital effect. We've seen some great strides, in particularly, spurred by the conflict in Europe, by Russia's invasion in Ukraine. But I still think that we need to move faster and with a greater sense of urgency across that spectrum. So I think that's another key ingredient.
I fully agree. Let me try to put in a little bit of a government perspective. I used to work for the Slovak government a little bit, and the phrase that is missing from this discussion is public procurement, I guess, because if you talk about time, that usually puts on the brakes just a little slight amount to the urgency and the top-down approach. But I get it. I mean, if this is if you have all the political signals, there needs to be strong decisions and steps to make that a leaner process, at least if not quicker. But let's try to address. So how much capacity do we need? How big are the muscles that we are flexing here, and how much time do we have to get there? Stacey, you want to try?
So I think the challenge that we have in defining from an industry perspective, how much do we need? You're looking across multiple nations that have sovereign decision making. Mm-hmm. Nations can come together when they choose to, and of course we have a ready-made platform to incentivize nations to come together and to consolidate their demand. How much we need is based on what is the stock levels that we're looking for, how much have we already donated, what do we need for the foreseeable future to support Ukraine, and then what is the level of stocks, level of systems, defense systems that we need in the future to continue to deter our adversaries. And when you put all that together, you also need to consider that we don't all buy exactly one thing, that we're going to say we need 1,000 of these one things, because we have a lot of different configurations, we have a lot of different systems, and nations do make that decision based on their requirements and based on what's in the best interest for them and the way that they operate. And so the idea that we can say, well, we know we need a lot, so industry should start building it. I do agree that the public sector needs to give clear requirements, and the way we give clear requirements is through contracts. And by doing it together, we can get economies of scale, and we can also create more certainty for industry so that we can fill our stocks, make sure we have exactly what we need, and industry knows that they will be able to continue to support the demand that we're going to have in the future, not just the demand that we have for today.
Exactly.
I think the other important piece is resilience, and you touched on that, right? By taking that approach, you wound up getting an additional supply line. Right. And so it's both the demand that we need to plan to, but it's also the resilience that we need to think about when we're doing that.
Great, Stephen.
And you have to innovate. And some of the things, I mean, take 155, right? We talk a lot about it now in NATO and where it is. You know, NATO's 75 years old. Guess what? We're still making 155 the same way we did 75 years ago. And it has a lot of stresses on the supply chain. Forged steel, that supply chain is at its max right now. The automobile industry has gotten away from forged steel. They use Ost-tempered ductile iron manufacturing. Doesn't matter what it says. What it is, a much larger supply chain where you can use that to build the shells that go into 155. We're already doing it on the Navy 5-inch guns. Why not bring it into 155? Another way you can innovate, even on something like 155, just like we did on JDAM, which is an aviation weapon, but 155 is a ballistically guided round of artillery. In other words, it's just gravity fed. It's not as accurate as we want it to be. The simple way is replace the fuse with a guided weapons fuse. You don't have to produce as much because now you have a precision weapon and it hits the target. Instead of using 3 155 rounds, you can use 1 in that. Instead of building more, make it more accurate. Innovate in that way. Much different than maybe Max is using with the cloud, but you can innovate on some of the more basic items that we have out there and reduce the challenges on the supply chain, reduce the challenges on the total number that you have. That's the way that we've got to think about this from industry, and then we've got to bring it to government on what we can do.
That's great. Let's dive into that. I would also encourage people in the audience and online to send in their questions. We'll have time. Let's talk about innovation a little bit, and I want to provoke just a little bit. I understand that as a case, but it looks that Russia is using Cold War style equipment to keep this war going. So is innovation helping us, or is it slowing us down in the quick increase of the capacity? Max, I mean, you've been called on innovation. I'm sure you've got a great answer.
Well, I hope it's a great answer. Thank you. I mean, I just have to say +1 to what Stephen said, right? Our adversaries don't stand still. And that gives us the imperative to innovate. And I think that's one of the places where we actually have an advantage if we harness it right. We have a tremendous set of technical skills. We have a tremendous set of technical capability. We have really innovative startups across all of the NATO member countries, across a very big ecosystem. And I think it's our ability to leverage that and put it to effect that matters. I think you take a look at what we've been able to do with drones and sensors and things like that. And if I can build on what Stephen said, not only is making the munitions smarter important, but actually being able to understand the effect in real time and movement and run the analytics in real time to figure out where the next round goes and the next round goes. So I think we absolutely have to keep the imperative and the speed on innovation, and we need to think about it in a comprehensive sort of fashion. So don't just innovate on the tech. It needs to be innovation across tech, across battlefield commanders, across industry, and I'm excited because we do a ton with Northrop Grumman already in terms of innovation across those platforms.
Stacey, how is the NSPA pushing innovation in this?
Yeah, great question. So you brought up the term public procurement that kind of has a bit of an attachment to long bureaucratic processes. But as an acquisition professional, I would say that you can innovate across the entire life cycle of requirements all the way through in service for a defense system. So when we look at generating requirements that are more outcome-oriented or operational requirements so that we give industry the opportunity to propose back to us more innovative solutions to meet our requirements instead of saying, I want what I had before, I just want it to be newer. We can actually create defense systems that are that are iterative in nature. So we can meet the requirements of today, but be prepared by designing in an iterative process like open system architecture, by bringing in small innovative companies to be able to do parts of the defense system, especially in the software enablement side. But we can also innovate in the procurement process, digital acquisition, digital engineering, which allows us to better understand the intellectual property and tech data that we're acquiring, and again, deliver capabilities that are meant to be upgradable, so that as the threat environment changes, you're continuously assessing whether or not your defense system is meeting your needs, and you're able to upgrade it annually, every 6 months, even down to when we're talking about software, every 2 weeks, where you actually design that in from the very beginning. And I think that that is the way that we transition from this thought process of public procurement being something that's bureaucratic to really talking about acquisition from the beginning all the way through the life cycle with a digital thread that enables the operator, but also enables the maintainer and the supply chain to be reactive, and where just-in-time is a good thing, because just-in-time means that you have everything you need to either build the part or to iterate on the design on a real-time basis. And so technology is really, I think, going to, and is already, transforming the way we design, acquire, and support defense systems.
Great, thanks. Before I turn to the question from the audience, and we're getting some good ones, let me use your presence, Max, here from. I mean, the A in the AWS stands for Amazon, so I'm going to broaden it up a little bit. Yesterday we heard from Secure that some of the gaps that we have actually in the NATO force are in the enablement and the logistics department. So how can we put more companies into the defense industry to help us deal with that? Amazon might have some experience there.
We do have a little bit of logistics experience, that's true. And we have, internally, we call it a one-team approach, where we take a look at customer requirements and we try and bring all of the capability that Amazon and not just AWS has to bear. We do a lot of work with the transformation organization and General Lavigne's organization, including where we have brought logistics skills to the forefront to do pilots on logistics, including where we bring another Amazon company. It doesn't start with an A, starts with a K, Kuiper, which is a geostationary, or a low Earth orbit satellite system. It'll be comprised of some 3,200 satellites to bring communications to bear. So, I think you're spot on. I think many industry partners have strengths that are important to defense and security, and we ought to figure out how to help across the spectrum on that. Just for my interest, as AWS was created, did you think that it would be a defense industry company? I guess what we didn't say is that prior to running the sovereign cloud business at Amazon, I ran our worldwide public sector business for 12 years. Okay. So I started when there were only 4 people in the AWS government business. So yes, okay. I believed that there was a place for cloud computing and tech in government and in defense pretty much from day one. And even when you look at the recent experience in Ukraine, Amazon, the logistics company, set up supply capabilities inside of our distribution centers to get aid and other things into Ukraine, at the same time that the tech part, AWS, was helping to get the Ukrainians' core systems and core data backed up and out of the country and into the cloud. So, it's not a new thing. Perhaps we don't talk about it enough.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's get into the questions. We've got one from Stuart Atha. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And we've been talking about this, but how do we encourage nations to accept a common approach to certification and qualification? If they did interoperability through standardization, would improve. if they did, interoperability, standardization would improve. How do we encourage them? How do we tell nations? How do you tell nations, Stacy? This is this is what the NSPA does. Join.
It is what we do, and we have 38 support partnerships. So those are partnerships where 2 or more allies, and in some cases up to 29 allies have gotten together to say, we're going to buy things together. And I think the best way we can encourage allies to do that, to bring together their requirements, is by being able to deliver on the requirements that they've given us, getting them the best possible price, and also just making it as easy as possible to come and work with us. So we're a customer-funded agency, and so nations have to choose to come to NSPA. And although, of course, I'm the GM of NSPA, and I'm going to say that it's a great place to come and bring requirements together, I would encourage nations to work together even if it's not through the NSPA platform. I think there's a great benefit in looking at it regionally, but also looking at it from an operational perspective. If you're going to operate together, then you're going to want to operate common systems, because interoperability means that you can talk to each other, that you can work together. Interchangeability or commonality means that if you're in a tank or a truck and it's disabled, you can get out and hop into the tank or the truck of your partner without going to training before you can do that. You can share supply chains. So if you have a part shortage or a critical part that has downed your aircraft or has downed your system, then you can turn to your partner and you can borrow it, you can use it. One thing a lot of people don't know is that we can actually do multinational FMS cases, foreign military sales cases, with the US. The benefit of that is not only a streamlined process of being able to work together, not only that, and potential for significant savings through economies of scale, but also being able to exchange end items on the back end because you're part of a partnership is a benefit that you can't get in any other platform. And that's something that I think is a great incentive for nations to be able to have that flexibility that you don't have if you're not part of a partnership.
Great, thanks. Stephen, how do you persuade your customers to buy, the stuff that you produce, not the one that...
I mean, just what Stacy's talking about. It's not just the lower cost, it's also the speed. So it is impossible to overestimate the amount of time the contracting timeline takes. If you're talking about individual contracts with each one of the NATO partners, sometimes, generally speaking, these contracts take about a year to negotiate. And it slows things down. People don't get their product, if you will, and it's wear and tear on both industry to put those contracts together, and it's wear and tear on the governments to write them. Using the platform Stacy has, that's all eliminated, and you get the lower price, and we're able to stabilize production, and with stabilized production, we're able to innovate and invest on those products for the future.
Seems to be, NSPA seems to be at the center of this, which is very good. Let me explore one more thing, and we got 5 more minutes. How much do we'll come to you right away. And you mentioned this, Max. You're building your cloud in Europe. How difficult this is to to follow NATO and EU in this? Are they close? I mean, we want them to be as close as possible on the industry. It's usually the same the same industry, producing very similar stuff. How difficult is for you to to move between those contacts?
Well, I'm going to piggyback on the standards question because standards are vital. And so we work really closely across the EU on standards, security standards, privacy standards. We're working very closely on something called EUCS, which is the cybersecurity standard for the EU. And we work closely with NATO on those sorts of standards because as important as it is to be able to exchange, the physical dimension on the battle space, it's equally important to be able to interoperate and exchange on a digital fabric. And so standards. Don't create new stuff. There's international standards out there. There are EU standards that are out there. There's NATO standards that are out there. To the extent that we can rally around those things, it makes things faster, less expensive, and more seamless in terms of integration.
And that's what NATO can do on this. It can drive the interoperability by setting the standards on a number of these weapons so that you do drive to interoperability and interchangeability that Stacey talked about. That, that has gotten looser over time with NATO, and now you have these different 155 rounds, the different howitzers and where you fire them, and some are not qualified, and others, we don't want to be in that situation in the future. We want to get to interchangeability, interoperability in all these weapon systems, not just 155.
And we're all looking forward into the information that we're going to get from the JTAG, the Joint Center in Poland, where Ukraine is actually doing this, right? I mean, they are trying to see how much interoperability there already is in the equipment, and they have to, and we, looking forward to seeing it. Let's go to the question from the audience.
Thank you. My name is Peter Banyas. I'm an engineering student at Duke. I'd like to pull on the thread of incentive structures and motivations as you're dealing with this private partnerships. You mentioned the difficulty of innovating, even just switching from the type of steel you use. And I wonder if the ultimate reason why there's difficulty with changing and updating maybe these simple solutions is because after a year of negotiating contracts, once that contract's finally signed, there's no more profit maximizing incentive for the contractors to actually change anything and do anything any more innovative after that point. So if that's true, and maybe it's not, are there ways that we could change the way that we write contracts or develop these partnerships so that there still is that either flexibility or direct incentive for contractors to build those new innovative solutions?
I'll start.
Go,
please. I think that there are examples out there, great examples out there, of where a contracting officer can be as flexible as they need to be in order to get the capability or the outcome that they're looking for. That being said, we are public sector. We need to be transparent. We need to be fair. But we do have a lot of tools at our disposal. So we have tools to be able to go out and run competitions for prototypes, where those prototypes can then be seamlessly moved into a production contract. So that gives industry the opportunity to compete for those prototypes, but then demonstrate that they're able to deliver, and then use that demonstration as a streamlined way to get into production, which again goes back to those incentives of making sure that industry is bringing the best, most capable, most innovative solutions. There are other things that we can do from a contracting perspective around cost sharing, cost overruns, but also cost sharing, cost underruns, where both the government and industry benefit when they reduce costs. And we can build that structure into contracts. In order to do that, of course, you need to have the right acquisition strategy from the beginning, and then you need to have the right contracting strategy. And then when you have that right contracting strategy, you can execute really innovative ways to, it goes back to that word partnership. After you get through the competitive process, then it becomes a partnership, and you can work together to create those incentives for innovation. And I didn't leave you much time, but...
No, I think what industry also can do is bring some disruptive technologies even to itself. So, just things that we haven't talked about, but we talk about integrated air and missile defense and where we are. I mean, PAC-3 standard missiles are fantastic, but the cost exchange ratio with some of these very inexpensive drones is just not sustainable. And we're going to run out of missiles, and I think we all get that. So we have to come up with innovative ways to try to solve the problems, working with the U.S. government in this case, or all the governments, in a way that we can do this in a much more efficient manner.
Thank you very much.
I would add one last thing. When I'm in the early stage of working with customers, I always suggest that they think about an acquisition strategy that includes tech refresh or engineering change proposals. And in fact, a mandatory requirement for the awardees to come back with periodic tech refresh and engineering change proposals. And if the mechanism is in the acquisition vehicle from the start, then you've got a way to actually go ahead and propose new and evolving capabilities, and it could be in scope.
Thank you, Max. Thank you for the question. And in the spirit of time, let me just thank the panelists for their very good insights, and thank you very much for the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. What an important conversation to wrap up the first half of today's programming, from looking at stocks and what Ukraine needs to fight Russia, to the ways that government and private sector can better collaborate to optimize supply chains, which in many ways can make or break what effective defense can look like. We will now break for lunch, and our online audience will hear a studio interview featuring Deputy Secretary of Commerce Don Graves. We'll reconvene at 1:30, and in the meantime, bon appétit.
Hello, and welcome to today's conversation on building whole-of-society resilience here at the NATO Public Forum. I'm your host, Shanti Kalathil, and I'm joined today by Deputy Secretary of Commerce Don Graves and Deputy Homeland Security Advisor and Deputy Assistant to the President, Caitlin Durkovich. I'm so glad to be having this conversation with you both. I thought we would kick it off by talking a little bit about what resilience means. I think that's a word that we've heard quite a bit over the last few days. A lot of people have brought it into conversations about security, about people, about communities, and yet we sometimes don't exactly know what that means, especially when we bring it outside of the context of individual resilience. Mm-hmm. So let me ask you both, what does resilience mean to you? How do you think of it in the context of a government, in the context of a nation, and also in the context of a community? So maybe, Caitlin, let's start with you.
Great, thank you. And first of all, Shanti, it's great to be with you. Deputy Secretary Graves, always wonderful to share the stage with you. I think resilience really, at the end of the day, is about how you respond when things don't go as planned. And you can pull that string through all of those different sectors, through government, through society, and through your personal lives. We actually have an official definition that we use in our policy documents now, and it's about the ability to prepare for threats and hazards, to adapt to changing conditions, and to withstand and recover rapidly from those conditions and those disruptions. Essential to all of that is how society responds to unplanned events and the need to work at the individual level to make sure that our citizens are equally prepared for those unanticipated events. I think a big part of this, again, is what you're going to do when something occurs that you hadn't planned for. And so we are working across the federal community to make sure that our citizens think about what they need to do to help in the overall effort to be resilient, what you can do as individuals to make sure at home you have the necessary supplies on hand if you have to be on your own without assistance for a while, but also how you as an individual can contribute to that in terms of what you might bring to a fight.
Oh, that sounds great. And Deputy Secretary?
Well, Shanti, thank you for hosting this conversation, and I'm never going to disagree with my friend Caitlin here. I would just add that the President has said that part of resiliency is recognizing the need for us to free ourselves from the dangerous dependencies that we currently have. We saw what happened in the pandemic when we weren't as resilient as we probably should have been. It's important to continue our having the connections in this very globally connected world, building off of our partnerships, but it's also building our own resiliency here at home and, of course, with our partners and allies. We have seen with the emergence of critical and emerging technologies, there's going to be an even greater need for a range of underlying technologies, the components, the equipment that goes into that, whether that's for our businesses or for people to be able to take care of themselves at home. So for us, it's about making sure that we have access to the technologies, having access to the needed goods, so that in the event that we have some type of challenging problem facing the country or the world, that our people are prepared and that we're not beholden to outside forces or those who might, for more nefarious purposes, hold us hostage.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think we can all agree that the way that you framed it, resilience is a very good thing, but it's one thing to talk about it as a theory, another thing to put it into practice. So from your respective perches, how do you go about putting resilience into practice?
So for us, I mean, we are a very large department at the Department of Commerce. And so we think about things like climate change and dealing with weather and the types of hazards and events that can affect communities, can affect regions, can affect parts of the globe. So we're certainly spending a lot of time thinking about how we build more resiliency, more access to information, predictive capabilities, and the like. It's why the president was, we were so excited when the president was able to pass the Inflation Reduction Act. It gave us more of the tools that we need to disseminate information, because information is one of those critical tools that you need to be more resilient. But it's also about having the infrastructure, the foundation, and foundational access to some of these tools, things like semiconductors. So we passed this thing called the CHIPS and Science Act, which gave us the ability to invest tens of billions of dollars in onshoring and friendshoring more of these needed critical technologies around semiconductors. So building a more resilient ecosystem is also part of what I think is vital to our overall resilience. When you have an ecosystem that is healthy, when you have multiple communities across the country that have businesses and universities that are innovating, that are driving the development of those fundamental technologies, it allows us to be able to prepare for any sort of eventuality and ensure that we and our partners and allies around the world aren't, again, stuck in a place where we don't have access to things like chips, which means that whole industries have to shut down at times because they don't have enough of them.
Sure. Caitlin.
Shanti, that's a great question. And in fact, the president in late April signed out a new policy on critical infrastructure security and resilience, recognizing that the complex risk environment demands that we not only think about how we protect and secure our infrastructure, but that we need to bring that concept of resilience to it. Key to that is the notion that we have to be focused both on today's threats, but we also have to be attuned to what's out there on the horizon, right? That's that anticipatory piece that I talked about earlier. And so as part of the policy, the Secretary of Homeland Security has actually issued some strategic guidance to the federal government, those departments and agencies that are responsible for working with the owners and operators of critical infrastructure to help them manage the risk, about the things that they should be thinking about out in the future. That includes new technologies like artificial intelligence and both the opportunities they present, but how they can be weaponized. It includes thinking about the threat from the People's Republic of China and other nation states, and how we work to address both the cyber threat vectors that they use, but other hybrid threats. It includes thinking about the risk of the climate crisis and what that means for our communities. And then again, our increasing dependence on space and space-based assets and how we factor that in. And so each of the federal departments and agencies that work with industries are responsible for coming up now with a risk assessment of their sectors and then a plan for how we are going to strengthen the security and the resilience of those assets and systems and networks that make up that sector. So it's a whole of government, whole of society approach with a very aggressive timeline, because we, again, recognize that the risk environment that we are in is becoming more fraught and more complex, and it demands that we do a better job anticipating. I'm going to just say one more piece to this. What has really always been central to our critical infrastructure policy is information sharing. It is the cornerstone. It is providing those that are on the front lines with the information, the analytics, the intelligence that they need to make informed decisions about where to make investments. And that's one of the key pieces of this new policy, is the direction the president has given to the intelligence community to treat the private sector as a key customer and to understand what information they need, their intelligence requirements, again, so we can do a better job giving them tools to manage the risk.
And, you know, this new policy, National Security Memorandum 22, how are the departments and agencies implementing this? How is the Department of Commerce going about implementing this new policy?
Well, the great thing for us is that the policy is very explicit, giving us a number of tasks as it relates to fulfilling the mission. Broadly, it's everything that Caitlin just talked about. It's tackling the latest challenges, potential challenges to our national security around the development of a range of technologies. So we at the Commerce Department think about the development of standards for things like, and guardrails and protections, things like AI. My view is that for us to take advantage of all the wonderful innovations that life-changing innovations that AI can bring to the world, we have to lead with two core principles, and that's safety and security. We have to think about the science as well. So the safety and security, we have to have standards that ensure that, that our partners in the private sector know exactly how far they can and should go, and that we're also thinking about how quickly the science will develop. The challenge that we have is that there are a lot of actors out there coming from a range of vectors who are looking to use these new technologies to maybe do things to us that we can't even imagine as of yet. So for us, it's about working with our partners in the private sector, working with the universities, and developing these standards, these protocols. It's why we stood up the AI Safety Institute at the Department of Commerce to specifically look at the ways that we build guardrails and approaches that give companies the transparency, the clarity, the predictability that they need so that they can continue to innovate and come up with new approaches that will change our world for the better, but also protects us against all of the potential downsides that technology like AI could bring.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you brought up technology, and Caitlin, you mentioned hybrid threats. I'd like to expand on that a little bit more. I think, you know, obviously with emerging technology, that can be a critical asset for us in building resilience, but it also can be a boon for our adversaries, and particularly when we get to hybrid threats, which can attack not only our infrastructure, but really the fabric of our democratic societies, really going after our democratic processes. There's an expanding threat landscape now. So how do you think about these issues? How do you think about this issue of hybrid threats, and especially bringing in this concept of new technology, of AI, and the ways that it can both perhaps help mitigate, but also, you know, perhaps give fuel to some of these new threats? Caitlin, you want to start us off?
Yeah, it's a great question, and we are certainly have moved beyond an era of where we are, you know, solely focused on kinetic threats. One of the, you know, overarching or primary drivers of the new policy that I talked about, NSM 22, is the reality that our adversaries have actually made footholds into our infrastructure, largely through the cyber threat vector, which will enable, in a time of escalating tensions, for them to disrupt our ability to project force, to cause discord in our society, doubts in our ability to respond. So this is one example of how hybrid threats are playing out, and certainly an illustration that we are no longer protected by the oceans on our east and west, and our partners to the north and south, and something that we have to think about. But increasingly as well, we are worried about how information is used as a weapon to do similar things. And one of the things that I have in my portfolio is actually disinformation and misinformation, something that we worked very closely on. And we have seen how disinformation can impact almost every mission that the federal government is responsible for, from disaster response to now we're in the 2024 election cycle, and increasingly worried not just about disinformation around voting, but also the use of generative AI, or what's known as deep fakes, where somebody can easily manipulate an image, a video, or create a video or audio of a candidate, for example, that is fake. and convey either improper or wrong information, or convey something that may not be true about the time and place and nature of voting. And so these are an example of how hybrid threats are playing out in our environment, again, with the intent of disrupting or preying on vulnerable and maybe unwitting individuals to have a broader kind of strategic impact.
Yeah, please go ahead.
And I think the key to this is making sure that we're getting to the points of potential critical failure in our overall system. Our biggest companies and our government agencies spend a lot of time, a lot of resources focusing on the biggest challenges to our critical infrastructure, to their systems. The problem that we have as a society, and I think this is across not just the United States, but all across the globe, is that the vulnerabilities exist within our supply chains. They exist within our key nodes across local communities, our small and mid-sized businesses, individuals who don't have the wherewithal, don't have the resources, don't have the full understanding of the nature of the challenge that we're facing. It's why we have our Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, as well as our Institute for Cybersecurity Education, which is meant as a counterpart to everything that the Department of Homeland Security is doing, that CISA is doing, making sure that the private sector and our partners all across the country, as well as American citizens, have the tools that they need to deal with this burgeoning challenge that we face. So it's certainly cybersecurity, but to your point, it's also AI. So more education is needed on all of this so that people are more aware of the threats that are coming at them that they may not even be aware about.
Yeah, I think, one of the points you made, Caitlin, about the threats and deepfakes and new types of information that may be manipulated, one thing to keep in mind is sometimes people may lose faith altogether and stop believing in things because they're hearing so much about these threats that it actually destroys trust in institutions even further. And that's, I think, something that I'm really glad to hear that the government's thinking about. I think we've been talking a lot about resilience from a U.S. context, but these threats that we're talking about, building resilience, it's not something that stops at the borders, right? I mean, it's something with which we should be working with our partners and allies. So talk a little bit about how resilience can be shared, how it can be built collectively. What have we been doing to work with our partners and allies and those overseas to build our shared resilience? Caitlin, I know you've gone through some work on this front recently. If you want to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, let me just go back quickly to the building resilience piece, especially to disinformation. I think that government is not the only answer to this, by the way. This really is a whole of society effort, and that our education system, that our civil society needs, and our partners in all of this, frankly. And for the very reason that you said, there are parts of the public that do not trust in large institutions and governments, and so we have to use every available mean to help our citizenry better understand how this threat is evolving and how we build resilience. And I always say, when I was taught at some point in my life when you walk into a supermarket and you see a tabloid magazine and some false headline about a famous person having 8 alien children, well, someone along the way taught you that that was not true, and to question that. And that's the same approach that we have to take when we build resilience to disinformation, but it's not only a government mission or effort. Related to how we are doing this with our partners, I think this is where there is a really good news story, and that we have many our allies and partners that are have been thinking about resilience for some time, and they may be challenged by different threats and hazards. And many, I think, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has also both helped inspire how resilience can be used to counter a threat, but why we need to continue to be focused on building it. I happen to serve as the U.S. senior resilience officer at NATO, and every one of the member countries has a senior national resilience officer. There is a committee that is focused on both the need to drive resilience at home, and so there's some baseline principles that are largely around how we strengthen our infrastructure to enable our society to be more resilient, our economy to be more resilient, but a recognition that a strong national resilience will also mean a stronger alliance. Should we ever have to invoke Article 5 and mobilize forces, that the ability to withstand how adversaries may try and disrupt that force projection and our societal resilience. If we're stronger at home, we're stronger as an alliance. We, in May, actually brought all those senior national resilience officers here to Washington, and we did a series of exercises that were focused on some of the hybrid threats that we were talking about, cyber attacks coupled with disinformation, and how we would respond, and had conversations about both the strengths that we have to address and mitigate those threats, but where we had gaps nationally, but also collectively where we could work together. A big piece of this is the communication piece, right? And thinking about upfront. And I'll give you an example. One of the things that we work on collectively together is the threat of what we call space weather, but that's the sun emanating solar flares, and we're in a kind of period of enhanced solar activity where we've actually seen a lot of space weather. We know more and more about how a strong storm could impact the functioning of our infrastructure. And it's changed over time because we have become such a digitized and electrified society. Well, instead of waiting for the big storm to happen and then trying to figure out who's going to be the expert and what our messages are going to be and how we communicate to the public about what a solar event or a space weather event is and isn't, we're trying to do all of that work on drafting the messaging and identifying who our experts are going to be now. So we're in the thick of a response. We're not trying to pull all of this together. And I think more and more how we communicate and message to our citizenry is really important, and we have to put a lot of time and effort into thinking about it, given the very kind of fractured information environment that we live in.
What were some of the findings that came out about information sharing and communication among allies and partners from that exercise? I mean, you both have mentioned that that's really of preeminent importance. Were there any interesting insights that came out from that?
I think, you know, one of the takeaways, and this often happens in, I shouldn't say often, but in most exercises, everyone agrees that we have to do a better job sharing information. And I think this is where NATO has a strong history of doing that on the defensive front, and we need to think about how we build that same kind of institutional capacity on the resilience front. One of the things, though, that we remain concerned about is, and whether it is a weather event, a solar event, or our adversaries disrupting it, is what happens when you don't have reliable communications. And that there is intermittent or disrupted comms. That is going to challenge all of us, and it is something that we are working on here in the United States to build resiliency and to think about, all right, if commercial communications isn't available, how are we going to function and operate in a degraded environment? But we also have to do it with our partners and allies overseas.
Don.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, the way that I think about this, and I know the president has long said this, NATO has been the bulwark in the defense of democratic values for 70 years. And that's really what this is all about, is thinking about how we ensure the protection, the uplift of our shared values. Some of that is on the kinetic side, the national security side, but some of that is also on the infrastructure side and on the economic side. And one of the best examples of the ways that we can make this work more effectively going forward is what we did, as Caitlin mentioned, with the unwarranted invasion of Ukraine by Russia. we were able in very short order. I mean, I remember having the video calls with my counterparts in the EU and across the globe, where we were able to pull together in a matter, it felt like just a number of weeks, a coalition of partners that took unprecedented action, imposing export controls and sanctions on Russia to prevent Putin's war machine from doing even more damage than it's already done. He's paying a very heavy price, continuing to lack the access to the most advanced technologies. And so it's that type of concerted, coordinated action that partners and allies do together that I think can be most effective in the type of environment that we're in today. So I think that going forward, the more that we can share what we're seeing, we can coordinate on the development of standards and approaches so that we can protect the type of world economic order and that is, I think, of value to all of the NATO partners, to all of our allies and partners. It allows us to have the type of security and resilience that will protect all of our people, whether it's from kinetic harm or from the type of hybrid types of attacks that we're seeing much more of in recent years.
And I know we're running out of time, but I did want to ask one last question, which I think gets back to the title of this session about building whole of society resilience. So how do you envision that the private sector can work with the U.S. government, with other governments to help build that whole of society resilience? And also, how do you bring society into this? How do you bring civil society and publics into this question so that you do get to this whole of society piece?
So it's exactly what we've been doing. And I think this applies to the work that we do with our partners and allies, but I'll focus here at home. When we're implementing the bipartisan infrastructure law, for instance, we have a Internet for All program that is building resilience so that, going back to the pandemic, you're not in a place where your kids can't get access to the education that they need because you don't have high-speed internet, or your parents who may be elderly and need to get access to telehealth don't have the ability to reach their doctor. That's a sort of investment in infrastructure that is going to be absolutely vital for our long-term resilience. But we can't do that ourselves. This is one where we are investing in and with the private sector. We're utilizing civil society to help us develop the approaches to build coalitions so that we're getting this just right. It has to be a whole of society approach because when any of these various actors try to go it alone, invariably you're going to miss something. So for us, we have to make sure that we're communicating, that we're sharing, that we're getting feedback, we're taking that feedback in, and then we're acting accordingly. And I think that's the approach that's going to be very successful in building our resilience for the long term.
Thank you.
This is where I think we have a good news story in this country, and that the private sector has been part of this critical infrastructure partnership since the very beginning of our policy, our national policy around critical infrastructure protection, which was first promulgated when Bill Clinton was president in 1998. And they are essential to how we think about the security and resilience of our infrastructure, because at the end of the day, they own and operate most of it, and they manage the risk. And so that partnership, that voluntary partnership, has been, again, instrumental to how we have, over the course of the last 25 years, helped develop a strong and robust and reliable infrastructure ecosystem that has powered the economy in the world that we know today. I think increasingly we recognize that the voluntary aspect of it may have outlived its usefulness, and that we do need to do more. to drive standards and regulation, especially in those sectors where there isn't it. So we make sure that there is a minimum baseline of security and resilience practices that industry is following. We are bringing a lot of the lessons learned of our critical infrastructure partnership to NATO and having conversations about how we actually bring industry to the table, much like NATO has on the defense side, how we think about it in the resilience context, and bringing, again, those key captains of industry to the conversation. I will say that is part of the exercise that we did in May, and I think this is one of the most important things that we can do, is that we have to be clear-eyed with the public, with our citizenry, about what is out there on the horizon. And that is part of what will help build resilience. And that's not just government at the federal level, but at the state and local level. That's our civil society leaders and faith-based organizations. We are I think, being forthright about what we're anticipating to happen here at the federal level in the next 3 to 5 years, and we have to make sure that our citizens understand that, and that that message needs to be consistent across partners and allies, and that is what will help drive resilience. If we are open with the American people about what we see out there on the horizon, I think that will help drive societal resilience and what we expect of them in a time of crisis.
Well, this has been a great conversation. I'm sure we could all talk a lot more about this subject, and I anticipate that the themes of resilience are going to echo throughout the rest of the discussions here at the Public Forum. But I'd like to thank both of you for joining us here. It's been a great conversation. Thank you very much to the NATO Public Forum, and thank you very much to the online audience for joining us.
Good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. Come on in, come on in, come on closer. Have a coffee with you if you can. This is going to be exciting. Second part of the day, we are starting with a conversation between Andrea Kendall-Taylor from CNAS with Deputy Secretary General of NATO, Mircea Geona, a longtime friend of many of the organizers and co-organizers of the forum. So come on in, close the doors, join us, and yeah, get ready for the second part of the day. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Hey, guys.
All right. Well, it's wonderful to see everyone, and Deputy Secretary General, it's really wonderful to see you again. I've been looking forward to this conversation for some time. I wanted to start maybe with a more reflective question. You stepped into your role as the Deputy Secretary General in 2019. What have you seen change within NATO over that time period?
Thank you, Andrea. Good to see you. She briefed us in NATO, and we are still recovering from her briefing. Good to be back at the public forum. Listen, I've been privileged to serve this alliance for the last 5 years, together with our Secretary General. And I think this relatively short period of history is indicative of the world that we are living and will be living through. So consider this. I just arrived, we have a pandemic. And this has put to test the way in which we work. And we work with lots of classified things, so teleworking is not always the easiest solution for us. And then we had the withdrawal from Afghanistan, which was a very complicated issue. And then, to be honest, we also had a number of cyber incidents, and the Secretary General asked me to look into cyber resilience of the organization. And then we entered the era of hyper-acceleration of technology. AI, biotech, synthetic biology. We have our chief scientist here, Dr. Wells, that is also looking into the future with, let's say, a lot of professionalism. So I would say that in this nutshell, and of course the war in Ukraine and the summit now in Washington. Yeah. So I would say that NATO we have in our genes, in a way, in our genetical code, a gene of adaptation to transformation of geopolitical and strategic environments. And I gave you a variety of shocks and transformative evolutions that are indicating that NATO is an organization that has this capacity to adjust, transform, and be relevant to our citizens.
Yeah, we'll dive into some of that throughout this conversation. But so you talked about the shocks and the challenges, but you and with Secretary General Stoltenberg have accomplished so much during your time at NATO. You in particular have been focused on fostering NATO's partnerships, championing innovation across the alliance, and also finding ways to increase our resilience and adaptability. So a lot has been done in each of those ways, but what would you say is some of the unfinished business? Where do you think on some of those issues that you've been so instrumental in pushing forward, where do you think the alliance needs to go?
You know, we made a lot of progress. I think where we all have to do much better is, one, to harness the talent of our innovation ecosystem all across the alliance and our partnerships. We just came from a second session of our summit with our Indo-Pacific partners, with the EU. They're, in a way, organically linked to us in terms of democracy, the way in which you see the world, and their economic models. So the first thing we should do, and that's what I'm doing as chair of innovation in NATO, is making sure that not only the big universities and the big tech companies and the big countries in NATO that are so advanced, and that's good, are contributing to this innovation ecosystem, which is the big differentiator, if you want, in global affairs historically. But also Albania, Estonia, Romania, my country, everyone has talent. Everyone has a smart, young woman or man here that could really want to start from a smaller country, a business, a startup. And if there's something I'm very proud of, together with my colleagues, that we were able to have in the last few years, Diana, which is the Defense Innovation Accelerator for North Atlantic, test centers, accelerators, and if you have bright ideas, come to us and test your ideas for free for you to basically mature. And I hope from this hall, or the ones watching us, will have the future unicorns. Mm-hmm. Also, we were the first ones in the world to create a NATO Innovation Fund, which is the first multinational sovereign venture capital fund in the world. Sounds counterintuitive and even explosive in what I say. Yes, we managed to do it, to convince allies to put some money, and that's the way in which we try to adjust. If there is one challenge to all of us, is that the fact that we should adapt better to the speed of transformation. We are still too slow in procurements. We are still sometimes sluggish in terms of diffusion of technology. We should be much more early adapters, and I think NATO is moving in that direction. But if I would say something, especially governments, institutions like us, we have a relative slowness which is inside. To give you an example of the way in which we are adapting, we have an AI strategy back in 2021. Every piece of technology policy in NATO has an ethical use part to that. Compulsory. We want to be the gold standard on technology in national security, but also on ethical use. And we have, this system of committees and boards in NATO. For the AI and big data board in NATO, for the first time, we have private sector sitting around the NATO table, because the dialogue between us, private sector, civil society, and academia, the triple helix of innovation is something we do. We are still too slow. We have to move much faster, to be more innovative, and also take risks in a way, because if not, the speed of transformation could really create trouble for us down the road.
Yeah. Another area that I understand that you've spent a lot of time in and focus on is on defense spending and reaching out to different member states to make the case why we all need to spend more on security and defense. And when you're making the case to elected officials, it's obviously not always an easy case to make, because they have competing priorities, domestic expenditures, and other things that they need to do at home. And so when you go out and you're having these discussions with other elected officials about why they need to spend more, what's the case that you make?
Listen, I'm a political person myself, so I know how difficult it is for a political leader. Then you have so much conflicting and overlapping priorities. There's so much need for education and for infrastructure and for healthcare and for climate change. They are massive. They are massive priorities. But I think what the war in Ukraine and the aggressiveness of Russia and if you want, this collection of China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, at least in Europe, I think, it triggered a sort of a strategic awakening to a tough world. Yeah. So in a way, when you see war in Europe back after many decades, after the Second World War, in fact, our public opinions, our young ones, the taxpayers, in a way, they see, oh, this is dangerous, so there is a little bit easier for us to make the case to spend more on defense. And that's why from 3 allies meeting the 2% threshold in 2014 in Wales, now we have 23, and every ally has a plan to reach 2%, at least. But the problem is not only how much money you put in, but how you spent it. Yeah. And that's another place where NATO is giving exceptional guidance and advice to all allies. Because there's always, especially when you're lagging behind, many allies have underinvested in defense for decades. And now you have a little bit more money, and how do you spend that money? On which let's say, catching up with more classical equipment that we miss, or high-tech, high-end. And that's why in NATO, through our NATO defense planning processes, we are in fact advising and guiding allies to making sure that they don't choose. It's a false dilemma. Let's say more traditional, conventional, or high-tech. It should be both together. And in a way, you're also saving taxpayers' money. That's why I'm so happy to see also here in Washington at the Chamber of Commerce so many signings of contracts among many allies, purchasing together, best return on investment, more agility. So this is something that I believe we are moving in the right direction. Let me also give you an example, especially for the young ones here in this room. So back in the 60s and the 70s, 90% of all technology used and innovation used for national security and defense was produced by governments. Department of Energy, labs, NASA, DARPA, all these kind of things. Today, 90%, the same 90%, of everything we use in national defense and security is produced by the private sector. So that's why we need to work in sync and organically consult. And if this pendulum that was basically going far, probably too much towards the government some decades ago, now it's going, as it should be, to the private sector, we have to find a right balance and a sense of collaboration and understanding that between economy and security there is an interdependence which is felt not only in defense, but everything we do has an economic and security aspect. So security economy. And something that we are very much working on together with many allies, and that's why we welcome the arrival of Finland and Sweden into our alliance, not only because they are, high-end, sophisticated, strong democracies, strong technological nations, because we are probably one of the best in the world in terms of societal resilience. They know how to absorb shocks. And if there is disruption in your society or economy for whatever reason, the idea now is not only to go back to the status quo ante, so just to restore the functions of government, but to use a crisis to move to the next level. So that's why societal resilience is something that we work very much, and that's why more on the resilience on a defense side and resilience on the civilian side is something that we do.
Well, you raised such an important issue on this resilience because, as we talked about when I was in Brussels, there is a significant uptick in Russian efforts to undermine the alliance using these hybrid threats, and everything from the GPS jamming to the news today about an alleged assassination plot against a German defense manufacturer, blowing up the weapons depots, et cetera, et cetera. There has been a substantive uptick in what Russia is trying to do. Is NATO prepared and equipped, and how is NATO planning to respond to these types of threats? Because the risk is that if it's just Latvia's problem or just France's problem, that those costs are manageable from the Kremlin. So how is the alliance thinking about taking this issue on?
Our defense ministers, just a few weeks before the summit, we adopted that ministerial a beginning of a more concerted response from NATO to a concerted policy of aggressiveness by Russia against our interests across the board. Cyber attacks against water plants in America, assassinations, espionage, sabotage, risks to our critical infrastructure, things that disinformation, misinformation, meddling with our election campaigns. So if you treat, you're right, Andrea, if you treat this individually, this is Lithuania's problem or Germany's problem, America's problem, and we don't inform each other through intelligence sharing and learning from each other, then our response would be basically segmented and less effective. So that's why we also, our leaders will approve later today, I think, also a special strategy of countering Russian malign influence in the Western Balkans. And across the alliance, we are working to really push back and basically be far more effective. To make a very clear point here, we don't see Russia having, at least today, the capacity or the intent to attack NATO because we are a much bigger player and we are also investing much more, deterrence and defense, new plans. But in terms of everything under the Article 5 threshold, they're using everything against our interests. And sometimes we see Russia and China, sometimes and Iran, even North Korea, affecting our interests. So you're right. On the hybrid side, on this kind of concerted efforts, we are taking collective efforts. And by the next summit in The Hague, we'll be adopting an overarching Russia policy, NATO, that will be taking into account basically as you mentioned when you visited with us, a pattern of aggressiveness by Russia against our interests, and the fact that Russia as a nation, as official ideology, as economy, as defense or foreign policy. They are basically organizing themselves for the long haul to be aggressive against the West. And also, as a political guy, when you have domestic problems, you have to invent a foreign adversary, a foe from the outside. That's propaganda manual 1.0. And they're doing just this. Mm-hmm. NATO has no aggressive intentions against Russia, a defensive alliance. They're trying to portray NATO, America, EU, whatever, as the big existential threat to Russia, which is total nonsense, just to justify a grip of power inside, and together with other countries like China and the others to unravel the world order that we represent and embody through NATO.
Well, I want to pick up on that theme exactly, which is, strategic competition has been a big focus of this. We've had panels on the axis of upheaval, the growing cooperation between Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. How do you think that competition and this alignment and increasing coordination among revisionist actors will shape the alliance moving forward? How is the alliance thinking about dealing with this shifting geopolitical landscape?
We just came from the session of our summit with our Indo-Pacific partners and European Union. And the first natural answer is to really reach out and work much closer with our natural partners, which are democratic nations from all over the world. Of course, respecting Washington Treaty indicates that we are a transatlantic organization. We are not a global organization, but security is global. That's one thing. We should do much more together. We should really bring NATO and the EU even closer strategically in using the respective toolbox of the two organizations. We have to work with many of our partners. There is something that our leaders, and I myself, as a person with some experience in international affairs and politics in general, I think we have to do a much better job in reaching out to the other nations that are neither, let's say, explicitly with us nor with the other group of countries. And this is where we have to do a much better job together. That's why I was so happy with Secretary Blinken yesterday to host our partners from Mongolia, from Indo-Pacific, from Armenia, from the Republic of Moldova, which is under immense Russian hybrid pressure, from Bosnia, from Colombia, from all over the place. So I think not only NATO, but NATO and the EU and our nations, we should do a much better job in reaching out to these countries. To be honest, sometimes to be a little more humble when talking to them. And there are players in the world that in the end will be also determining in you the balance of power and the shape of world order. Number one condition, let's make sure that we stay united in NATO. Let's make sure we reach out to our natural partners as democracies around the world, and let's together offer a better deal to the others. Better deal, also economically, not only in strategic terms. The India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, which was launched at the G20 New Delhi summit. That's a big thing, which was in a way says not only the Belt and Road, there are other ways to connect India to the Middle East and to Europe. So I think there is a lot of work we need to do inside NATO with our partners, but also to do a much better job and offer these nations that will be basically the ones that will be, in a way, creating, a new reality in world affairs, a deal and the respect that they deserve, because I think they also want, in fact, the same thing like we do. They do not want a world which is the rule of the jungle is dominating that thing. They want predictability. They want to grow. They want business. They want maritime, freedom of navigation. They want rules for cyber, for AI, for biotech. We all want the same. But if we don't offer them a genuine, fresh, respectful, and also money-supported deal, they might be tempted to go elsewhere, and this will be really an issue that we should avoid by all means.
We have a teeny bit of time left, and I thought I would take then the opportunity to ask, this is a historic summit, the 75th. What are you most proud of coming out of this summit?
Listen, perhaps I'm subjective all my life, my young life as a young ambassador of Romania. I tried to bring my country into NATO. And here I am after a number of years at the top of this great alliance of ours. So on a personal level, this is a matter of immense pride. On a more political and strategic nature, I would like to say that I'm so proud to see that 32 ally nations, 1 billion people, 53% of global GDP, adjusting to this difficult period of transition. The world is in flux. And if I see how quickly we're adjusting to this new reality, how we can sometimes avoid natural differences amongst ally nations, because it's not easy to keep consensus in this alliance. And I think that NATO is today, against very difficult headwinds, more united, stronger, more relevant. And if I can use a word, because please wrap up, says I would say, I can really say, like Madeleine Albright a few decades back, that NATO is today the indispensable alliance, not only for our peace and security, but also for global stability and predictability. NATO is as essential to our nations and to the world as 75 years ago, and nothing gives you more pride. And also for the young ones, this is your alliance too. This is not for Jens Stoltenberg or Mircea Joana or our leaders, you see them on the podium. This is your alliance. We are really the foundation of peace and everything you do with your lives. So if there's something I would like to have a legacy of pride and the generations to come, take the lead from us, move it forward, because this is a foundation of peace and security, democracy, and our way of life. I couldn't have been prouder to serve this great alliance than for the last 5 years.
I always love a conversation that ends on a positive note, so that was perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. That was good. Come on.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Thank you very much, Ambassador Joanna. You're such a great speaker. Fascinating conversation, wide-ranging. I see that some of you are escaping, but it actually is a good time to stay in your seats for a very special video that we have prepared. Well, actually, not exactly we, but that NATO has prepared for the heads of states and governments that was run earlier this week at the Mellon Auditorium, where the North Atlantic Treaty was signed 75 years ago. Before we go to the video, I want to remind you that the next session will be with our partner from one of the NATO partners, President of South Korea, that will require translation, unless your Korean is very good already. And those translation devices are in the back of the room. But for right now, tune in to the special video. Yeah, please take a look.
The day of days for America and her allies. Celebrations throughout the country at the end of the greatest war in history.
In April 1949, 12 nations came together in Washington to sign the North Atlantic Treaty.
The Russians had not demobilized. They retained overwhelmingly the largest force in Europe. From Budapest come the first pictures of the battle which has shaken the world.
In Berlin, bricks, mortar, wire make up what decent people call the Wall of Shame.
More Russian troops were on Czechoslovak soil than were Americans in Vietnam.
It appears military forces are crossing the border.
A platoon of troops deployed this morning around the main airport in Crimea.
President Putin ordered atrocious acts of aggression against innocent people.
What does it really mean to be a good friend? To be there for somebody else? To know that they will be there for you? To have each other's backs? But we all know that true friendship is not that simple. There's more to it than that. There's more demanded of you than that.
In this treaty, we seek to establish freedom from aggression. To protect this area against war will be a long step toward permanent peace in the whole world.
Friendship starts out as a promise we make to each other and to ourselves.
Let every nation know, whether it wishes us
well or ill, that we shall support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the survival and the success of liberty.
It's a pledge to take the other's interests as seriously as you take your own.
We are determined to resist aggression, whatever its force, and whatever kind of force is needed to resist it.
Over time, it creates an unbreakable bond, an alliance, partnerships. That alliance becomes an identity, an expression of who we are as people. Those partnerships make us all stronger. There's a moral compass at work that not only guides us, it's on display for all the world to see.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
The dangers of acting are far outweighed by the dangers of not acting. Dangers to defenseless people and to our national interests.
NATO is a defense alliance. NATO has no intention of attacking anybody. It's to increase the capabilities for defense.
In an uncertain and chaotic world, it removes a measure of doubt and offers us the chance to help shape our own destiny.
NATO soldiers trying to rescue trapped residents carried children to safety.
Like a stone that skips across the water, a good friendship creates a ripple through space and time. It touches everyone we know and everyone who will ever know us. Take the story of one boy in Bosnia who was 5 years old when the war came to his doorstep.
I remember the tanks coming into our city. Sitting outside on my steps of where we lived, suddenly I heard a whistling sound. I had no clue what it was. And then a rocket hit my kindergarten right in front of me.
Byro Bazaiko also remembers the day the Allied forces helped liberate his city and returned his father from a concentration camp.
I'll never forget the night that my dad finally came home. I remember waking up and not recognizing the man in front of me. I could see every bone in his body. Without the presence of NATO, I don't know if I would be here today, yet alone my entire family.
The memories of his childhood would be a defining moment of his life.
I felt like I always had a calling for service. I remember getting to go to Afghanistan and Iraq. And every time that I would see a child living in that danger, I couldn't help but see myself. There's a lot of bad people out there that are willing to do evil and unimaginable things. And the world needs good people to be able to step up and stop that.
This alliance is not just about military action under the terms of a decades-old treaty. This is a constantly evolving dialogue about the dangers in the world today.
The defense of freedom is not the work of a day or a year. It's the calling of our lifetime. When others do better, we do better as well.
Friendship takes work. The job today is defending a better, safer future together.
With unity and strength, NATO will continue to rise to any challenge, to preserve peace, prevent conflict, and protect our people.
To be a good friend means that you want the same for your friends' kids as you want for your own. The chance at a better life. And when the darkest hour arrives, you know that you will not face it alone.
In the wake of the 11th September attacks against the United States of America, it shall be regarded as an action covered by Article 5 of the Washington Treaty, which states that an armed attack against one or more of the allies shall be considered an attack against them all.
NATO guarantees our security and prosperity. Together, we work to prevent conflict and preserve peace for 1 billion people.
True friendship is more than a promise, more than just signatures on a piece of paper. It's a way of navigating life. And when you show yourself as worthy of true friendship, it draws others with that same sense of commitment to your side.
We are together, we are strong, and only together we will be able to defend our NATO territory.
And builds a community based on shared principles of collective security and prosperity.
By training constantly together under pressure, then we can increase our capability and our war-fighting ability.
What does it mean to be a good friend? That idea has created the most powerful alliance in human history.
East German government has opened all its border crossings to the west. After 28 years, the Berlin Wall has come down.
I don't have even the English words to explain how I feel.
The signing of a treaty that finally brings peace to Bosnia.
Thousands of freedom candles are burning across the center of Prague.
We are a free country. For the first time, we are very proud to be here.
And every day, we get a little stronger together.
Each member of NATO knows that the strength of our people, the power of our unity, cannot be denied.
NATO, safeguarding freedom since 1949, defending our future together.
Thank you for joining us for this very, very moving film, illustrating what friendship is about, what our alliances are really about. Our friends are closest, of course, within the alliance, within the North Atlantic Treaty, but NATO has also a strong network of friends, democratic friends, across the world. And one of those strong friends is, of course, South Korea. So it's my great pleasure to welcome Ken Weinstein, President Emeritus of the Hudson Institute, for a conversation with President of South Korea. Ken, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon. I have the distinct honor of introducing a man who swept a White House crowd off its feet during his inaugural state visit to Washington in 2023 with an unforgettable rendition of Don McLean's classic American Pie. But those who follow global affairs closely know His Excellency Yoon Suk-yeol, the President of the Republic of Korea, is more than just a talented vocalist. He is an extraordinary leader, a man who has brought forth a dynamic vision of a Korea that leverages its economic, technological, and diplomatic prowess as a global pivotal state to advance freedom, peace, and prosperity through democratic principles and enhance international engagement.
Where could I get a headset?
President Yoon's efforts to transform Korea into a global pivotal state include significant assistance to Ukraine, expanded global aid, deepened engagement with the global south, including through the recently completed Korea-Africa Summit, which followed on last year's Korea-Pacific Island Forum, and deepened engagement with NATO as one of NATO's Asia-Pacific 4 partners. Showing immense courage, President Yoon worked tirelessly to repair and rebuild Korea-Japan relations in partnership with Prime Minister Kishida. Thanks to President Yoon's vision and commitment, a reinvigorated trilateral partnership between Korea, Japan, and the United States was inaugurated last August at the Camp David summit hosted by President Biden. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President Yoon to the NATO Public Forum podium.
Dr. Kenneth Weinstein, President Emeritus of Hudson Institute, and distinguished guests, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here in Washington, D.C., where NATO was founded 75 years ago. President Harry Truman, who launched the Marshall Plan and championed the creation of NATO, once said that the United States had an obligation to protect all free peoples and that NATO was a neighborly act to fulfill that obligation. After 2 world wars that inflicted immeasurable pain and suffering upon mankind, NATO was established with a solemn promise that such tragedy would never be repeated. However, in 1950, just 1 year after NATO's founding, the Korean War broke out on the Korean Peninsula with a surprise invasion by Soviet-backed North Korea. The communist totalitarian power had begun to show its expansionist ambitions extending beyond Europe to Asia. At the time, 10 of the 12 NATO member states stood together under the banner of the United Nations. With the blood they shed fighting alongside us, the Republic of Korea was able to defend its freedom and prevent the communization of the Korean Peninsula. On behalf of the people of the Republic of Korea, I extend my deepest and heartfelt gratitude to the NATO family for their willingness to sacrifice for our freedom. In the aftermath of the Korean War, recognizing that the Cold War could easily turn into a hot war, NATO began to expand its membership and build an integrated response capability to meet the evolving challenges and threats of changing times. Today, NATO stands as the world's largest security alliance with 32 member states. Ladies and gentlemen, 35 years after the end of the Cold War, we find ourselves facing new and challenging forces. These forces reject an international order based on universal values and norms. They incite their own people to harbor hostility towards the external world, disguising this as patriotic nationalism. Autocratic regimes maintain their power by restricting the freedoms of their own citizens and subjecting them to constant surveillance. The collusion of those who advocate for altering the status quo through force directly challenges the peace and prosperity established by the free world. At this moment, the security of both Europe and Asia is simultaneously under threat. This is why IP4 countries have attended the NATO summit for the 3rd consecutive year. It is said that freedom is never given for free. The only way to block and thwart the attempts to change the status quo through coercion is for our allies and friends to stand together and united in overwhelming strength. It must be also made very clear that any reckless challenge will not only lead to failure, but also result in greater suffering on their part. Ladies and gentlemen, with the support of the free world, the Republic of Korea has miraculously risen from the ashes of war, achieving growth and prosperity through liberal democracy and a market economy. Today, we proudly stand as a prominent member of the free world. guided by the Indo-Pacific strategy, which is anchored in the three visions of freedom, peace, and prosperity, and the three cooperation principles, which are inclusiveness, trust, and reciprocity, the Republic of Korea will stand firmly with its allies and friends to uphold peace and prosperity in both the Indo-Pacific and Atlantic regions. The 74-year-old UN command, with the participation of countries in the Indo-Pacific region and Europe, bolstered by a strengthened US-ROK alliance, stands as a robust foundation for neutralizing the North Korean nuclear and missile threats and safeguarding peace on the Korean peninsula and throughout the region. The navies of the Republic of Korea, the US, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada in the Indo-Pacific region, and the UK, France, Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands in Europe work closely together at sea to monitor the enforcement of the UN Security Council sanctions against North Korea. The war in Ukraine and the Russian cooperation with North Korea have actually further strengthened the Republic of Korea and NATO's cooperation. The Republic of Korea will continue to neutralize and block the illegal military and economic cooperation between Russia and North Korea through the ROK-US alliance, trilateral collaboration between and with the US and Japan, and close coordination with NATO members. We will also continue to provide comprehensive support for the end of the war in Ukraine and peace and reconstruction of Ukraine. Through the ITTP, or the Individually Tailored Partnership Program signed with NATO in Vilnius last year, Korea commits to addressing complex security threats of cyber, information, and psychological warfare and AI digital, while actively pursuing flagship projects with our IP4 partners. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Korea will continue to act responsibly for a free, peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific and beyond. Together with NATO and our partners in the Indo-Pacific region and all of you here today, we look forward to building a safer and brighter future for all. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for those characteristically frank, insightful, and stirring remarks. Now, you mentioned you just came from the IP4 summit. North Korea's alignment with Russia is of growing concern here in Washington, in Seoul, Tokyo, and in Europe. How do you see this alignment affecting Ukraine? To what extent will Russia and the DPRK cooperate militarily and economically? And what impact is this going to have on ROK policy with regard to Ukraine, Russia, and North Korea?
Thank you for that question. The missiles and the artillery shells that North Korea is supplying to Russia will prolong the war in Ukraine. And Russia's potential military technology and economic assistance to North Korea in return threatens peace on the Korean peninsula and in the Northeast Asian region as well. Yesterday and today, NATO allies and our partners together expressed their strong concerns over the growing Russian-North Korean alignment. Russia's cooperation with North Korea over the war in Ukraine appears to be a collusion of convenience driven by their own pressing needs. Russia wants North Korea to actively engage in anti-American, anti-Western rhetoric while serving as its arsenal. North Korea hopes that Russia will provide it with advanced military technology and energy resources, and also help them weaken the monitoring of the UN Security Council sanctions. The South Korean government will continue to strengthen the US-ROK alliance and also U.S.-Japan Korea cooperation and partnership with NATO to thwart and neutralize illicit Russian, North Korean military and economic cooperation. We will also closely analyze the potential impact of Russian-North Korean cooperation on the security of our country and international peace, and we will take steps to devise corresponding countermeasures. With NATO, we will enhance information sharing on North Korean weapons that have been deployed on the battlefields in Ukraine. Now, to support Ukraine, which we will continue to do so, we already have the comprehensive assistance package that we're already providing to Ukraine. We will continue to expand that package, working closely with our NATO allies and IP4 countries in this process. We will build on the Ukraine Peace and Solidarity Initiative announced in July of last year in Kyiv and expand our security and reconstruction assistance.
Great. Thank you, Mr. President. The NATO alliance was formed 75 years ago, as we all know, to face the Soviet threat. How would you compare the U.S.-Soviet relationship during the Cold War with today's U.S.-China relationship? Should parallels be drawn? And because particularly against this backdrop, the Republic of Korea and the People's Republic of China maintain high-level communications. You hosted a successful Korea-Japan summit on May 27th. I happened to have been in Seoul at that time and caught the very positive news reports. Where do you see Republic of Korea-China relations going and policy going?
Thank you for that. Yes, in the past, the U.S.-Soviet Cold War did exist, and it was a political system that were completely different, and they wanted to, they were competing, and that was the situation in the time. At that time, the trade volume of the U.S. and Soviet was very minimal, less than 1% of each country's GDP. So at that time, it was basically, the economic situation was very different. But nowadays, unlike the containment policy in the past, the trade volume to and with China have grown substantially, and U.S. and China, in fact, I would say, be in a very difficult situation without the economic trade. So in the past, I would say that the U.S.-Soviet Cold War was a military confrontation that assumed even an all-out war, including nuclear war. The U.S.-China rivalry of today is more like a strategic competition, which involves technology and hybrid competition involving information warfare and high-tech economic warfare, using also media, fake news, and etc. So the situations in that ways are quite different. So there's a gray area that are actually the main battlefield of the rivalry today, which makes it quite also difficult to respond to today's rivalry between U.S. and China. Now, for a long time, Korea and China have had a long history of economic and social exchanges. However, we have a different system for sure and different institutions between the two countries. But we will continue to communicate on a strategic level with China, and based on the mutual respect, reciprocity, and international norms, we're going to continue to have that relationship with China. But at the same time, for the peace of the region and also to focus on the agenda of the global world, we're going to also continue to have that conversation and communication with China.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me turn to the last question, where we have seen fissures in the global geoeconomic situation during the COVID pandemic and also during Russia's invasion of Ukraine. What role can the Republic of Korea play in encouraging economic prosperity and cooperation in the Indo-Pacific? How can Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy help build a more stable and resilient supply chain? And what are the implications of all this for the Euro-Atlantic?
The Indo-Pacific region is an economically advanced region, and there's also the mid-economic region, and also emerging nations are included in the Indo-Pacific region. So there are different levels of economic development in that region. So to drive the economic development of the region as a whole, we need to make sure that we encompass all different levels of economic status. And because Korea had such a compact and successful economic growth over such a short period of time, we can share our own experiences with those countries in Indo-Pacific region. And we are strong in manufacturing industries in Korea, as you all know, and we have amazing talents with great technological prowess. So our prowess is once again in manufacturing and also human resources. We can actually have a very practical collaboration with Indo-Pacific countries. As for the resilience in supply chain, multilateral platforms are very critical, and then we will do our best to be a leading role in the expanding multilateral platforms. In fact, MSP, which stands for the Minerals Security Partnerships, and also IPEF, Indo-Pacific Economic Frameworks, we could use those kind of platforms to really strengthen the resilience of the supply chain globally. In fact, we're the chair of the APEC next year, and we can utilize also this kind of platform to lead regional discussions on trade and investment of the Indo-Pacific regions. Again, this could be a great opportunity for trade, investment, innovation, and digital economy. We can share our experiences to the countries of Indo-Pacific region. That's what we will do.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. It's been a real privilege to be here with you, and I'm sure that the NATO Public Forum feels the same way. We wish you the best of luck in future endeavors, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Ken, for this fascinating conversation that helped us to really see the scope of NATO's partnerships. And we are now about to turn to another key partnership between NATO and the EU. And for this conversation, please help me welcome to the stage my big boss, President of the German Marshall Fund of the United States, Heather Conley. Heather, the stage is yours.
No, we're going to go right there. Well, good afternoon. It is my great privilege and honor to welcome the High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy of the European Union, Vice President Commissioner Josep Borrell. Thank you for joining us. Yes, please give your warm applause. Thank you. Thank you. High Representative, what an extraordinary moment for the EU to be part of NATO's 75th anniversary and summit. If you'll allow me, I spoke yesterday morning with Secretary Blinken, and I gave him a historical quote from 1949. I'm going to give you a historical quote as well. This is from General Omar Bradley, who was the first chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He said this the day after the Washington Treaty was signed. In the final analysis, Western Europe can only be saved by Western Europeans, but to save themselves, they must have the will and the means to resist. 75 years later, does the European Union have the will and the means to resist an aggressor?
Which aggressor?
We'll start with Russia. How about that?
Not bad.
We'll start with Russia, of course.
Look, since the Euro crisis and the end of the Cold War, beginning of the 20th, this century, the Europeans, we have gone through a silent process of disarmament. Silent but continuous, because it was not war in the horizon. And we had you, the US, to protect us, NATO. So why to spend on ammunition, which is not very popular, when you can spend on increasing pensions or social security? Until 2014, then Russia took Crimea. It was our first wake up. And then the war against Ukraine directly by invading the country. And since then, we have restarted to understand that we have to have a greater capacity to defend ourselves. But there is not alternative to NATO for the territorial defense of Europe. There is the will, but certainly we are far away of having the capacity to defend the territorial, the space, the land, by our means. We need you.
So I want to read, because I know this entire audience has thoroughly read the NATO declaration from yesterday, but in case they haven't, let me turn to paragraph 29. The European Union remains a unique and essential partner for NATO. Practical cooperation has been strengthened and expanded on space, cyber, climate, and defense, as well as emerging and disruptive technologies. That is quite a list of things that NATO is turning to the European Union. Is there a priority for you in that list?
Don't forget that almost all members of the European Union are members of NATO. So when you say NATO is turning to the European Union, in fact, the European Union is inside NATO, because my member states are part of NATO, and some of them making an important contribution. But the war itself has changed. Today is not just about tanks invading a territory, it's people invading your mind, it's colonizing your spirit, it's disinformation, it's cutting the cyber systems in order to paralyze you without sending a single bullet. The new forms of war requires a different kind of answer. And on that, we are certainly very much engaged. And I can say that we are quite good on cyber defense. We are quite good on fighting disinformation. You cannot imagine how important is disinformation. People are suffering attacks on their mind, trying to resist things that false, but looks true. Then how do you resist against that? You need a different kind of army. You need people watching the networks. You need people explaining things the way they are, counter-programming, giving right information to the people, trying to avoid interference on the electoral process. Don't dismiss this kind of war. It's not just sending bombs and tanks. It's just sending news and occupying the cyberspace. And on that, the European Union has a certain important contribution to do.
Really, the mind is the battlefield, certainly the citizens.
The mind is not only the cyberspace, the deep sea, it's also the mind of the people. You see, when you go to some African countries and you see people supporting Putin, supporting what Putin is doing in Donbass, saying Putin has saved Donbass, now he will come to Africa and save us. What kind of intellectual process is behind this kind of attitude? Well, a lot of people invading the networks, a lot of people disseminating lies, a lot of people colonizing the minds of the others.
Absolutely. You gave an interview earlier this week where you said the future of Europe's security will be determined in Ukraine.
It's true.
And I think while all of us understood that this was a very geopolitical EU for this term, perhaps its most important geopolitical act was beginning accession talks with Ukraine. But the EU is doing much more. Obviously, defense industrial capacity is essential. Help us understand how the EU as a defense actor is working towards increased industrial production.
In Europe or in Ukraine?
Well, both.
Both.
Both are going to be essential.
Well, in 1 year, we have doubled our capacity to produce ammunition. When the war started, we took a dramatic decision, which was to supply arms to a country at war. And believe me, it was not so easy. 2 weeks before the starting of the war, I was in Donbass. I was visiting Donbass. And the drums of war were already resonating. And the Prime Minister of Ukraine told me, they are going to invade us. On the other side of the window, there are 150,000 troops. They are not there by accident. They will invade us. When they will invade us, tell me, are you going to help us? I don't expect you to send your young people to be killed to defend Kiev. I don't expect that. But are you going to give us the arms that we need in order to resist by ourselves? And to this dramatic question on the eve of an invasion, I couldn't give an answer because I was not so sure. But later, the European Union took the decision of, yes, we are going to send you arms. And by the time being, the US has contributed to the defense of Ukraine, if I can say, with more money than the US. Not only military, but if I add up military expenditure, economic support, support to the refugees, humanitarian, economic, financial, we are at about 110 billion euros spent to support Ukraine. 40 billion of military support, and the rest and all kind of support that a country needs in order to continue working. Increase our capacity, produce more, produce quicker, and we have started giving the Ukrainians financing for them to develop their own industrial capacity to produce arms. And believe me, the Ukrainians are very good. I was in Kiev, and I visited a factory where they produce drones. Drones like a pizza, this size. They produce 500 drones per day. These drones can transport an explosive charge of 4 kilograms, enough to kill a tank. And they are being driven by a joystick, as the one that my grandson uses to play. And they fly 30 kilometers, they look around the front line, they identify a target, and boom. They have been doing that by their own, quickly. And there are more than 200 factories producing this kind of new arms, but they need financing. And that's what we are already giving to them. And part of this funding comes from the frozen assets, Russian frozen assets. You know that we have $300 million on frozen assets. Well, we are taking the revenues of these assets the revenues, not the capital, in order to finance the industrial development of Ukraine. This thing is very important because the war will not stop tomorrow, unhappily. So they need to be prepared on the medium term in order to have the capacity that they didn't have at the beginning, neither us. So we are increasing our capacity and supplying them with financial and technological capacity to increase there. But they are very good on doing that by their own. If you go to Kiev, ask them to show where they are producing the arms of tomorrow. And you see young engineers and young people working on the production lines. And thanks to that, they have been able to resist.
No, it's quite remarkable what the Ukrainian defense industry is producing, and hopefully Europe can produce additional weapons because to fulfill NATO's regional defense plans, the capacity needs are great.
You need capacity for everything. Let me make some arithmetic. On the new development plan that NATO is cooking, NATO needs to mobilize, to be ready to mobilize about 300,000 new troops coming from the member states of the European Union. 300,000. Today, our armies, 27 different armies, we have about 1.5 million troops. But only about 10% of them are operational, let's say 150,000. In order to mobilize 300,000 more, it means that you have to multiply by 2, double your capacity. But these people need to be armed, need to be trained. They don't send people to the front line empty hands. Can you imagine the amount of resources that we need in order to reach this level of preparedness? This is a target for the industry. We have to mobilize our capacity. We have it, just it needs to be mobilized. And to try to do that, not in a fragmented manner. You have a Pentagon. You are in a state. You have an industrial sector that doesn't make a difference if it is in Pennsylvania or in Miami or in Alaska. They're Americans. And there is someone who is taking the lead and organizing the buying of arms for a single army. Now imagine 27 different armies with 27 different industrial sectors, with 27 different national interests. Fragmentation, division, it's a big problem for us. So we have to overcome this difficulty and to do that together.
How do you overcome it?
Well, by incentivizing, by saying, if you go together, you will have a premium. Instead of having 25 different types of tanks, let's look for 2 or 3 in order to concentrate the capacity and avoid having dispersion with all the logistic costs that it represents. This means having financial resources in order to implement a policy which is not to substitute the 27 different armies, but to build interoperability among the different armies, to avoid pitfalls, to avoid duplications. Maybe we have too many of the same asset, and we don't have another kind of asset, which is critical. This is a kind of a puzzle. How do we go from 27 completely different and isolated to still 27, but sharing resources, being able to work together, mobilize troops and capacities, to make that an ammunition used by the German army can be used exactly for another European army. This is something that allies logistics, technology, organization, to overcome the national differences. The purpose is not to build the European army. It's utopical, it's not going to happen tomorrow. But to make our armies to be able to work together, sharing capacities, being interoperable, and being ready to mobilize resources all together at a certain moment. Not to substitute NATO, there is not alternative to NATO, I want to repeat this idea. But in order to make NATO stronger, if the European Union is stronger, if the member states of the European Union are stronger, certainly NATO will be stronger.
So what you are describing is a European defense pillar rooted in NATO. That's what you're describing.
You can call like this an European pillar inside NATO, being able to make NATO stronger and at the same time being able to face our challenges when NATO will not be mobilized, because NATO will not solve all the problems that we have. I don't see NATO going to the Sahel, for example. I don't see NATO going to Sub-Saharan Africa. Why not? Because it's not the scenario for which NATO was imagined, no? And we have a lot of problems there. We have a lot of problems, security problems linked with migration, linked with the military coup d'etat, has destabilized all these kind of regions. So the Europeans should be able to face by their own capacity, their own problems, and to make a stronger contribution to the common defense.
Mr. Borrell, one last minute. I know we're going over time. We've been saying thank you to NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg for his leadership, but let me have a moment to thank you for your leadership as High Representative. Can I ask you, what was the, yes, thank you, please. But I'm going to stick a question in there. What was your highlight, what was your low light of your tenure? In 1 minute or less. The highlight, your most favorite moment as High Representative, and maybe your lowest point as High Representative. I have to ask.
Well,
that's a hard one.
No, I remember very well. The highest moment was a Sunday afternoon. I was in my house in Madrid, 1 week after the invasion of Ukraine, when by phone I start talking with all the colleagues and to tell them, why don't we use the European Peace Facility to supply arms to Ukraine? Oh, we have never done such a thing. Well, that's the moment to do it. And we agreed in a couple of hours that we could use this money in order to supply arms to a country at war, something that has never happened before. It was a revolutionary idea, and I am very happy to be able to tell you that we managed to do that very quickly, because everybody understood that the occasion was to break taboos and to do things that we have never been before. Okay, this is not a reason for not doing it now. This was the most important moment, the worst moment.
Yes, that deserves it. Well, I tell you what, I don't want to end on your worst moment. I think I want to end on your highest moment. Maybe I will reframe the conversation. Maybe we end on a high note, unless there was a moment you want to share with us.
Well, this one, it was
the high moment. Okay, let's stick with the high moment. And let's again thank the High Representative for joining us and for a strong European Union defense posture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather. Thank you, Vice President Borrell. This conversation clearly showed us how European Union and NATO work hand in hand. We finished with European Peace Facility. For those Americans who don't know what it is, look it up, revolutionary instruments. And it really made a big difference for European support for Ukraine. So for our online audience, please join the conversation with Congressman Connolly, led by my colleague Christine Berzina of German Marshall Fund, and another conversation with Javier Colomina, Deputy Assistant Secretary General for Political Affairs at NATO. And for all of you here, feel free to get caffeine, lots of coffee, lots of tea. We have one last piece of the NATO Public Forum with a surprise visitor at the very end that at some point we'll be able to tell you who it is. And for now, enjoy the coffee break and see you in half an hour.
Welcome to the NATO Public Forum. My name is Christine Berzina, and I'm a Managing Director of the German Marshall Fund. We're here today with Representative Gerry Conley, Congressman and President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, to talk about why NATO matters beyond the NAC table and for very important voices across the alliance. Congressman, how do we think about the factors that are at play and the people who need to be a part of the NATO conversation? What is the Parliamentary Assembly?
Well, the Parliamentary Assembly is, in a sense, the legislative arm of NATO. And it's, I like to say, it's the messy part of NATO. But what I mean by that is, unlike NATO meetings in Brussels, where you'll get, say, 32 defense ministers, when we meet, we get 300 parliamentarians, and they're from all different parties. They're not just the governing party. So we have to forge a consensus with a very disparate and diverse group of elected officials in North America and Europe. And that's kind of thrilling and also terrifying at the same time. But the good news is we've been able to do that. We've been able to forge a consensus around Ukraine, forge a consensus around democratic shared values. And you know, I think that's very meaningful. And frankly, out of our ranks come defense ministers and foreign ministers and even prime ministers.
And so how many people do you have in Washington for the NATO summit? Is this a big turnout? Is this a big priority? Do you see that groundswell of interest and compromise here?
I would say probably a couple hundred members have been able to attend. We had really good attendance at several of our meetings. We had the summit of the speakers of all 32 parliaments who are members of NATO, and I don't think we've ever done that before. And that was really something special. We hosted in the House of Representatives.
For NATO's 75th birthday, that is in many ways an excellent birthday present for the alliance.
Yes, and we're still growing. And I like to say, you know, there's no line to get into Vladimir Putin's club. There is a line to get into ours, and there's a reason for that.
So what about our club? What are the things that NATO should be working on that NATO isn't? What is NATO about right now?
So for me, we need to actually operationalize our verbal commitment, which was enshrined in our original charter 75 years ago, to shared democratic values. You got to move from verbal assent to that to operational, functional commitment. And God knows we need it if you look at the world we live in, right? So we need an actual center. We need to create architecture in NATO itself to advocate for, be a resource for, defend democratic shared values, democratic norms, democratic forms of government. There are NATO members who can use that and take advantage of that. There are partners we've got all over the world who should and could use that. And then there are putative would-be members like Georgia, Moldova, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and of course Ukraine, who also could avail themselves of that as a resource. So I think it's long past time, after 75 years, that we actually create that architecture within NATO headquarters itself.
And the terms we think about for this, democratic resilience, you have proposed a Center for Democratic Resilience. What does resilience mean for those who are watching? What does it mean to have resilience of democracy? Democracy people more or less understand. What does it mean to make it more resilient?
Well, I think resilience can be, you know, an all-encompassing term. I guess for my purposes, it is a democratic function that is able to defend itself with alacrity, define itself in a meaningful way for the public to want to support, to be able to point to results, and in a sense to also fight back. When we think of resilience today, we've got to think about it in the context of cyber attacks from Russia and China and Iran and North Korea. We've got disinformation campaigns that are designed to undermine democratic structures and to poison public attitudes with misinformation or outright fabrications. So resilience, how do we fight back? How do we protect ourselves? And in fact, how do we be proactive in anticipating those threats and thwarting them before they ever become real?
Are you close? Is the alliance on board with getting to the Center for Democratic Resilience? How do the allies feel about this, and how do the members of the Parliamentary Assembly feel about this?
So it's an interesting question. When I first put this forward a few years ago, the reaction was, well, that's kind of quixotic, and, well, we all subscribe to that. We don't need to prove it. The European Union can do that. Some think tank like the German Marshall Fund, they can do that. And I'm thinking, well, but when do we have a responsibility? And it's written in our charter. And by the way, if we're not willing to do this, then we're just a military alliance that doesn't like Russia. I don't think that's sustainable in the current 21st century. So I think having a raison d'etre, a purpose that is explicit and has formal architecture committed to it, is really important. So we began with this quixotic enterprise, and the good news for us was that it really resonated in the Parliamentary Assembly, and it essentially got a unanimous vote to support this idea and put it forward to the North Atlantic Council and to the NATO governing body. And when we started debating it at the North Atlantic Council, where all the ambassadors to NATO were present, essentially we started winning advocates. And pretty soon the American ambassador endorsed it quite forcefully. And we had, ambassadors like Norway and other countries as well. And suddenly we got, 20 ambassadors, and then we got 25. And I'm pleased to say right now we are at 31 of 32. There's only one holdout in NATO against this idea of creating a formal Center for Democratic Resilience.
That's tremendous progress. And
it's great progress, but we can't let one nation block what has almost universal support. And essentially, this is not a nice thing to do. To me, this is an integral part of our mission.
Absolutely. Other things in the mission. We're here in Washington, and Ukraine is on a lot of people's minds with the attacks in Kiev earlier this week, attacks on the Children's Hospital. Why is Ukraine so important? Why is it important for you? Why is it important for the alliance? And how do parliamentarians broadly feel about this?
So to me, this is an essential dialectic, right? This is a clash between two fundamentally antithetical philosophies of government and freedom. We've demonstrated the potency of our version of autonomy and freedom, and it is expansive. It is expressive. It enables and empowers individual autonomy as well as societal, collective exercises of free will. The antithesis is Vladimir Putin. It is the suppression of the human spirit, artistically, culturally, economically, religiously, politically, you name it. By definition, it's in the DNA of authoritarian and fascist forms of government and philosophies to actually suppress that because it's dangerous and threatening and they're insecure. We're the opposite. We'll take our chances on expanding your freedom. And so being guardians of that philosophy and that form of government, which I believe is on the ascendancy, not on the decline, makes the stakes in this battle in Ukraine very high. It's so much more than a battle about sovereignty, though it is that. And it's so much more than a battle about territorial expansion or retention, though it is that. It is about this clash, this fundamental clash between two very different philosophies of, I think, human nature, but certainly governance and societal structures that allow for you and me to flourish or not. And so I think the stakes are very high, and NATO absolutely has to be in this effort and this endeavor. And the good news is I think we've acquitted ourselves pretty well. And combined with the courage of the Ukrainian people and their resilience and our supply and equipment and solidarity, the Russians have been thrown back on their heels. And they're not 10 feet tall, after all. They're about 3.5 feet tall.
Thank you for that explanation. I think what you are showing us is the societal view, the parliamentary view, NATO not only being about what air defense systems NATO has, as important as that is, but NATO being about the values it represents, the commitments we make to each other, and how we make sure that Ukraine can grow into part of that.
That's right.
In the future is really remarkable. And thank you for putting attention on that. It feels like the 32 at the table need to make sure the air defense piece works.
That's right.
But I think having you and the Parliamentary Assembly think about, well, what it really means and what are we fighting for at the end of the day is so tremendously important.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you, the diversity, including especially among new members, of both our Parliamentary Assembly and NATO itself. So you don't have to explain to the Baltic republics what the threat is from Russia, or Romania, or some of the other former Soviet satellites. They don't need any explanation of the nature of the threat, nor are they going to rationalize it away. And unfortunately, it took this war to help many of our allies stop their magical thinking about Russia and Putin. He is a depraved sociopath, and you just saw it this week with a children's hospital.
And so we're moving in the right direction. And thank you for pushing and making sure that there are voices from across the alliance that can keep pushing that.
Absolutely.
And thank you all for listening. We're having more programming from the NATO Public Forum. And of course, your voices and your interest, much as the parliamentary assemblies and everyone who is a part of NATO, is profoundly important.
Thanks for joining us in this short conversation about NATO and its southern neighborhoods. We are at NATO Public Forum that follows the NATO summit in Washington, celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Atlantic Alliance. And I have with me the ambassador of Morocco in the US and also the Deputy Secretary Assistant for Political Affairs and the partnerships. And I will start by the ambassador. Thank you for joining us. How do you follow this reflection process in NATO regarding its relations with the South when we had celebration of the 30th anniversary of the Mediterranean Dialogue, 20th anniversary of the Istanbul Cooperation, full process of food for thought, debating on all this historical but in a very different international context. The group of experts that I have the honor to share provide also civil society, academic, practitioners, contribution. How do you follow this process?
Well, let me, Anna, tell you that it is a major breakthrough as far as a Mediterranean partner, as a partner who has always been involved faithfully with NATO. We believe that the cooperation from a southern perspective with NATO is essential in the Mediterranean. We have started a long time ago through training, through capacity building, through military maneuvers in the Mediterranean as the active endeavor. And also today, due to the security threats in the region, NATO must look south. And I think we are very happy to see that, and we commend the designation of a special envoy to the south. Let me speak about the Mediterranean, because we believe that some coherence should be respected as far as other instruments in the region, as far as the European EU neighborhood policy and what Morocco, for example, is doing today and other partners in Africa. Because today we need to build up a corridor between North and South. NATO, of course, has its transatlantic link, has its priority, but we need to work together. And we have been telling to our friends in NATO, and especially to like Javier Colomina, that special attention should be given to the South Sahel, not only through military. It's important. The military intervention is important. The security cooperation is important. The intelligence is important, but we need to work on other dimensions. And what today is the priority for stability, to fight terrorism in the Sahel, and is to have a new approach that corresponds to your priorities, but also to job creation, promotion of growth. And that's why His Majesty King Mohammed has launched a new initiative for the Atlantic, building corridors through connection of networks, energy. This is the way how we fight the threats. I will give you a small example, like the crisis in Sahel. It's a major threat for you, for us as Mediterraneans. We can try to address this issue through security measures, but also through linking these countries to the Atlantic, to the sea. Because access to the sea is access to trade, is access to prosperity, is access. And today, thanks to this political dialogue, and this I think also another breakthrough in the cooperation between NATO and the Mediterranean countries, I will say not Mediterranean, the Med-dialogue countries, to respect the language of NATO. It's an important element to talk together. So that's why we are very happy to see. Of course, we need to do more. Our ambition is to do more political dialogue, more interoperability, and Morocco is a country who is committed today to we know the strategic concept of NATO. We have important experience, and we have been working for the last years. I was responsible for the relation between Morocco and NATO in the foreign ministry. So we need to do more, to work more together, and thanks God we have people. Our message has been heard as far as this political dialogue.
Mr. Deputy Assistant Secretary General, you work with and about the region for many years, the Mediterranean as the whole region, and of course with the South. You also follow very closely this process, the deep and comprehensive reflection process. You followed also the report that the expert group made and all the negotiations that in the institution, because we have the allies, we have the international staff, the military component. Looking to the declaration that we now know from the heads of state and government of NATO, looking to the action plan that's going to be developed and also revised regularly, as the declarations say, how do you perceive the most important deliveries from these documents in the short term, and what is the main message for the long term as someone inside NATO that look to this political dialogue?
Thanks very much, Anna. Yes, I have followed the process since the beginning, and it's been quite a year for NATO and the South since we decided in Vilnius to launch a deep reflection process on the South, and the work of the group of experts that you chaired, and finally the action plan that was negotiated with the allies, and then I had the honor to chair those negotiations. And I do think that the action plan is a very relevant document and says a lot of how much the South matters for NATO. We've decided to increase the political dialogue with our southern partners, to increase the opportunities to engage with them, high-level meetings, and a proper agenda for tackling shared security challenges, and try to create more space for conversations with our partners, not just in the Mediterranean and through the Mediterranean dialogue, but also in the Gulf through the ICI, but also other actors in the region. Second, we've tried to increase the practical cooperation with them, basically what we do best, which is defense capacity building, security and defense efforts, advice, training, interoperability, and we have decided to give ourselves more resources to do that, but also to use in a better way the tools that we already have. We have decided also to enhance our presence and visibility in the region. We decided, for instance, to open the first ever office in the region that will take place in Amman. It was announced this morning. And we will look into other opportunities also in North Africa. We will also increase through this action plan the efforts that we have in terms of visibility and Stratcom, public communication, which is fundamental for the work we do. And finally, we will increase our synergies with the organizations that work in the region, because we are looking for complementarity with the European Union, with the African Union, and with other efforts that also bilaterally are taking place in the region. And to do all of it in a coherent way, we've decided, yes, to designate a special rep for the South. It will probably be announced shortly, as soon as next week, probably. And that individual will be able to coordinate all the efforts to put together all this action plan in a way that wasn't done in the past. So I was part of the effort, and I am quite excited about it. I think we achieved quite a lot, and I have to say that you were a part of it. So thanks very much for your efforts.
Thank you. Mr. Ambassador, you said previously that counterterrorism, the question of terrorist movements, radical movements in Sahel, but also the very political and delicate situation in Libya. How do you perceive NATO added value on the region comparing with other organizations regarding terrorism, but also the external intervention. We have the rebranding of Wagner with the Africa Corps, but also we have a very significant threat and risk on maritime security, both on the Atlantic coast and on the Indic coast and the Mediterranean, as we well know. How do you perceive NATO as a cooperation partner on this, and what is the added value that could have on these main threats and risks?
Well, thank you. Very good question. I would like to go in the same sense like Javier. Public diplomacy is essential. We have to do together to explain to our public opinions that NATO has changed. And effectively, NATO has changed. It's not, people think NATO is a military organization. Yes, it is. But today, NATO is a tool that can be used to bring stability through explaining the vision and to this political dialogue at the highest level. I remember we had the first NAC meeting with the Mediterranean countries in Morocco. So it was not easy to have that, but we had that. And so we need the tools. We need to express the ambition, and we need three elements, I think, in this cooperation with NATO. I think it should be more flexible, and we presented a document to you when you were discussing. The first one is more flexibility, so to include all the partners in the process. More co-ownership. We need to have the countries, partners involved in this process, implementing the decisions, and also co-decision that work together. So to fight terrorism, we need to do this work. We have also the other tools. It's how to deconstruct the jihadist narrative. This is very important because you cannot solve the issues only through military intervention. And you see, we have failed in Sahel and Libya. We need to fight the extremists, the radicals, through deconstructions, the jihadist narrative with the people who have the experience. Two, I think one other important issue I have raised is we need the connection between piracy, drug trafficking, illegal migration, and this through the Sahel and going to Europe. There's something that we can work in political cooperation, exchange of information intelligence, and maritime, you said it clearly, security. That's why today, I don't want to talk about landlocked countries in the Sahel. I said, I better like to talk to, we need to link these countries to the land-linked countries. And that's why this initiative of the Atlantic of King Mohammed VI is to create a corridor of prosperity through interconnection of networks, energy, gas pipeline, important port in Dakhla. This is the way how you offer this, and this is, I think, this the soft power, can I say that, or something, economic cooperation is essential. Because at the end of the day, and I'm talking from an African and Southern perspective, what matters the most is how much jobs do you create, how much growth do you promote to create stability, and of course, within an espace apaisé, a peaceful space, these are the tools we need to do together. And we are doing our own homework, but also we need to work with our partners. And yesterday, I was very pleased because I know you are from Spain. The Prime Minister of Spain made a very good intervention, and we are happy to see that. He spoke about the Mediterranean, because all day we were speaking about space, about Ukraine. I know it's a priority, but we in the South sometimes we feel a little bit frustrated because we also have our ambition, our expectation, and we need our partners to be on board. Thank you. This, I think, I wanted to leave you with this message to show you that countries like Morocco are committed to work with you in this ambition. Of course, we need three elements. We need the vision, and I think we have this vision, all of us. We need the tools, and now we have new tools. And we need the commitment, and we need everybody to be on board. And everybody must be involved in this process. NATO is changing. NATO is looking south now, and we are more ambitious. And thank you, both of you, because we know that you have played.
If I may add a couple of things on what the ambassador just said. First, we're talking about challenges and threats in the region. That's a fundamental piece of it, and we are a political and military organization, it's clear. But we have to talk also about the opportunities of engaging with the South. And we feel that there's plenty of opportunities, plenty of things that could benefit both sides of the conversation. And second, it is very important to work on public diplomacy and public communication. As I've often say, NATO is an organization that basically brings stability and is an organization that has been capable for 75 years, and we're celebrating here in Washington the 75th anniversary of the organization, to keep the Euro-Atlantic area safe and prosperous. So at the end of the day, the message is that we actually, in NATO, we basically foster the same principles that the UN would foster, which is stability and prosperity. And that's what we want to do also with our southern neighborhoods.
Exactly.
I would like to raise a question or a provocation, if you want, to both of you. I will start with Javier. One of the main sentences and ideas of the expert group report is listen more, understand better, and create the skills and resources in the organization, in NATO, but also in the instruments to do it. Listen, understand, engage both ways, because what we felt is that the South do not know NATO as well as we imagine, and NATO also needs to understand and know more the internal dynamics in the South. In the case of NATO, Javier, do you think this plan prepares NATO to do this?
I think it does. I think it does. At the end of the day, the establishment of the special representative for the South has that in mind, to be able to understand better, to be able to listen more, to be able to work on a two-way street with our southern partners, out of respect, out of a proper understanding of what are the threats, the challenges, but also the opportunities that they do bring to the Euro-Atlantic area and we do bring to the South. At the end of the day, what we need to do is to connect better, but also to help each other better. And I believe the action plan is exactly about that, yes.
Mr. Ambassador, the last word of this conversation is for you.
We need to, I will say different words. We need to re-engineer the region to create a space of stability and prosperity. And to do this, I agree, we need to sit down together, to plan together, and to work together for this, because it is in our interest to have. So this space of prosperity, of cooperation, linked to the other instruments, because NATO is an instrument, the African Union is an instrument, UN, and also, not forget, the European Union that has tools also within this new neighborhood policy, that we wanted to be more ambitious to respond to our expectations as countries of the North. But we have some friends, like you, in the Mediterranean that can, help us to move forward. We are doing our own homework. We have the capacity, the tools to be able to be a good partner for NATO.
Thank you very much for this conversation on NATO and its southern neighborhoods in the framework of the NATO Public Forum 2024.
Hello, everyone. Dear guests, welcome back from the coffee break. It is my pleasure to welcome to the stage the Chief Executive Officer of CNAS, Richard Fontaine, who will moderate our next panel on NATO's partnerships. Richard?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased to be here with this panel of discussants because 75 years ago, NATO was founded with 12 countries. As we know, it's since grown by more than 20 members. That's a remarkable achievement and one that we've been celebrating this week. But its strength comes not only from within, but also from its partners around the world. And NATO today maintains relations with 40 partners working on key issues like terrorism and climate change and a number of other challenges across the national security front. So we have with us representatives from those and thought leaders as well. So to talk about NATO's partnerships, what they do and where they go from here. So to my immediate right is the Deputy Secretary of State, Kurt Campbell. We have Mihai Popshoy, the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Moldova. Simon Draper, Ambassador for New Zealand to the European Union and NATO. And Mirta Gallic, Senior Policy Analyst for China and East Asia at the U.S. Institute of Peace. So thank you all for joining us. Deputy Secretary Campbell, maybe I can start with you. And there has been a lot of focus this week on, for very obvious reasons, on Europe, on Russia and Ukraine, on NATO and the allies and the cohesion and what they've been able to accomplish. But how do you think about the role of partners today and where those partnerships may be going in the Indo-Pacific, in the Middle East, and elsewhere?
Well, first, Richard, it's wonderful to be here, and welcome to everyone here. It's a pretty incredible gathering, actually, and we've been planning it, frankly, for years, but to see it to come to fruition with all its moving pieces is actually deeply gratifying. And I think, Richard, you're right to point out the many moving pieces and the elements of what we believe has been an historic and successful summit. The work on Ukraine, the common challenges that we're facing across Europe. But I think what's important also is that this is the third gathering of what we now call the IP4, or the Indo-Pacific Partners. This is Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand, and they are gathering here in NATO, the 75th anniversary, to continue a process which basically speaks to the continuing connectivity between the Indo-Pacific and Europe. Now, I think historically, we had thought of these two theaters as, frankly, deeply separate, and somehow if you worked on one, it came at the expense of the other. I think what we're finding increasingly is that common security challenges are in play across both theaters. And one of the things that we've been enormously benefited by in these gatherings, both today, but frankly over the last several days, is the perspectives from Indo-Pacific partners as we considered common challenges. So I think one of the points that has become quite clear here over the last couple of days is that there is a growing appreciation and anxiety about the role of China supporting Russia's defense industrial base and its war machine in Ukraine, and North Korea's provision of ammunition and weaponry to Russia as it continues its fight in Ukraine. I will say that one of the things that's been unique about the Ukraine crisis, not only have you seen the United States and Europe rise to meet the challenge, but really for the first time in our experience, Indo-Pacific partners like Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand, and other countries as well, have supported the effort, both in terms of humanitarian support, energy, but also military support as well. And I'll just finish, if I could, conclude on this note. As you all know, it took some time to pass the supplemental that ultimately brought relief and support, much of which has been rolled out this week, for Ukraine in its desperate fight, and particularly with respect to air defenses. It was stuck in one of our chambers of Congress during the state visit of Prime Minister Kishida to the United States earlier this year. He gave us a speech to the joint session of Congress and spoke very eloquently. His first topic of substance was an appeal to Congress to support Ukraine, making the argument that, in fact, the security was indivisible, and that if Ukraine was somehow defeated or dispatched, that it would have terrible consequences in the Indo-Pacific. Many congresspeople, Richard, that were on the fence were deeply moved by that. And in the days followed, that piece of legislation passed. And so I think we are here today to really not only sort of celebrate this growing alliance between democracies and to welcome the role of the Indo-Pacific leaders and nations in this historic gathering, but also to inaugurate a number of flagship projects, which both NATO and the countries of the IP4 will work on together, and that's in cybersecurity, battling disinformation, areas where we face common challenges. And so this is an exciting element of what's taking place. It probably doesn't get the same splash of what's playing out in the battlefields of Ukraine, but at the same time, over the medium and long term, this is a deeply significant development.
Deputy Prime Minister, when the Deputy Secretary General was on this stage earlier today, he said that Moldova faces a very severe set of hybrid risks from Russia. It's a difficult neighborhood. How do you think about the partnership of your country with NATO? What are you doing with NATO? And as you look to the next sort of horizon here, what would you like to do with the alliance?
Well, thank you first and foremost for this opportunity. Indeed, the Republic of Moldova is the country most affected by the Russian aggression against Ukraine other than Ukraine itself. Moldova has welcomed about 1.5 million of Ukrainian refugees in a country of about 2.5 million, still welcoming about 115,000, which is about 4% of Moldova's population. And Moldova and Moldovans understand full well that Ukraine is defending us as much as they're defending themselves. And we remain committed to helping our Ukrainian friends and neighbors in this moment of need. And we'll continue to provide Ukrainian refugees access to healthcare, labor market, education, everything we can possibly provide. When it comes to building our own resilience, indeed, our capacities are modest, but we are encouraged by the support that we receive from the international community, from the United States, from our partners in the European Union. We just signed recently with the EU an agreement in the defense and security sector, a partnership. We have very strong ties in security and defense cooperation with the United States. And with NATO, we have 30 years of partnership for peace, cooperation that has allowed Moldovan institutions to build resilience, to allow us to be better positioned to withstand this avalanche of Russian hybrid tactics against the Republic of Moldova. One of the main avenues that the Russians are exploiting are our security vulnerabilities when it comes to cyber defenses, and we are working constantly with our partners in the EU, in the United States, to build those capabilities. And NATO has been instrumental throughout these years, helping Moldova's security and defense sector grow, and this dialogue and this cooperation continues. And you know, the Republic of Moldova is firmly committed to being not just a security consumer, given our challenges with the Russian-backed separatist region in the Transnistrian region in the Republic of Moldova. But Moldova is also actively pursuing its role as security provider. For the past 10 years now, Moldova has been actively participating with its servicemen and women in the KFOR mission in Kosovo, in UNIFIL in Lebanon, in Somalia, in Bosnia, and we look forward to continuously growing our presence through various avenues in order to truly contribute to the international community. And our challenges remain severe, but thanks to the support of our friends and partners in the international community, and thanks to the commitment of our citizens, we are now stronger and more resilient than we were 2-3 years ago. The biggest achievement is in energy security. 3 years ago, it felt impossible to cut that umbilical cord that we were tied with Gazprom for 30 years. Now, the Republic of Moldova is no longer dependent on Gazprom for gas. We are buying it on the international market. And oddly enough, sometimes it's cheaper to buy American LNG than it is to buy gas from Russia based on the contract that they've imposed on us. And, you know, needless to say that the Russian gas contracts come with significant political strings attached. And we've suffered more than our fair share of this political blackmail when it comes to gas, but also to access to the Russian market when it comes to our agricultural produce. Now we have diversified. We are firmly anchoring ourselves in Europe. And thanks to the support of our friends in the European Union, we are a candidate country now as of June 25th. This is an important step for the Republic of Moldova, and we look forward to exploring all these opportunities and capitalizing on these opportunities, because God knows the people of Moldova have waited far too long for this opportunity to return to the European family of nations, for which we've been ripped apart for no fault of our own in the Second World War. And thanks to the support of our friends in Europe, And thanks to the support of our friends in Europe and across the Atlantic, Moldova and Moldovans will continue to build their resilience, continue to be a trusted partner in the region, and continue to deliver peace and security and prosperity to our people.
Great, thank you. Ambassador, it is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and so how do you think about NATO's role in the Indo-Pacific and New Zealand's role in NATO? New Zealand has been involved in out-of-area operations that NATO's done in places like Afghanistan and things like that. When you look now at the fact that in the NATO strategic concept, there's a lot of language about China and about the Indo-Pacific, their Indo-Pacific partners like New Zealand. What do you think is the future of the role of NATO in the region and New Zealand's role in the alliance?
Thanks, Richard, and let me add my thanks for the invitation today. As you mentioned, New Zealand's been a partner of NATO for over 27 years. We were in Kosovo and we've been in Afghanistan, and that's for two reasons primarily. One, and it sounds a bit apple pie, but it comes down to NATO is about protecting liberal democracies, and New Zealanders have invested a lot of blood and treasure trying to advance liberal democracies, and protecting those. So we do it for a values reason. We do it for a practical reason. Interoperability with NATO means our small armed forces can be part of something bigger. But as Kurt mentioned quite rightly, the evolution has been that in 2024, security challenges we face don't respect borders. So what happens in the Euro-Atlantic affects what happens in the Indo-Pacific, and vice versa. So what we've seen with the IP4 partners and their engagement with NATO is, NATO is the largest, preeminent, longest standing defence alliance. You guys know a whole lot of stuff that we simply don't in New Zealand. By the same token, our geography, when we look up and we see the Pacific and Asia, we have a different perspective. So we want to learn as much from NATO's experience and how we can get better at our own security. And I hope it's vice versa, that it's not a one-way thing, that we have some perspectives and insights that is valuable to NATO. So I think the way that we're seeing it is that there's much more in common to join us in terms of sharing experience and learning from each other. And clearly, the mood and the knack just before was around we just need to do more and more together and learn from each other as much as we can. And frankly, would be foolish not to.
Great. Marina, you've written about NATO and its Indo-Pacific partnerships in particular, and about the role that they might play in dealing with the China challenge overall. As we were just talking about, if you go back just a couple of years, NATO seems to really have been sensitized to the nature of the China challenge, despite the fact that it is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. What role do you think those partnerships in the Indo-Pacific can play concretely in helping to deal with the China challenge that faces all of the NATO countries?
Well, I think one really important thing is to take a look at what we've already done with NATO and these partnerships over time, because I think critically over the past couple of years, these four partners have really become more institutionalized into NATO's structures and functions, and that allows them to be able to have a seat at the table at important occasions, and also when partners are sharing information, and they're able to provide a lot of insight from personal experience and from being very geographically close to China about what's happening in the region, what's happening with security, not only with China, but also with North Korea, but also just sort of providing that perspective from the region of why Europe needs to continue to focus its eyes there. And I think that's a really key element that these partners provide to NATO. They also have expertise on China that frankly has been lacking in NATO because NATO hasn't been focused on the region for that long. So I think that's certainly one element that they can provide very well.
Could I say one word on that, Richard? I really like that point. But the truth is what we're seeing is a growth of multifaceted institutions across the Indo-Pacific, the Quad, the trilateral between the United States, Japan, and South Korea, the United States Japan and the Philippines, a variety of other initiatives like AUKUS. What's, I think, important about this, and I completely agree that there is a degree of, some people get a little anxious with the term institutionalization, but I think that is happening, maybe regularization, but it's critically important. Frankly, Japan and Australia are deeply engaged in a lot of these dialogues, but it is important. South Korea needs to be more represented given its global heft. And to be honest, Richard, we very much welcome New Zealand. The new New Zealand Prime Minister is here. He has done a remarkable job, and we very much appreciate the signs that New Zealand understands some of the challenges that we're facing in the Pacific. I've spoken out clearly about wanting to work in Five Eyes and other institutions. And so I think this is another sort of piece of the lattice work that I think we are together building across the Indo-Pacific, but also that increasingly links us with friends and partners in Europe, India, and elsewhere.
Kurt, let me just follow up with you on one thing. So another thing that one hears sometimes is worries about NATO taking on a geographic agenda that is beyond its mandate, or that there should be some sort of geographic division of labor where European military power is most acute and effective if concentrated in its neighborhood, could get diluted if spread around the Indo-Pacific. So why don't the Europeans sort of focus on their continent, the Americans and their treaty allies in Asia focus on the Indo-Pacific? How do you think about Europe in Asia and the Indo-Pacific partners in Europe?
So, Richard, the first I would say is that I think that definition relies on a rather narrow, actually geographically based set of challenges and experiences. I think if you look at our flagship initiatives, they are around issues and challenges that are global in nature, that are frankly affect all of us in deeply serious ways. If you note, New Zealand just a few months ago, for the first time, really acknowledged a serious cyber attack against its infrastructure and identified concerns about the culprit. What we are seeking to take on with respect to these flagships initiatives are issues that really are not defined by geography, that they inhabit cyberspace. They are about some of the issues that the foreign minister indicated, serious problems associated with very negative tracks and propaganda that is affecting all of us. And so these experiences in building resilience are increasingly global. And so for those people who say, look, we can't take on an out-of-area mission, look, I think we all understand some of the hesitations, and the truth is there are a lot of countries in the Indo-Pacific that need to be talked to carefully and explained about what, in fact, NATO is about, and that we're not seeking for an out-of-area conventional military set of steps. At the same time, there's a lot of work that needs to be done together. And frankly, I'll tell you the thing that I was most excited about at the Mellon Auditorium, when all the leaders came in, some of the warmest welcomes, not only to friends like Ukraine, others that were there, were to the Indo-Pacific partners. It was a real sense of you are most welcome among us. And I think it was felt and acknowledged, and we want to continue it.
Ambassador, let me just go to you on this for a second. Is that sort of how you think about New Zealand's role in the alliance, in the sense that, is this a feature that's here to stay? What, the IP4 participating, at senior levels in NATO summits, that this sort of ratchets forward in terms of operationalizing what might actually be possible? Or is there skepticism about, what New Zealand should be doing off with NATO when it's got its own issues to deal with closer to home?
No, I don't. To answer your question, the last bit first, no, I don't think New Zealand is, and certainly the New Zealand government don't. You just have to look at the connection that's happened now between Pyongyang and Putin to see that, this Ukraine thing's now, that's the existential threat for our part of the world as a regime like DPRK with nukes. So, we understand that very, very clearly. In terms of the IP4, we met as a group while NATO were meeting earlier today. We met with President Zelensky and had the opportunity to meet with President Biden. And it seems to us that there is a commonality between us as a group that, it's sort of like an unintended outcome in a way, but it's a very positive one for us, where we are looking at seeing where we can meet on the margins of other events. And certainly our Prime Minister was keen to talk about that with his Japanese and Australian and Korean colleagues, and they were very supportive. And so, yeah, I think you will see the IP4 in various, iterations around, but it started with an invitation from Secretary Stoltenberg, and attendance at further NATO will be whether NATO members invite us, but if we are invited, I'm very sure we'd come.
And Deputy Prime Minister, let me go to you. So I was in Moldova earlier this year. If you haven't been to Moldova, I encourage everyone to visit. It's a pretty remarkable country. You're also in a very remarkable place. And one thing that was absolutely clear was for Moldova, a huge amount turns on what happens in Ukraine, and therefore NATO's continued support for Ukraine and its resistance against Russia's war of aggression. I mean, that's as plain as day when you get there. So one question is, what are the lessons that you think NATO is drawing rightly or wrongly from its experience supporting Ukraine? And then the other is, as a partner of NATO, if you had sort of a wish list of next things that you would like to see take place in your own partnership with the alliance, what would that look like?
Well, first and foremost, I could not agree more when it comes to the invitation to visit Moldova. That's a given. When it comes to NATO, Republic of Moldova, and Ukraine, well, of course, we want to see a lot more support for Ukraine, because support for Ukraine is also support for Moldova. And we are encouraged by what we heard the other day at the Mellon Auditorium with President Biden having this forceful message of reassuring Ukraine and providing support that is needed every single day. And we couldn't have had a more horrendous scene setter for this event here in Washington the day before it began with the barbaric Russian attack on the Children's Hospital. And for Moldovans, that is too close to home, because many Moldovan children before the war used to be treated at that hospital for cancer. So we have been used to some degree to the normalization of war in the past 2.5 years, but that was a bridge too far, even for the murderous regime in the Kremlin. It is. I have no words to share the horror that Kyiv residents and the whole of Ukraine is going through every single day. And NATO, of course, NATO members can and should do more, just like Ukraine is committed and every single day is proving with sacrifice and with courage on the front line that they are determined to protect their country, even though some discarded Ukraine. They were giving Ukrainians only 3 to 5 days. Well, we are the 3rd year into the war, and Ukraine is still standing strong. And as I said, we are encouraged by the decision of our friends and partners to continuously provide support, F-16s, long-range missiles. That is something that allows Ukraine to protect itself and protect, quite frankly, the whole eastern flank of NATO. When it comes to the Republic of Moldova, we've had a strong partnership with the alliance in the past 30 years. And I must say, for me, it's a bit personal. NATO was my first job. I worked for the NATO Center in Moldova, and I see there in the back of the room a friend of mine with whom we worked together 15 years ago. One of the most memorable projects that NATO did in Moldova, apart from building resilience in defense and security sector, helping Moldova's Academy of Sciences with technical assistance, but one that is closest to my heart is a humanitarian project that NATO did in Moldova. We had pesticides scattered around the country, tons and tons of them, following the collapse of the Soviet Union. And unfortunately, we didn't have the resources to do away with those pesticides, and they were poisoning the soil and then underground water. And it was NATO taxpayer money that funded a project that disposed all of those pesticides. And I wish more Moldovan citizens were aware, and we as a government are trying to break through this wall of propaganda that the Kremlin has built in the minds of many Moldovans, creating this boogeyman image out of NATO. But many are not aware of this, of the numerous humanitarian projects that we've benefited from, not to mention the building capacity in our army and the broader defense sector. So there is certainly room for improvement, but we are encouraged by the strong position that NATO members have taken when it comes to Ukraine. And of course, we are counting that this support will remain as steadfast as we've seen it. And we count that that will be a game changer, the support that is coming now, because developments on the front line in Ukraine are also directly affecting the political situation and the political stability in the Republic of Moldova. And we've seen Russian proxies becoming more brazen lately. But we are confident that with this strong support for the long haul that the Euro-Atlantic community is showing for Ukraine, Ukraine will ultimately prevail, and peace and stability will return to our region. And we will no longer be in the situation of counting victims that have absolutely nothing to do with the war, including children that are suffering every single day. So we hope, and they say that hope is not a great strategy. Unfortunately, Moldova is more often than not is the only thing we have. And we count on our friends and partners in the Euro-Atlantic community to continuously standing there by Ukraine.
Can I just say one thing, Richard? I know, there's a lot of soaring stuff. This week also has its challenges. I will say, you go through a variety of meetings. I had the opportunity to meet the foreign minister. One of the most inspiring presentations, a true patriot, tremendously focused on reform and engaging with us. And so I must say I'm very pleased to hear you guys clapping for a wonderful representative who's striving to integrate this country into what we're all doing. So let's do one more, okay? And then
Marina, let me go to you. In just a moment, we have a little time for questions, so we'll take some questions from the audience. What's possible next? So, especially in the Indo-Pacific. So if you look at the partnerships that exist, we've had participation in the summits, information exchanges, some work on cybersecurity, other things here and there. What's the next set of tasks, of areas of collaboration between the allies and Indo-Pacific partners that would really make a difference, particularly given the China challenge in the region?
So first, I want to just go back again to this idea of, I think a lot of the heavy lifting on these partnerships has already been done well. The building of the partnerships in terms of getting to know one another and providing various kinds of cooperation already in terms of, as Diaz-Campbell noted, the regularization of these partners into NATO processes, and in terms of really making it clear why these partners are important. So I think these partnerships are well on their way. Each of the 4 partners now, I believe, including New Zealand, have signed their new individually tailored partnership programs. As a group, they've decided on some things that they want to work on together with NATO, including cyber and information, disinformation, and things like this. And so, I think the real key now is to focus on consolidation, to focus on implementing and actionalizing those plans and the things that have already been done. Now, that said, I think there are some other areas that we could always continue to push on, and I think one of them certainly is in regards to China and disinformation. And I think really having, both from the NATO side and also from the partner side, to the extent that they feel comfortable, a more strategic pushback on the messaging that China does about NATO and the region, which is not accurate and is reflecting a lot of China, or a lot of Russia's also messaging on NATO. And I think there needs to be a stronger pushback from NATO about what NATO is and isn't doing in the region, about what NATO does and doesn't want in the region, and about what these partners feel about NATO in the region. So, or NATO rather on the region, because NATO is not physically in the region. So that is an area that I think is really important. And also another thing that I would add, and I think the ambassador already alluded to this, I think the four can really focus on what do they want to get out of being a foursome? Is there something to be strategically gained as a foursome that they're not already taking advantage of, both at NATO or in the region, and how to develop that further? I think they've now had their third quadripartite meeting on the sidelines of the NATO summit, and I know that a lot is going on there. So continuing to develop that sort of platform for themselves to the extent that they feel comfortable, I think is also useful.
Great. We have a question, an online question. This is from Ira Strauss. This goes to Dr. Campbell. Should the IP4 be given a standing invitation to all future NATO summits so it becomes a more organic, cumulative relationship?
I would fully 100% support that. And, you know, I think we've heard gracious, you know, from both the New Zealand and Moldova that, you know, they'd appreciate an invite. I think we need to regularize. I do believe a degree of planning is helpful. And so I think it's an excellent idea.
Great. Question right here.
Yes, hi, thank you. Jackson Richmond with the Epoch Times. This is for the Moldovan foreign minister. So Moldova looks to join NATO. At the same time, Moldova is looking to join the EU. What's the latest on that? Which should we expect to see first, Moldova in NATO or Moldova in the EU? Thank you.
Well, first, let's remind ourselves of the Bucharest summit of 2008 when Georgia and Ukraine really wanted to join and unfortunately didn't, and not because they didn't want to. The Republic of Moldova will most likely join the European Union first, but we count on Ukraine's progress when it comes to NATO. Unfortunately, in the Republic of Moldova, the post-Soviet inertia, but also the Russian propaganda in the past 30 years have inoculated this idea to many citizens that neutrality is a guarantee of security. And it may be for Switzerland, but in our neck of the woods, it's a questionable proposition. But unfortunately for many citizens, Russian propaganda has effectively in the past 30 years drilled that notion into many citizens. And let's be honest, it's a soothing idea for many citizens. You are neutral, you don't have to spend on defense, nobody's going to attack you, right? Nobody ever in history attacked a neutral country, right? Unfortunately, for many citizens, that message doesn't resonate enough. And it's up to the political leadership to talk to their citizens, and that is what we're trying to do, to have an open, public discussion about security vulnerabilities and about opportunities of addressing those vulnerabilities. And if you ask me personally, it doesn't take a PhD in security studies to know that NATO is the ultimate guarantee of security, not just in our region, but anywhere else in the world. But given our particular circumstances, it'll take some time until we are able, within a democratic process, to convince enough of our citizens that NATO is the real solution. In the meantime, we are firmly committed to our European integration path, and there is a security cooperation component there as well. And we are encouraged by the current discussions in Brussels of boosting the security cooperation in Europe. And you would believe that it's high time for that to happen. And we want to be part of those discussions, of the logistics lines that are being built now. So European Union accession is a priority, but our cooperation with NATO is very important. And I totally agree that it is good to have everybody at the same table, because as they say, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And we don't want to be on the menu.
Ambassador, maybe I could ask you, New Zealand, a partner of NATO, has been full-throated in its support for Ukraine, a partner of NATO. What are the stakes for New Zealand in Ukraine? And why doesn't it make sense, as you hear from time to time, that, you know, U.S. assistance to Ukraine is zero-sum with what we might be doing in the Indo-Pacific in your neighborhood, and so amounts to something of a distraction? Or you hear these sort of narratives, you heard some of them here during the debate, the long debate over U.S. assistance to Ukraine. So why does Ukraine matter for the Indo-Pacific and for New Zealand in particular?
So the answer to that is quite simple in a way. Big countries don't invade small countries. If that becomes the rule of power, then we're all in for a terrible future. If we can let a country walk into another, then it's not going to stop at the Ukraine. You're just dreaming if you think that that's the lesson authoritarian powers take from that. So it's a fund, we've talked about it, our Prime Minister's talked about it in a way, we don't have a Russian diaspora, we don't have a Ukrainian diaspora. You're right, we're a long way away, but it's in our DNA. You can't let these things stand. You have to do the right thing. So that's why at a time when our government budgets are tight, we have increased our funding to the Ukraine. And so, to go to your question, we do it because it's the right thing to do. We do it also because we know that if you let this sort of thuggery continue, it's not going to stop in the Ukraine, and it will come knocking at your door at some stage. And we want to stand resolutely with Ukraine and our NATO friends to stop that happening. And we're small, we're a long way away, but we are making our contribution. And if everyone made that contribution, then Putin doesn't stand a chance.
Can I say just two things on that? I really appreciate the comments there, but Ambassador, I have followed and worked on New Zealand for a long time, and I have been struck. There had been a sense that New Zealand is a long way away and maybe unaffected by these things, but I will say developments in the Pacific suggest that, even New Zealand, I think increasingly appreciates that these challenges can find you out, even in a distant geography. I would also say, Richard, the truth is this idea of, big countries have certain, sort of rights to do certain things to smaller countries. If you read carefully, and I think too often we just kind of glance at these things, look at the manifesto issued by China and Russia in advance of the Beijing Olympics. It is a very thorough, transparent document which combines kind of 1950s kind of ideology and 1930s territorial ambitions. And it states quite clearly that, smaller countries better look out. That kind of approach is perilous and must be confronted and dealt with. And I very much appreciate folks on this panel, sort of the clarion call to a true understanding of the challenges that we're facing.
Mira, let me go to you on a question. When you have partnerships with multiple countries, there's always this question of deepening versus widening, or however you might want to put it. Should the IP4 eventually be an IP more than 4 and bring in other countries and things like that? Or is the task before us to deepen the partnerships that exist, to make them more material, to make them more operationalized? Or do you try to do both of those at the same time? And what's the way forward in terms of thinking about the specific set of partnerships in the Indo-Pacific for NATO?
Well, first I'll say I think that's definitively up to the allies and the potential partners themselves. But in my view, I think you can probably do those things at the same time. I think, as I've already said, I think consolidation of these existing partnerships is very important, because then you're actually getting the gains that you've been investing in for so long. In terms of other partners in the Indo-Pacific, I think it's a bit tricky, because not only does NATO have to be interested, but these countries themselves have to be interested. So I'm not sure what discussions have been happening at NATO between NATO folks and these countries in the region, but I'll leave that to the people in the alliance to determine forward.
Kurt, maybe we've got less than 2 minutes left, so maybe I'll make this the last question. We've been talking about why what happens in Europe matters in other regions, especially in the Indo-Pacific, why what happens with a partner like Ukraine will matter for other partners like New Zealand and Moldova and others. But what happens in the Indo-Pacific also matters for the NATO allies, right? And so I think this is most manifest as people see the provision of Chinese components and parts to enable the Russian war machine that would not be as robust if they weren't doing that. How should the European and the North American allies think about what happens in the Indo-Pacific and why that matters in the North Atlantic?
So, you know, I've been involved in dialogues in Europe on the Indo-Pacific for decades. I think previously, Richard, most of those dialogues were really about commercial opportunities, largely in China. What has been remarkable is the dramatic increase in political, strategic, security dialogues with other countries, and I think there's a much deeper recognition, again, as we've been discussing throughout this panel, of the common challenges, but also opportunities that these countries face. If I can, to the last question, I think the key issue going forward is going to be, if you look at these sort of, you know, kind of tapestry of minilaterals and other institutions, the key going forward will be, how does ASEAN and the nations of ASEAN feel about these gatherings? How do they want to associate with them? We've spent a lot of time in the Quad figuring out how to ensure that there is a degree of sort of intellectual interoperability. Some of the leading nations, I think, in Southeast Asia, if they had their way, they would be more active. But I think that's a chapter that's yet to be written, Richard.
All right, well, great. Oh, yes, Ambassador?
Yeah, just it says wrapping up, and I just wanted to take the opportunity, and this is not a hagiography, but I just want to acknowledge the work that Kurt Campbell has done in terms of the Indo-Pacific and making that connectivity between the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo. He's been tirelessly doing it, and I certainly know from the New Zealand perspective, we're really appreciative of the time and effort that he has put in to what is a relatively small country. So I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that and say thank you, Kurt.
Thank you.
You're here. Thank you very much to the panel here, and thank you all for participating in this, and on to the next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all to our esteemed panelists for such an interesting and engaging panel. This week we're talking a lot about Kyiv and Russia's war of choice in Ukraine, but the Russia challenge is not just limited to the alliance, and there are so many intertwined and interlinked challenges that spider out from there. This panel addressed that quite well, from the alliance's key partner New Zealand in the Indo-Pacific as China grows increasingly aggressive, to Moldova, bearing the brunt of many of Russia's destabilizing activities. Our next panel on this stage will be on disruptive and innovative technologies and will be moderated by Brian Clark, Senior Fellow at the Hudson Institute. Before we welcome Brian to the stage, there are two parallel sessions that will take place now as well. The first, on hybrid warfare in an era of uncertainty, is located in Salon 12. The second, on NATO's role in the Western Balkans, is in Salon 10. For these sessions, please exit the plenary and go to the right. Please proceed to the session that you would like to attend in a quick and orderly manner. We look forward to having you back in the plenary room at 4:45 for our closing summit hot wash with Admiral Bauer, who will give an overview of the NATO summit outcomes. This overview will be followed by closing remarks from Marie Doha Besancenot and Amanda Mansour. And as folks filter out, we will soon welcome in our next panel. All right. And now please join me in welcoming Brian to the stage. Thanks. Brian?
Well, thank you, Shannon, for that introduction, and for everybody for being here today. It's a great honor to be able to participate in the NATO Public Forum, of which Hudson Institute is one of the sponsors/organizers. And with me today, I think we've got a terrific panel to talk about the role of emerging technologies in military operations and how we can bring them to bear to support the alliance's efforts, both in Europe and elsewhere. Dr. Brian Wells is the chief scientist of NATO. Dr. Steve Walker is the Chief Technology Officer for Lockheed Martin, and Rand Waldron is the Vice President at Oracle for Cloud Infrastructure. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for being here today. Appreciate it. So I'd like to start the conversation with one of the big lessons that comes out of the operations in Ukraine. We're finding that we have to both be adaptable, but we also have to be able to scale military capabilities. We're already seeing in Ukraine how some of the capabilities that the West has given to Ukraine, GPS-guided weapons, are having difficulty being effective in a jamming environment that denies GPS. But at the same time, we have to be able to then scale up those solutions. We can't just come up with an experiment that delivers a potential solution at a small scale. We've got to be able to deliver that at a relevant capacity to impact the warfight. So how do NATO nations and the alliance achieve that combination of adaptability and scale that will be so important going forward, not just in Ukraine, but in any future military operation? Dr. Wells, we'll start with you.
Brian, thanks for that question. I'll start by reminding ourselves of something we know very well, but it's worth starting as a scene setter. This summit is celebrating the 75th anniversary of the NATO alliance. Let's wind the clock back 75 years. And in science and technology terms, the technical breakthroughs were predominantly the preserve of the defense sector. The defense owned the technical futures. If we wind forward to 2024, we now find that within government research, investment by government in the civil research dwarfs that of government investment in defense. But when we compare government investment in research with commercial investment, well, commercial investment is significantly greater in the vast majority of areas. And the commercial decisions of commercial companies drive the future of technology across the piece. NATO recognizes this, and it's got a good history of adapting to changed circumstances, and it's changing in this way as well. And this brings new choices for our policymakers. Acquisition processes are adapting to the new generation of commercial companies that we see. I'll give 3 examples. I can't be exhaustive, but the trend, I think, is clear. The first is Diana, which is not part of my organisation, but I know there's a great deal of interest in what Diana is doing. This was launched in 2022 to work on early-stage startups, but also mature defence companies. Both areas of the industrial sector bring innovation, and it's important to NATO to have different levers, as it were, to capture that innovation. And Diana runs by setting out competitive challenges to our industry, and successful respondents receive grants and access to a network of accelerators and test centres. And ultimately, of course, their route to market can be assisted by NATO and by the allies. 3 challenges have already been launched in 2022, and 44 companies were selected. A total of 5 new challenges were launched at the beginning of this month, 1st of July. The second area I would like to highlight, again, is not part of the NATO Science and Technology Organisation, but is an important part of our rapid adoption to market. And this is the NIF, the NATO Investment Fund. I know that NIF is in the audience, so please bear with me for a very quick overview. This is a 15 billion venture capital fund. It's the world's first multi-sovereign investment fund, and the first investments were made last month. The third area is, in fact, my own science and technology organisation. It's a network of 5,000 scientists across the globe, drawn from NATO allies and like-minded partners, looking at the young audience particularly. If you have a scientific background, do please feel free to look at the website, which gives you instructions on how to join. I hope some of you will express interest. This is drawn from government laboratories, industry, and also academia. Let us not forget that academia remains an important part of the innovation network. So these are just 3 areas of the NATO innovation ecosystem to bring new capabilities rapidly to market. The point I would make at strategic level is that there's good links between all of these areas. So research from the Science and Technology Organization could be matured by Diana, funded, if appropriate, by the NATO Investment Fund. And this means that the work of the whole of the NATO innovation system brings a greater value than the sum of its individual parts. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Wells. Dr. Walker, that highlights one challenge of that might be then scaling the results of those. If you find something that seems to work, it solves a problem like GPS jamming in Ukraine, how do you make that turn into something that's relevant capability and capacity for the kind of fight?
Right. Yeah, I think, Brian, your question was well stated, because it's adaptability, it's innovation, but it's also scalability. And scalability, in my view, that's all the ilities, right? Reliability, safety, O&M, sustainment. So Ukrainians have done a great job with what they had to work with, and I had the amazing opportunity to go over in 2018 to Ukraine as the director of DARPA. I was amazed at their venture and commercial capabilities then, but a small company focused. And they've been able to show how in wartime they can take that, use that in the field, develop software, drones, et cetera. But I don't think the scalability is quite there where it needs to be. Right. So, Jim Takelet, our CEO, came to Lockheed about 5 years ago. I did as well. We put in place what we call 21st century security, which is really all about, bringing those best defense platforms to the fight to deter our adversaries, but adding in the bleeding edge technology, mostly in the digital world, and most of that is happening in commercial. So partnering up with commercial companies, and then adding speed to that equation. That's what we mean when we say 21st century security. And so we're focused on commercial partnerships with big and small companies. We have a venture fund, about $400 million venture fund, that focuses on bringing that small company innovation into the defense ecosystem. We feel like we understand the warfighter, we understand the military problem set, and we can bring those ventures and small companies in. We can also work with the Microsofts, the Oracles of the world, the NVIDIAs of the world, to take that bleeding edge tech, especially in AI and machine learning and other areas like that, work with them to solve problems. In NVIDIA, in the case of NVIDIA, we're working with them on fighting fires. And what does that look like all the way from sensing, using AI and machine learning to sense, to control the firefighting capabilities, multi-platform capabilities, to battle management and understanding what's happening in the fire, in the forest at the time. And so that's one example of how we're doing that. Speed is the third part of that equation, and that's we're making huge investments within the company to make digital engineering and model-based systems engineering real. And being able to use that and get faster at how we do the business. And so all 3 of those pieces are going to be important to that scalability question, and applying these innovative concepts that we do innovation too within Lockheed. The camera on the James Webb telescope is a Lockheed Martin camera producing those amazing pictures. But those 3 pieces are going to be critical to really creating a new defense industrial base, which is going to be absolutely essential for the wars we need to deter in the future from peer adversaries.
Right. Thanks, Dr. Walker. Yeah, so Mr. Waldron, the
one non-doctor up here.
Exactly. So Steve brought up the point about software and how digital technologies are really at the heart, I think, in a lot of this adaptability and scaling. How are you finding that software and what you do at Oracle is playing into this ability to adapt and then bring things to relevant capacity?
It's at the very heart of it. So I'm not going to tell anyone new by telling them that bits move much faster than atoms. And so when we need to innovate, when we need to be at the very leading edge, the bleeding edge of capability, there is a lot you can do with metal and composites and atoms, but those take more time. Right. Software takes time too, but you can build a base and then be able to iterate on it very, very quickly. Right. And so what ministries of defense, what governments have to look for is the way to make sure that you're buying not a single item, a fixed thing, but make sure that you're buying an innovation pipeline, something that allows you to innovate and iterate very quickly. So with my Lockheed compatriot up here, right? Like the F-35 is not just a physical thing. Yeah. It's a fighter plane that iterates software as fast as it iterates new armament. Right. When you look at Ukraine, you look at what they're doing with drones and all of the other things that we see in the news every day, so much of that iteration takes place not just on the physical item, right, but on the software that's running on the item, on the software that's on the back end, on how they collect, how they analyze the data. All of our big companies, our small companies, our government agencies, we have those innovators inside, right, who want to be able to push the envelope, who want to do that next innovation. And when, God forbid, there's a fight, that's going to drive innovation speed like nobody understands. What we need to make sure that we're doing is providing the foundation so they can innovate that quickly. Right. And so what I would say is look at it not as making a single purchase, not as making a single change. This acquisition makes us now innovative. Right. This is the proof we're now innovative. Right. It's to create a technological underlayment and a cultural foundation that allows you to iterate continuously, that allows you to build that innovation pipeline, because we don't know what the next innovation is going to be. So make sure that you have today, not the thing that's fixed in time, right, but the thing that evolves as fast as you and your developers need to.
And if I can just jump in real quick, Brian, on that, the industry can set all that up and work together to set all that up. Our customers need to think about how to buy that, right, and how to be flexible in their procurement practices in order to do that, but also think about new business models that are, especially with software, right? Yeah. Because it allows the customer to buy things in order to upgrade much faster if they change, if they tweak the way they buy it.
Right. That's right. If you need a new version of something, and that's an entirely new 12-month acquisition, right, you're dead, yeah, right? Exactly. If you need a new version of something, and that's just a new version, so you upgrade and you upgrade and you upgrade, that's how you innovate fast.
Right. So you have to invest in the innovation pipeline, that's as opposed to buying the product.
That's right.
Right. Right. So Dr. Wells, when it comes to how NATO looks at this, I mean, the three initiatives you talked about in a way, they're their own innovation pipelines. That's NATO investing in an innovation pipeline. But you're hoping that the products of that spin out and turn into something that can be delivered at scale. I think one example of where a lot of this work has been happening, and both Steve and Rand brought it up, was in unmanned systems or drones, and how those have become more or less the weapon of choice, the sensor of choice, in a lot of ways the main tactical tool of choice in Ukraine. How do you see the NATO countries evolving their approach to unmanned systems usage and moving it from just being the dull, dirty, and dangerous to the kind of a tool that could be used in any application?
Yeah. Thanks, Brian. A great question. And as you rightly say, the experience in Ukraine highlights some specific examples that we can generalize into the use of autonomous systems in warfare and defense and security more generally. So I'll start with some elements on how NATO uses autonomous systems. And then I'd like to spend just a little while looking forward. Where do I think the main scientific developments are going to be in the future? So again, let's wind the clock back just to 5 years and the NATO summit that was held in London at the end of 2019. Heads of state and government of the allied countries agreed a roadmap on what they called EDTs, or that stands for Emerging and Disruptive Technologies. And it identified 7 of them, of which autonomy was one, and big data and artificial intelligence, which I'll come back to, were 2 others. Following the agreement of that action plan, NATO agreed what it calls an autonomy implementation plan. And this sets out the NATO policy regarding the opportunities and challenges provided by autonomous systems. And it made very clear that NATO's use would be founded on the norms and values of the NATO allies and our partner nations, and also in accordance with international law. And I'll add some colour to that. So in terms of the opportunities, NATO is very clear that it exercises autonomous capabilities with the aim of driving the innovation and development of these capabilities at appropriate scale. And of course, interoperability amongst allies and partners is a very important element of this for NATO. And regarding the challenges, NATO is looking to develop measures to prevent and defend against novel threats from potential adversaries and strategic competitors. And NATO is very well aware of the ethical, legal and moral aspects of the use of autonomous systems. The Autonomy Implementation Plan noted that 2 other emerging and disruptive technologies, big data and artificial intelligence, are key enablers of autonomy. And NATO had already developed 6 principles of responsible use for artificial intelligence and made clear that these 6 principles of responsible use would also underpin the use of AI-enabled autonomy. Examples of these principles of responsible use are, for example, lawfulness, reliability of AI, where I think we've all had experiences, but also bias mitigation, again, something that we've all had experiences of. Regarding what are known as lethal autonomous weapon systems, NATO's made clear that it will align itself with the relevant international frameworks on this. In this particular case, it's the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. And building trust in the use of autonomous systems is an important part of NATO's autonomy action plan. Turning now to a little excursion into the science, where do I think the key scientific developments, or some of the key scientific developments, will be over the next 20 years? In March of last year, the NATO Science and Technology Organization published its Science and Technology Trends 2023 to 2043. And this looked at our best judgments on the development of disruptive technologies over the next 20 years and what the implications for NATO's allies and partners could be, and to the extent that we could share it, what we thought the implications for our potential adversaries and strategic competitors would be. It's a public document. It's available to anyone online, and this was deliberate because scientists know that scientific progress is made not least in part by honest and professional challenge of judgments. I'll just highlight 3 points here. The first is the importance of human-machine interaction, or human-machine interface. We're seeing that autonomous and intelligent systems are already exceeding the capabilities of humans, and this trend will only increase. Decision speeds will reach levels that will require changes in the method of human-machine interaction if there is to remain a human in the loop, as our norms and values require. The second is in computer programming techniques. Competition between alliance nations and adversaries will generate increased evolutionary pressures on these computer programs as each side is in a competition to reach a decisive victory. And the third is really space-based capabilities. We're already seeing improved space-based capabilities, improving terrestrial autonomous capabilities, particularly in swarms in the future. And these 3 points really illustrate my final point, which is combinations of emerging and disruptive technologies are bringing strategic effects, new strategic effects in autonomous systems. This might sound daunting, but it actually means for policymakers, we have choices. We can choose the ways in which we achieve military ends by different means. And as I said earlier, NATO is very clear that it will use these technologies in ways that conform to the ethical, legal, and moral norms of the allies and partners. And this, in turn, impacts on the sort of image that NATO must bring to its publics. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Wells. So, Steve, this raises a question of, you could see the developments on the battlefield, such as in Ukraine, progressing faster than NATO policy and rules can catch up.
Sure.
Is there a way to align new technology or new unmanned system applications, use cases, with the rule set that we may want to pursue as we get into a fast move, counter move cycle with an opponent?
Sure.
How do we do that?
I mean, there's AI and machine learning.
Right.
There's an ability to, especially on the expert system side of AI, to build in rules, right? How this will do this, it won't do that. I personally think that as we look at more autonomous systems and at scale, right, the human is going to have a hard time being able to control a swarm of 1,000 UAVs out there. So how do you build that swarm into the overall C2 system that you have? Because that's going to be important if you've got manned systems in the mix. One thing we're spending some investment in trying to figure out. I mentioned our work with commercial partners. We did a really successful experiment recently with IBM Red Hat, looking at building an edge compute capability for doing AI and machine learning right on the platform of a Class 2 UAV. Okay. And we're able to do that, and we did that because we want that UAV to be able to go up with other UAVs, and if something changes on the battlefield, to be able to adapt real time. The human may not have time to say our blue UAV just got shot down. I want you to go over here. Maybe, but this stuff's going to be at machine speed if we want to win. So. A really successful experiment showing we could do the AI and machine learning on the platform, on the Class 2 UAV, and adapt in real time when the situation changed. So, but as long as you have a rule set around that, right? You can operate in this region, you can't operate over here. Right. I think that's acceptable.
Right. Right. And Rand, the idea of AI being incorporated into warfare, I think there's a lot of obviously there's a lot of examples out there with large language models, but there's other forms of AI, and Steve just brought up expert systems as one example. Do you see that the military applications of AI are going to tend towards those different models rather than large language models, small language models, and expert systems and techniques like that?
Yeah, so I think there is a universe inside military applications. And so I think there will absolutely be applications for large language models. There will be absolutely applications, there are today, just as Steve was talking about, for taking smaller models, taking them onto a small edge device, and then that small model at the very edge with a very specialized purpose can ensure that only relevant data has to go back over denied communications, because it's doing some of that winnowing, that filtering, dare I say, some of that deciding at the very front edge of the battlefield, rather than having to bring it all the way back. But all the way back in big data center applications, absolutely. We're dealing with uncountable amounts of data, different types, different streams. Are we going to want large language models that help us summarize, that help us find relevant parts, help us think about these data sets in totally different ways? Yes, we are. And so the answer is that throughout that entire chain, from literally where we sit here in Washington, D.C., to a NATO soldier, whether they're in Mali or Helsinki, that entire chain, you're going to want AI. You're going to want AI helping that soldier, helping the officers that give him orders, and helping the intelligence analysts that point them in the right direction. Right. And making sure that as you know, I talked earlier about buying that innovation pipeline. Right. Making sure that through that entire chain, you're thinking about that. Yeah. You're not buying a platform that doesn't let you add a little bit of AI, doesn't let you innovate, but you are buying a capability throughout that entire chain that lets you add that AI over time. That is the only path forward today.
And you're going to want that pathway that Rand just talked about to be done under a partnership of defense and commercial. Yeah. Because you need a certain amount of scale, and you need a certain amount of understanding the warfighter and what he or she cares about, and the safety issues associated with all that. It's gonna have to be a defense commercial partnership.
I don't think there's anything anymore that is, okay, that's not correct. There are plenty of things. There's going to be less and less that is purely commercial or purely military or government. Less and less every single day. You're going to have systems, you're going to have chains of systems that have commercial elements or have very specific military elements. Just specifically to us, we build cloud that is the exact same as our commercial cloud. We put it across an air gap, and we put it as an underlayment for intelligence activities and military systems. Right. Is that a commercial system or is that a defense system? Right. Yes, it is. And that is the approach that we're going to have throughout the entire spectrum of capability.
Right. Dr. Wells?
Thank you. And from a NATO perspective, we recognize this as well, that our data board has not only allies, the governments, but also representatives from industry. NATO's own Science and Technology Board has representatives from government scientists, but also representatives from industry as appropriate as well.
So before Steve, you grab that water. So Dr. Wells brought up this idea that space was one of the three areas he highlighted as where a lot of future science will be made, or a lot of new technologies will be incorporated. And I don't know, it may not be clear to the average policy person or citizen, but space is really becoming central to military operations today. It is the linchpin, it's the central way that we get information, identify targets, and then act on those targets. Where do you see the commercial role in space, and how do you see being able to protect those space capabilities that are now becoming so central?
Yeah, I don't think so you're right. Even 5 years ago, people were talking about space becoming a warfighting domain. It is. Right. Space Force was created because of that. I think, so I happen to be on the Defense Science Board too, so I get to see what's going on there. And I have to say that, and we're going to have a report coming out, or it just came out, on commercial use of space, in space. The Space Force is still very much trying to figure that out and architect a layered approach to space that includes commercial. Obviously, we've seen in Ukraine the Starlink capabilities being used. Commercial GeoInt has been really important. So there are commercial capabilities that can be brought to bear now. I think the recommendation of DSB is going to be yes and more. We want it. But we're going to have to think long and hard about where we rely on it for warfighting and where we don't. And I would just say it's not a done deal yet about what that architecture should look like. But I think the bottom line is it needs to be there. I had the opportunity to work with SpaceX in the early days. They are an example of a very successful commercial space company. Not all of them are. And so, do you have government backups? How do you do that? still remains to be seen.
Right, right. But I think it suggests that Space Force and the government and other governments will probably be relying more on commercial space.
Absolutely.
And it'll take a greater share of the communications load and the sensing load going forward. It would seem like it'd be irresponsible not to take advantage of it, probably.
No, it's going to be there, and it's for lots of reasons. But you know, if you watch what's happening in the U.S. at least. Space Development Agency is also building a proliferated LEO constellation, a bit slower than Elon Musk, but those satellites may have additional capability.
Right.
So the answer is usually always and.
Yeah.
And for lots of good reasons.
Right. Rand, to what degree does our communication and our ability to have this capability delivery pipeline that you talked about, how dependent is that going to be on space and long haul comms, that we maybe take for granted today?
We can't take them for granted. Right. In a near peer conflict, space is going to be contested, and we will all have to evolve quickly on that. And we can all see recent incidents in the Baltic around how even long-haul fixed communications can be contested accidentally. It's what you have to be able to do is build a set of technical capabilities that are tolerant of losing that connectivity. Maybe not permanently tolerant, maybe intermittent communications, but you have to build a set of capabilities that are tolerant of losing that. You've got to be able to work at the edge with intermittent communication or no communication to the core. And that core has to be able to operate without connectivity to other pieces. So you may have connection to very specific military networks, but you've got to be able to operate should some of those networks go, should some connectivity cross and out of those networks go. You've got to be able to continue to operate. That is something that I'm not sure gets enough thought and effort. In some ways, U.S. aircraft used to have little bubbles, even in the jet age, so that you could take a star chart and navigate. I think a little bit of that skill's been lost, and we don't always think about what happens when space and telecoms become compromised. But we need to think that way. We need to build our technology that is resilient to that, so the mission can continue.
Yeah. So, Dr. Wells, this highlights the dependence that we have on the electromagnetic spectrum and on undersea cables, for that matter, that carry a lot of these communications. And I think Rand just mentioned the case about the Baltic Sea, where you've seen challenges with cabling being damaged. How are the NATO allies going about protecting access to the spectrum and also protecting these undersea cables, while also being able to afford civilian users the access and the capacity they need to be successful?
Right, it's a great follow-on question, and controlling the electromagnetic spectrum is clearly vital for any aspect of a military operation in any domain where information dominance is required. And I think a current theme of this panel discussion is the vital importance of information dominance. And the electromagnetic spectrum is increasingly congested and also contested by our strategic competitors and potential allies. I'll just raise 2 points. The first is that NATO does recognize the importance of this topic. It has an electromagnetic warfare policy and a strategy to govern NATO's use. And we do conduct training and exercises to ensure that we remain at the top of this particularly important competition. The second point I'd like to raise is that the science is continually developing to give the allies and partners new tools to maintain its dominance in the electromagnetic spectrum. This is an area where, for various reasons, I'll just give one example, and this is known technically as cognitive radar, and cognitive radar is going to be a game changer in terms of electromagnetic spectrum dominance. It allows, in simple terms, artificial intelligence to automate the changes in the waveform shape that is used to communicate, and this will optimize the use of the electromagnetic spectrum that is available to the allies and partners, and this will greatly outperform the current radar technologies. There's a policy implication here, and that is that exactly the same technology will be available to our strategic competitors and our potential adversaries. So we need to be ahead of the game in order to maintain NATO's competitive advantage. We quite often hear discussions about whether NATO is ahead or behind our strategic competitors, and we can easily get ourselves into a circle of despondency here. Now, I'm not in any way complacent as NATO chief scientist on any of the emerging disruptive technologies, but the one point I'd like to land with colleagues is let us remember some of our particular advantages, and the one advantage I'd like to emphasize here is the excellence of the academic base in the NATO allies. I'll just give you one statistic. The Shanghai rankings of the world's universities was last conducted in August of 2023, so less than a year ago. And in the Shanghai rankings of world universities, of the top 20 universities, the top 19 are on the soil of NATO allies. And the 20th is on the soil of Switzerland, which, of course, is a NATO partner. So this isn't just about the sciences, it's about wider academia as well. So it nurtures the excellence of our scientists, it nurtures the excellence of our policymakers, of our politicians, and of our decision makers.
Thanks, Brian.
I was just going to say, Brian talked about the warfighting capability really well, but there's this commercial versus defense use of the spectrum.
Yep.
And I think certainly a thing the U.S. and within NATO could work on together is being out in front of that. And I know in this country we have a moonshot program on dynamic spectrum sharing, and I think that's going to be really, really important as we move forward.
Absolutely, because if you want to be able to afford 5G companies or telecoms the ability to use the spectrum, you'll have to give that ability to share spectrum either automatically or like we are today, mechanically. And something that Dr. Wells brought up, cognitive radar, is something that I was also going to ask you and Rand about, to put you on the spot. So how, when you have these AI-enabled capabilities, so cognitive radar can be enabled by machine learning, how do you go about testing and evaluating those to make sure that they meet the specifications that the government or the safety rules that the NATO policymakers might put in place? Because by definition, they're designed to change how they operate depending on the stimulus they get or the environment they're placed in. How do you manage the test and evaluation of these new AI-enabled or machine learning-enabled capabilities? So, Steve, you want to jump on that? And Rand?
Well, especially in the spectrum area with AI and machine learning, you got to take it into the field because EW and it's all dependent on the environment.
Right.
And so, trying to do it in a closed little facility is only going to get you so far. So, DARPA had a program in this space several years ago, and we had to take it in the field, and we had to show it on multi-platforms, working in the relevant domain, and show that it can work. So, but that's the only way to do it, and again, that's why I think it's so important to think about how we bring the best of tech into defense application. It's going to require more than just a single company to do it.
Rand, did you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would just put two things on there. One, and it goes right off of what Steve was saying, is you have to test in reality. Testing in theory is nonsense. You have to test in reality. And for some systems, that means out in the field For other systems, that means against your own data, against real data. An AI model that works well on the internet and works well for some generalized thing, you bring it up against your own data, who knows? You have to test it in the real world against your real data. And so bring the AI models to where the data is, bring the AI capability, the GPUs, whatever your limiting factors are in doing that analysis, bring it to the data. Thing one. Thing two, almost countervailing, is there are some things that it is very hard to simulate, right? There are some things that just do not happen enough in the real world to create a large enough corpus of data. Thank God, right? You don't want those things to be happening a lot in the real world. And so you've got to create simulacrums, you've got to create synthetic data. And again, then, bring your model to that synthetic data. Bring your AI capability to that synthetic data and iterate against it. But always know that in the end, the map is not the terrain. The synthetic data is not the real world. You have to still be able to take your model out and run it against your real data with real customers, with real interaction, or out in the field.
Thanks, Rand. So we're going to turn over to some questions from the audience. So if audience members have questions, we have the microphones over here if you want to go jump on there and use that. So just go over there, thank you. And I have a few questions from the online audience as well, but I'll turn it over to start. Please state your name and affiliation.
Yes,
and then your question.
My name is Klaus Hommels. I'm chairman of the NATO Innovation Fund. And so we are intrigued by the opportunity and the necessity. But foremost, we do need to make sure that we develop the ecosystem as a whole. And as an ecosystem as a whole, we also make sure that the cooperation with the primes work. So, and historically, in the publishing industry, TV industry, banking industry, there has always been sand in the gearbox, which is it's not ideal, but it is not an important industry as defense. So we would not be keen on seeing this sand being again in the gearbox in the cooperation with the primes. So what is the expectation from the primes to seamlessly work with, and from NATO, seamlessly work with the new technology startups? Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Hommels. I'll start with you, Steve, and then Rand can answer.
Sure.
Oh, but please, yes. If you,
regarding what NATO is doing in terms of making the handshake between the SMEs and the primes, yes, we recognize from national experience of innovation accelerators. The SMEs can have an idea, but in order to start to mature it at scale, you need the handshake with the primes. Diana is already getting a system of mentors in place, especially to make that sort of handshake and to assist the SMEs in the other changes to their business model that they need to do if they are to mature their technology. Thank you.
I think it's, how are you? I think there's a couple things. As I mentioned, Lockheed has a venture fund. So we try and reach out and look at, and we're, by the way, it's not just US, we're looking internationally as well. So working with other countries to see how we plug into their ecosystems as well. So that's one way. Fund or some initial startups, the sand in the gearbox can come in when, you know, we've got a really interesting technology that we're funding at a small company, and we got to convince our own business units to say, hey, you know, this is really good stuff, and it's going to have an impact, but it might be 5 years from now or 6 or 7. So that's partly my job, is to convince them that that's worth the investment, not only of money, but of time to pay attention to it. And as you know, I'm trying to do that with somebody right now. So that's part of it. But I also think it goes back to the customer side as well. So I think, you know, and I'm saying this as a former customer, but customer encouraging those relationships between small and large. So far, what I see mostly is opportunities for small companies to get defense money, but it would be more effective if they put solicitations out there for small and big companies to work together, commercial and defense to work together, and help that, help remove the sand, help the transition happen within the industry, which helps them in the end. So I think there's something to be looked at on the customer side as well there.
I would just say Oracle embraces this space like completely. From the perspective of a small company, it is really hard to interact with some of you as customers. I mean, I'll just say it, it's hard. If you're a small company, how do you operate across an air gap? How do you get the security accreditation to be able to operate on a classified network? How do you hire enough cleared people to provide a 24/7 watch in case your thing stops working at Saturday at 2 a.m.? What we try to do is provide that underlayment. Hey, we have a large technology infrastructure that is accredited, has the accreditation. Hey, we have a 24/7 watch staff that can at least do monitoring and call you if something goes wrong. You don't have to invest in your own sets of GPUs because we have an infrastructure that's there. The things that startups have take for granted in the open world. Hey, I can just go to the cloud and spin up dozens of servers of different compute types and have AI services available to me, and I don't have this big hurdle of buying equipment and getting security accreditation, all that. Our objective is to provide that in the defense space as well. That same ease of use, that same rapid spin up, why isn't it on a classified network? It should be. Why isn't it on a restricted, not classified, but highly sensitive network? It should be, and it can be. And that's the approach we take.
Thanks, Ren. That's a very good point. So I think we have time for one question from the online audience. So I'll pose this to you, Dr. Wells. What role can NATO play in deterring knowledge and technology transfer to adversaries, which might occur in academic and research settings?
Great question, and it's something that is at the forefront of my mind, and what NATO is doing through the Science and Technology Board is having a series of workshops on national best practice of the allies and also partners. A number of allies, the United States, UK, and a number of others have procedures in place, some with regulatory and legal force on the transfer of knowledge from allies to our strategic competitors in particular. NATO is a great convening forum, as we've seen with the public forum, where allies that do have these regulations in practice can share in a suitably protected environment its own regulations, what works, what in confidence with close allies has not worked, and what my team will be doing over the summer is producing a compendium of best practice that can be shared amongst the allies so that those nations that don't have such regulations in place can start to learn of the experience of others and think about how best to place those within their own national context. Different nations have different societal norms in terms of defense and its relationship with universities. It's for individual allies to come to their own decision on how best to adopt guidelines and how best to move that forward. I should say that I'm also in discussion with the chair of the Diana Board of Directors, who has exactly the same concerns about protecting the knowledge that is created by Diana. We've also been in discussion with the European Union as well, and I'm sure colleagues from European Union member states will know that the European Commission has now produced its own guidelines on this area. So we're all moving in the same direction.
And I assume that that also means it allows for maybe a comfort when academics are maybe less willing to share information with military officials. Having that kind of framework also maybe opens up those channels that wouldn't be otherwise open. Well, thank you very much. And we've run out of time, so before they start playing the music and making us leave, I just want to thank our guests. So Rand Waldron from Oracle, Dr. Steve Walker from Lockheed Martin, and Dr. Brian Wells, the NATO Chief Scientist. So join me in thanking them. Thank you. We're going to depart so that Admiral Bauer and Heather Conley can come and wrap this up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to our panelists. We hope that your sessions gave you much to think about in the parallel sessions as well. We now welcome you to take your seat in the plenary room while we will shortly resume our programming. If you're in the plenary room, please hang tight for just a moment while people take their seats and filter back in. And as people take their seats and we draw near the end of our programming of our anniversary NATO Public Forum, I would love to suggest, as I often do as a reporter, that everyone take to social media and share your thoughts on the forum discussions. I, for one, would love to hear everyone's takeaways from the event. So please share with us your takes using the hashtag NATO Summit. Thank you.
Welcome back from all the sessions. Please come to the front, join us as the summit is coming to a close, as the NATO Public Forum is coming to a close. We want to invite you for the very last two sessions, really wrapping up our discussion over the last 2 days. And this one will be led by President of the German Marshall Fund, Heather Conley, for a conversation with Admiral Bauer. Heather, the stage is yours.
All right, colleagues, the last session. We did it. I am so delighted to welcome Admiral Rob Bauer, the 33rd chair of NATO's Military Committee. Before you stepped up to that assignment, you served as Chief of Defense of the Netherlands Armed Forces. So I started yesterday morning with Secretary Blinken. I said, you know what, you and I are the pace car. We've got to get our engines revving up. We have 2 days, and you, sir, are my final lap in this race. So we're going to run across that finish line in a strong form. We're having a hot wash here to talk about sort of what we learned for the summit. In the back there, you said you're pretty fired up about what just happened over the last 2 days. Can you share with everybody why you're fired up?
And it's great to actually still have an audience at this time of the day, so that's good.
These are the hardiest souls ever. Yes.
No, I think all in all, I think this has been a good summit in many ways. I think the mood in the room was, I would say, more positive than last year. Okay. Despite the fact that we're a year longer into a tragic war, but I think the package for Ukraine is good. President Zelensky actually said during the press conference he was happy, which is amazing if a man who is the leader of a country in a war for 2.5 years says he's happy. But I think that is related to the pledges that NATO has made in terms of the money. For 2025, the 40 billion, it's about no, this thing.
Did your thing fall out? You're good.
It's about the training and coordination efforts that we're going to do from Wiesbaden, and it is about the Joint Analysis and Training Center in Poland. So that's the three things that are important and good for both NATO and Ukraine. And it will bring Ukraine closer to NATO, not only closer, but also an more enduring relationship. So that is very important, and it is about interoperability. And I spoke to a journalist lately, and he said, well, interoperability is, my readers will not understand what that is. And so actually interoperability is about, is the difference between winning or losing a war, because it is about being able to train together and becoming therefore more effective. It is about having the same stuff and having the same spare parts, having the same ammunition, and so everything is easier to use, and you can use each other's equipment if you're truly interoperability. And that allows you actually to be more effective and therefore win in a war. So it is extremely important. So we will bring Ukraine closer to NATO also in terms of operational effectiveness. So I think that was one thing. The second thing is how we are progressing with the deterrence and defense efforts that were agreed based on the plans that the leaders approved in Vilnius last year. And it sort of looks maybe a little bit theoretical if people talk about plans. But in essence, this is about what do we need to be able to do as an alliance to effectively deter and defend the two threats, which is Russia and the terrorist groups. And that includes more soldiers at a higher readiness. And we saw, last year we talked about 300,000. This year the Secretary General spoke about 500,000. And the difference is because Finland and Sweden have joined the alliance in terms of troop contributions. And now we also have the Allied Reaction Force, which replaced the NATO Response Force as of 1 July. So I think there's progress there. Second, this is about more capabilities to actually perform all the tasks that we need to do. And we're not ready there because this is also about buying stuff. I think we'll come back to that. But exactly. This is about ordering stuff and then and that needs to be produced. So we'll come back to that. And we needed money for that, and that was agreed last year. And there's more money available. 23 nations are now hitting the so-called target of 2% or more. And people say sometimes, you know, the 2%, it's a figure, and what does it actually mean? Well, the reason why we need that money is to actually make those plans executable, because of the plans, we know how many people we need, and the weapons and the ammunition. We actually know how much we need now, much better than in the past. And therefore, we basically knew last year already we needed at least 2%. So that's why the agreement was made. So that money is becoming available, so that's great. Then we made significant changes to the command and control arrangements in NATO. One is the Joint Force Command Norfolk. The second one is the Logistic Command, JSEC. So that is an important change. And then in one level below that, in the land domain, all the tactical, the Army Corps commanders and the division and the multi-corps land component command. So all the more tactical command structures have been now looked at and have been decided upon. And then, of course, we started to train in accordance with the plan. So Steadfast Defender, 90,000 soldiers. I think that was a surprise for the Russians to actually see that happening. It started in the US and Canada, across the Atlantic Ocean, bringing troops into Europe, and then, you know, making sure that they got from the port where they disembarked into Poland and in the Baltic states. And so that is an important signal that we are able to actually do what we have been writing about and have been planning upon. So I think those are the things that have been discussed. And we're not there yet, but I think in many ways people are seeing the progress and are seeing the difference if you compare to last year.
Well, Admiral, I had the privilege last year at the Vilnius Summit to moderate a panel that you were on, and part of that conversation was probably one of the most important things that came out of the Vilnius Summit that wasn't necessarily talked about a lot was those regional defense plans. And we've seen now over the last year, you're really putting them into action, the command structure, all of that. But I think the most important thing that, if I've heard you correctly, coming out of this summit, that we need to work on is that industrial capacity. Now there is money, but now we have a shortage, North American production, European production. It's struggling to meet the needs of those plans. And then exactly as you said, manpower. We're all challenged. Recruiting, some of our NATO partners are starting to think about conscription to meet that manpower requirement. Do you think those are two of the most important issues
now, let me start
that
with
you're going to have to work on?
With the human power, you have to say nowadays, manpower is probably not accepted anymore.
Human power.
I'm a chair, not a chairman, so that's important.
Okay.
No, but I mean, the human power is important because last year I met a lot of politicians that said, you know, Admiral, it's actually not possible to find all those extra soldiers. Demographically, it's not possible. And during my country visits in the different nations, I said, that is nonsense. This is still about a choice. This is still about a choice where we have to understand that if all of us want more security, you cannot say to the armed forces, it's your problem. You cannot say to the chiefs of defense or the minister of defense, you have to solve this. We've given you the money, you have to solve it. Now, if all of you want more security, you have to become part of the solution. And then you have to be powerful and strong enough to actually have the discussion, how do we find the people? And that is about conscription, that is about reservists, that is about mobilization. And we better discuss that during peacetime and not after the war starts. Because we know, again, since the start of the war in Ukraine, and it's not a new phenomena, but war unfortunately leads to soldiers getting killed and wounded. So if you start with the professional armed forces, after a couple of weeks, you will start to have a problem if you cannot replace those soldiers. It's not nice to talk about, but it is a reality. And as a result of these discussions, I now have seen in the last year more nations, more political leaders be strong and daring enough to talk about this.
It takes an enormous amount of political will. Just on the private sector, do we need a new relationship with the private sector to get where we need to be as quickly as possible? It feels like we need a new relationship. They're a critical part of the answer, whether it's on emerging technologies, whether it's producing the munitions and the weapons.
But it is more, for me, it's more than, you know, we need long-term demand signals and we need shareholder values. And it's always about the money. On both sides. I mean, the governments do not want to spend anything, and the industry wants to earn a lot. And that's fine in itself, but I think that's not the solution. I think the solution has to come from the fact that the industry, the private sector, starts to understand that the foundation on which they have been able to have economic activity for 80 years has been stability and security.
Rule of law.
But if you are doing that for 80 years, you actually don't think about security anymore as an issue because it's just there. But it actually isn't a given. People in Ukraine, the CEOs in Ukraine, are awake at night because they think, is my factory there tomorrow morning? Question mark. If they hear the missiles coming in. And so in our part of the world, in the West, we have to understand it's not a given, security and stability. And therefore, the private sector has to become part of the values discussion as well. Not just the value. I'm fine with them earning money and getting rich. That's not my problem. But they have to understand they are part of the solution. Yep. And the government has to change its ways in the fact that they have to not try to buy as cheap as possible, because if you want to have a strategic relationship with the industry, you cannot buy every year somewhere else, because that's cheapest. And with toilet paper, I'm fine with it. But not if it comes to missiles or armored vehicles or tanks or frigates or submarines or fighter aircraft. You can't. You need a longer lasting relationship, and that might be a little bit more expensive, but otherwise you will not have the trust, the mutual trust in that relationship to move forward.
But we're hearing in Ukraine, I mean, in some ways, we're seeing where low cost, off the shelf equipment is devastating. You know, a $3,000 drone is destroying, tens of millions of dollars worth of equipment. How do you address that asymmetry?
Yeah. First, if you leave the hedge of your tank open, and somebody drops from a drone a weapon inside the tank and you destroy the tank, that's not to say we don't need tanks anymore. So you should close the hedge of the tank, because actually the tank is sort of built to withstand that type of ammunition. But if it's inside, you have a bigger problem. So, the way tanks are used, or the way the Russians are using equipment, is not necessarily how we should use it. So that's one. Second, we have to rebalance the amount of high-tech, expensive weapon systems we have, like F-35, and cheaper weapon systems like drones. Because in the longer term, it's not, you cannot continue shooting down the $10,000 drones with Patriot missiles. I'm not saying they are, but I mean, that's a $3.5 million missile that takes 18 months to produce to kill a $10,000 drone. So that's not something you can continue to do. So we see, by the way, in a number of nations, there is cheaper missile systems coming to the market to kill the drones. And that's good, because we now need a higher volume of cheaper weapon systems against cheaper sensors and weapon systems. But we still need the high-tech, very expensive weapon systems. But it's the rebalancing that we will have to do based on this conflict.
So you were extended, your tour, but it is coming to an end in mid-January of 2025. So this is our chance to say thank you for your service. It's also, yes, thank you.
I'm not gone yet.
I know. We're going to work you hard the next
If you're clapping me out, that's not a good sign.
No. But give us really quickly what the highlights of what will you remember the most in your tenure? It's not over yet. We'll score that.
It's too early to reminisce on. But, you know, when I arrived in June 2021, President Macron talked about NATO being brain dead. And 2 months later, in August, we had to leave Afghanistan in a hurry.
Wow.
That was the beginning of my tenure. And I thought this is going to be 3 very long years. And then the buildup of the forces around Ukraine started, which actually was a continuation after the spring, where they already had some exercises. And as we know, the rest is history. But I mean, if you then look at how remarkable those events and the start of the all-out war in Ukraine has impacted NATO and the relevance of our alliance and the resolve and the unity in the alliance, that has probably amazed a lot of us.
Yes.
The unity within the EU, the enormous cooperation between EU and NATO, and the synergetic effect of that at the beginning of the war, that was an enormously powerful signal that was probably something that surprised and frightened Putin. And I hope Xi too. So I think that has been a remarkable experience. And then to see how we then further develop the plans. And I mean, that has been an amazing job by General Cavoli and his team. And of course, all the commanders under him. And so to see that be approved in Vilnius, although it was sort of silently, but actually it was an amazing achievement. And what we now see in the coming years is probably the biggest overhaul in the military organization of NATO since 1949.
Wow.
In terms of command and control, in terms of going back to collective defense, in terms of building up the land forces again. Now, all of that is connected to, of course, with the fact that at the same time, we have to support and continue to support Ukraine, not only to prevail, but actually to win. And I think that is... And I think that is extremely important for the people in Ukraine, but also for ourselves. If Russia wins in Ukraine, it is not the end of the war. It is the beginning of much more instability in the world. It is a signal, a frightening signal for other autocratic states that will think that it pays off to actually have might above the rules. And then, so we cannot allow that to happen. We cannot allow that to happen. And I think what I've heard around the table in the last couple of days is a good sign that all the nations will continue doing that. And I think the fact that President Zelensky was happy, probably between brackets, because happy is, he can't be completely happy, but happy with that support from this alliance is extremely important for that purpose. And I think all of us need to continue to support Ukraine, not only with weapons, but also in terms of them believing that they are able to win this war. I think they have it in them to win the war. The only thing they need is our support. So that's why that has to continue.
Thank you so much, Admiral Bauer. Admiral Bauer has given me permission because we both agree that thanking the troops is one of the most important things we can do. So before we thank Admiral Bauer, I want you all to thank the people that have been behind the screen for 2 days that have put on a phenomenal work. Our colleagues from our think tank partners to the production crew have done an amazing job. So before we say thank you to you, we're going to thank the troops. Would you please all join me in thanking those wonderful colleagues in the back? Thank you.
Thank you. And now, do it again. Thank Admiral Bauer for giving us our hot wash, ending us on a high note. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Admiral Bauer. You put in context what happened at the NATO summit. You put it in a longer context in the way that alliance has evolved and adapted over the last few years. And we heard it at the last, well, next to last panel. We need Ukraine not only to prevail, but actually to win. And I think that's a fantastic message coming out from our public forum. As the public forum is drawing to an end, before we welcome our very last closing speakers, I would like to acknowledge our corporate partners, because, you know, this is a beautiful venue. It was all very fancy. It doesn't pay for itself. So we're really thankful for the support of Google, AWS, Microsoft, Northrop Grumman, as well as Boeing, Dataminr, Leidos, Lockheed Martin, MBDA, Oracle, and Saab.
I would additionally like to thank our institutional partners who helped to promote the public forum across the Alliance and beyond. And thank you so much to all of our guests and esteemed moderators and panelists for taking time to reflect on the future of the Alliance at this critical moment.
And I, from myself, wanted to thank you for your attention and thank Shannon for doing a fantastic job as an MC. It's been a real pleasure to work with you.
And Michal, thank you. And now, it is now my pleasure to welcome to the stage Marie Doha Besancenot, Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy at NATO, and Amanda Mansour, Special Assistant to the U.S. President and Senior Director for Partnerships and Global Engagement, for their closing remarks. Thank you.
All right. Well, it's been an amazing couple of days. We have heard from heads of state, from ministers, from legislators, from experts, from all manner of thought leaders on the critical issues confronting NATO right now and the ways that NATO is rising to meet those challenges.
Thanks to all of you. We've had a full house for almost most of the program, and we've had thousands of viewers online from 100 different nationalities across 6 continents. So thank you to the host nation for making this possible. And I'd like to say a special word for State Department protocol, who had a very, very tricky task and who did an amazing job.
That's right. And thanks, of course, to our partners at NATO. But I also want to take this moment to really thank our think tank partners, who are truly thought partners and without whom this event would not have been possible. So as I mentioned, each of our think tank partners, I'd invite one of their leadership members to come out on stage and join us for this final moment. So the Atlantic Council, the German Marshall Fund, she'll be right with us, Center for New American Security, Hudson Institute, and our European partners at GlobeSec. Oh, German Marshall Fund, here she comes. Thank you.
Very warm thank you to all of you. It's been an amazing journey with you, and I would also like to thank you all and finish with a call for action. You have been invited because you are our most trusted community of multipliers. You've been informed by the best experts, the best speakers, the leaders, and now we rely on you to tell our story, the story of this alliance, why it matters today. And we have very high hopes, trying to do as well as our content creators who have reached 13 million views in the past 2 days. Please help us get our story out there. Thank you.
So, yeah, I'm going to end by saying that's your homework before we meet again in the Netherlands next year. Thank you very much, and good night.